good afternoon, good evening, and good night, and welcome to day 3 of Aussie Overlawd's Rittenhouse trial watch party. I've just noticed that my camera is flickering a little bit, so I'm going to try and fix that in a second. But we're going to jump straight in and pick off where we left off on... Ooh, what was it? It would have been Tuesday for you guys, I do believe, maybe Wednesday. Anyway, we've watched Binger be a piece of shit during the opening statements. We've watched the opening statements from the defense. We're going to jump straight into the first witness for the prosecution. And that camera flickering is really starting to annoy me now. Guys, thank you very much for joining me. I will say hello to everybody in just a second. I'm just going to try and get this sorted out. So I'm going to start this video. And we'll get stuck straight into it. Alrighty.
Have that whole argument. That's probably what we're going to do rather than calling back somebody. We're gonna have a
the night of August 25th, 2020.
Okay.
We'll use that.
We're just straight into this
reference. How long before that date had you known the defendant?
Roughly 9 months.
Was that the same period of time that you were dating his sister?
Yes.
And how frequently would you see the defendant during those 9 or so months?
I mean, where the hell was the court feed?
You mentioned there were times when you would go down to his residence in Antioch. Is that right?
Yes.
Were there times when he would come to your stepfather's residence here in Kenosha?
Yes.
How often would that occur?
Weekly.
What sort of things did the two of you like to do together?
Everything as a kid. Hanging out, going to the lake, hunting.
This is Kyle's friend, Nicholas
going
Black.
Up north, just everything you would do growing up.
You mentioned hunting. Is that something that you and your family are interested in?
Dominic Black,
Yes.
sorry.
Tell us more about that.
We own property in Ladysmith. Every year growing up, I would go there with my stepdad and my brother and go hunt ever since I was a little kid.
When you say hunt, what sort of things would you hunt?
Deer, turkey, pheasant, rabbit.
Can you describe your family's property in Ladysmith for us?
Yeah, it's about, I want to say 13 acres of land with somewhat we would call a shooting range, which is like a big open gravel pit. And it's pretty secluded and private in the woods.
Now, you mentioned that the defendant was interested in hunting. Did you ever bring him along hunting up in Ladysmith?
I wouldn't say hunting. We did bring him once to go kind of just get a feel for hunting and shoot guns and just kind of get away for the weekend.
Do you remember when that was?
I would like to say a few months before everything happened.
If I said it was in early May, around May 1st of 2020, would that sound right to you?
Yes.
Now, do you remember a time in which you and the defendant were up in Ladysmith and there was some discussion about purchasing a gun?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
We were going up and we had stopped at a store that was local to buy like clay pigeons and ammo. Kyle had also wanted a gun similar to the one I had. He did not, or I did not have the money for it, so he said he would pay for it. I told him that wasn't a good idea. He wasn't 18, but we came to an agreement to where he could have it once he is 18. It would be kept at my house until then. So it kind of went on from there.
What kind of gun was this?
An AR-15.
Did you have one of those already?
Yes.
Did the defendant see that gun that you had?
Yes.
How did it come to be that he saw that gun?
Just from when I bought it, he had saw it at my house, or, just me opening it from the box.
And he indicated to you that he wanted a similar type gun?
Yes.
Did the defendant say anything to you about why he wanted such a gun?
No.
Now, you just mentioned the fact that the defendant was not 18. How old was he in May to August of 2020?
17.
And you discussed that he couldn't have a gun because he was 18. Is that something that you and the defendant actually talked about?
Yes.
Can you tell us about those discussions?
It was more along the lines of he would be 18 soon. I told him I didn't want to do it because I knew it wasn't, obviously he can't buy it legally. We did agree that it wouldn't be his until he was 18, and he was aware of that.
Then.
And from then on, it did stay at my house.
That's not a straw purchase at all.
So when you were up in Ladysmith, I think you said you went to a local store to purchase the gun. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can In whose name was the gun purchased?
Mine.
So you were the legal registered owner of the gun?
Yes.
Where did the money come from to get that gun?
Kyle.
After the gun was purchased in Ladysmith, did the defendant use it?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
We just target practiced. We bought a pretty good amount of ammo and just shot clay pigeons, and just went to the
Shot
woods
clay
on our
pigeons with
property.
an AR?
That's
Now,
weird.
you mentioned earlier there was some sort of, I think you said a shooting range on the property. Is
Yes.
that right? Can you describe that for us, please?
It's about 250 yards long. It's an old gravel pit that they used to use to obviously get gravel. It kind of just turned into the shooting range for us as a big open field.
Did you and the defendant shoot your AR-15s on that shooting range?
Yes.
You mentioned it was about 250 yards long. Did you have targets that far away?
Not entirely. It was, I mean, more at the time it was just like iron sights, so that wasn't a realistic range to shoot. We would set up clay pigeons hanging on trees at the end of the range and just kind of walk a certain amount of distance until we felt comfortable it was the right spot.
Oh, okay, that makes
What would
more
you say
sense.
the farthest distance away would be that you shot targets at with your guns?
Say about 75 yards.
Were you successful in hitting what you were shooting at?
Not all the time.
I'm going to ask the detectives here to show you a couple of exhibits that have been marked as
75 yards
exhibits
isn't that far.
27 and 28.
Well,
And I'm
actually,
going
it's
to
not bad.
have them handle them for safety purposes, but I'm going to have them hold them up and show them to you, and I'm going to ask you if you can identify them for us, okay?
Okay.
And I want to represent to everyone that these items are not loaded. There are no bullets or anything like that.
Tell that to Alec Baldwin, Binger.
Wait, how long ago was the Rust shooting? Guys, I'm really annoyed, but I think
I
I
I'm
believe
gonna
that
do some
Detective
stuff. I think we're gonna
Antaramian
have
is
to
holding
restart
up what
these
is been marked as exhibit
YouTube
number
stream.
20.
Because I have no idea what the hell's going on. Which means that's going to die, which means I need to enter into the studio on my phone to make sure that the stream itself doesn't die. And be back in like 3 or 4 minutes, I think. So, alright, hang on. Just bear with me, guys. We will be back to this in like 2 minutes.
exhibits that have been marked as
75 yards
exhibits
isn't that far.
27 and 28.
Well,
And I'm
actually,
going
that's not
to
bad.
have them handle them for safety purposes, but I'm going to have them hold them up and show them to you, and I'm going to ask you if you can identify them for us, okay?
Okay.
And I want to represent to everyone that these items are not loaded. There are no bullets or anything like that.
Tell that to Alec Baldwin, Binger.
Okay, in the meantime, Glutafart's here. Hello.
Please.
I
Is
believe
that
that
Miss
Detective
Harper?
Antaramian is holding up what
Yes,
has been
yes,
marked
it's
as
true.
exhibit number 27. Detective, is that right? That's number 27?
Margaret
Do you recognize that
Original
item,
Matrix?
Mr. Black?
Yeah, that was sucky.
Yes.
I got no idea
What is that?
was
Are you sure?
One of the AR-15s.
Do you know which one that
no,
is?
It was a disagreement between
I believe it's
Elgato
Kyle's.
Camera Hub
Why?
and
Not too
NVIDIA
sure.
Broadcast by the sounds of it.
Okay,
Would it
thank
be fair
you.
to say that
Oh,
yours and the defendant's look very similar to one another?
Yes.
Do you remember if there are any particular markings
Wow,
on
being
one or
starting
the other that would help you to identify them?
The only difference
I
was
think he just tried to
right.
assemble it and failed.
What was the difference in the sights?
One of us had a bigger one.
Starting
I
off
don't remember which
strong,
one it
bringing
was.
in the big
Okay.
scary gun.
I'll have the detective
On
now
the first
show you the
witness,
next
bloody hell.
exhibit, which is exhibit number 28.
Yeah, interesting.
Julie,
Well,
yes, rumble
now
is
that Kyle is 18, one of them may be his.
Detective Antaramian
Holding a
is
gun in
now
trust for a
showing you
minor is not illegal.
Another item, which is exhibit number 28. Do you recognize that?
Not from the last time I've seen both of them, no.
Okay. And I noticed that the gun that he's holding up doesn't appear to have a scope on it. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Are AR-15s the type of weapon where a scope could be added to them if need be?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Detective. Okay. Could you grab that, please? Detective Antaramian indicates there's a scope in the box, so we're going to show that to you as well.
Got my
Oh,
scope in the
hopefully
Maybe
box.
we could show Mr. Black both of the scopes, and you could tell us if you recognize which one might be yours. So
Yes, it's happening, Harper. He's testifying against. He's a
I believe
state
Detective
witness.
Antaramian is showing you one of the scopes. Are you able to recognize if that's yours or the defendant's?
That is not mine.
Okay. So that scope came
Is it the
you believe,
defendant's?
from the defendant's gun?
Yes.
Okay. And if you recall, thank you, Detective. The other weapon that we had that had a scope on it, now that you've seen this other scope, does that
Cheers,
help you
chat.
remember which gun was which?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
The other gun that we showed you, which is exhibit 27 with the scope attached on it, was that your gun?
Yes.
Okay. So these two exhibits, 27 and 28, are 27 is the first one is your AR-15, and the second one is the defendant's. Is that correct?
Yes.
How do you
Your
know
Honor, I
that?
move exhibits
Did you check the
27 and
registration
28 into
numbers?
evidence. No objection, Your Honor. Can you help us understand, Mr. Black, why you were interested in having an AR-15?
I kind of wanted like a personal project. I had mostly only had hunting guns, and I wanted to try something new to target shoot. I have a lot of family with guns like that. They kind of find it a hobby to build them up and put different attachments on them.
G'day,
So I
Digger.
figured I would try and get into it as well.
How long had you owned that AR-15?
I want to say 2-3 months
Before May or before August?
before May.
Okay. And in that time period, had you made any modifications or additions to the gun?
Just the scope.
I assume if
Gives
life
you
had
none.
kept going forward like normal, you would have continued to do so?
Yes.
We're going to talk a little bit in a few minutes about the night of August 25th.
Yeah, audio's right up. Okay.
Other than that night, was there ever a time in which you went out in Kenosha holding or carrying that AR-15?
No.
How would you normally store or carry around that weapon if you did?
In my arms. I mean,
I did see that someone in chat mentioned that. I don't know any of the background of this, but it would not bloody well surprise me, honestly, for Binger to have filed charges against him. Yes, he did, then had to settle in disgrace after the trial ended because the charge was bogus. Oh, yeah, Binger.
I mean, if I'm driving, it would be, disassembled in the back of the car, unloaded.
Maybe I was not clear on my question. I believe you said that up until the night of August 25th, you hadn't went out armed with that AR-15 in Kenosha. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
When you did have it with you in Kenosha, was it disassembled in the trunk of your car?
On the way there, yes, but once we had arrived, no.
Where did you normally keep your gun on a daily basis?
Locked up inside the house,
Whereabouts inside the house?
in the safe,
Where was that safe located?
in my dad's room.
Did you have a key to that safe?
No.
Who did?
My dad.
When you wanted to get your AR-15, did you have to get your dad's permission?
Yes.
And just so we're clear, when you say dad, that's technically your stepdad?
Yes.
Guys, this
So,
is
for
all
example,
relevant to
in May,
foundation
when you went up to Lady Smith with the
of
defendant,
how the gun got
who all
to Kyle
came along with
Rittenhouse.
It was me, Kyle, my brother Ray, my friend Cody, and Kyle's sister.
Do you
This is
remember
not
approximately
TV
how long
court.
you
This
spent
takes
up there?
time.
I wanna
TV
say it
court
was the
takes
weekend.
20 minutes.
When you went up there, I assume you
That's a good
brought
point.
your AR-15.
Yes.
Did anyone else bring any other guns along with them?
Yes, we also brought like a 12-gauge hunting shotgun, and then I think my friend brought his little 22 pistol.
And I think you said earlier that your dad, your stepdad, and your brother were also interested in hunting?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately how many rounds you and the defendant would have fired off at that firing range up at the property in Ladysmith when you were there that weekend?
How is that relevant?
A lot, I would say 100, 200.
It's not a lot.
May I approach you?
Real quick, guys. Why they have his gun is because either he or his dad are also charged with the criminal act of either a straw purchase or providing a firearm to a minor. That's probably why his gun was also
Do you recognize the
confiscated.
photograph on that document?
That's such bull.
Yes.
Who is shown in that photograph?
Kyle.
Was that a photograph that was taken when you and the defendant were up in Ladysmith around May 1st of
I
2020?
gathered Wilder,
Yes.
don't stress.
Does that photograph show the defendant holding his AR-15?
Quiet.
Yes.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'd move exhibit number 7 into evidence.
No,
May I publish that to the jury, Your Honor? On
no,
our
Your
screens?
Honor. Your Honor, I don't agree with him characterizing it as a
Testing.
photograph. It's clearly a printed picture on paper, Your Honor.
Sometimes these TVs are too smart for us.
I've never met a TV as smart as I am, Your Honor. I'd like to object to the defense to the prosecution's statement that this TV is too smart, Your Honor.
Now I know where that actual like
Four doors, more horse.
Oh god.
Your Honor, I want to
recall
object.
what
My
day,
client's TikTok name is
that
based
photograph
in
was
Red
taken when
Pill.
you were up there?
I want to say the same day we arrived.
Does that photograph show in the background there the property that your family had up in Ladysmith?
Yes.
And do you remember who it was who actually took that photograph?
Yes.
Who was it?
My friend Cody.
Do you remember if that was before or after you and the defendant went to the firing range and
This is before.
practiced? Okay. All right. Thank you.
They brought that in just to put in the 4 doors more horse
After
thing. That's the reason
you
they
and the
brought
So
that in.
defendant
funny.
returned to Kenosha from Ladysmith, and the defendant
In the line, bruh, I'm
that
just
you-
trying to
you
be
purchased
famous.
this gun for the defendant.
Mission
What
accomplished.
happened to the gun after that?
It was locked up in the safe.
Which safe is that?
The one in the garage. It was the one that required a code to open.
That's the garage at your father's place?
Yes.
Here in Kenosha?
Yes.
Stepfather? I'm going to use that interchangeably, but technically that's your stepfather, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
No one's confused.
Did you have a code to open that safe?
No.
Who did?
Only my stepdad.
So the defendant didn't either.
No.
Why didn't the defendant take that AR-15 back to Antioch with him?
Because we had an agreement that he wouldn't do that.
What was the reason why?
He was 17.
Was the defendant
It wasn't his gun.
accepting of that? Did he understand that?
Yes.
Should bloody well hope so.
You said it wouldn't be
Do
his
you
gun.
recall
till he was
having any
18.
discussions with his mom about that?
Not me personally.
I want to talk about the time period between when you came back from Ladysmith in early May and the night of August 25th, 2020. In that period of time, did the defendant ever possess that AR-15?
No.
On the day of August 25th, 2020, the day when all this stuff happened, did he possess that gun?
Yes.
How did it come
Alright,
to
let's
be
see. Does that make a
that
difference?
he gained possession of that gun on August 25th?
My dad had took a lot of the weapons we had out of the safe due to all the rioting and stashed them inside the house in case somebody were to come break into our house.
What?
And that gun happened to be one of those weapons.
Okay.
Do you know?
Why would you
how
take them
the
out of the safe if you're worried about
possession
rioting?
that day?
I do not. All I'm aware of is that it was downstairs.
When did you first see the defendant with that weapon that day?
When I was in the kitchen. So about, I want to say a few hours before we left.
And tell us what you saw when you were in the kitchen.
I saw him coming up the stairs with it.
With the AR-15?
Yes.
Did you hear him ask you permission to take that gun?
No.
Did you hear him ask permission from your father?
Self-defense, fair.
No.
When the defendant came upstairs with that gun,
This is his
what,
defense
if
and his
anything,
other
did he do
crime
with it?
right here.
I believe he set it down on the table and started looking for medical supplies,
What do you mean by medical supplies?
like bandages, rubbing alcohol, certain things like that.
Do you know why he was doing that?
Yes, in case somebody was hurt downtown.
That's
We've seen
clever.
some photographs that night of the
This guy really doesn't want to be testifying, and he's doing what he can to paint Kyle in a good
looks like
light.
a
That's
medic
hilarious.
bag. Do you remember him having that night?
Yes.
One that night?
He's not pleading the fifth, guys, because he's likely getting
Do
a
you
deal
know
to
what was
provide
in
this
that bag?
testimony.
All the medical supplies that he was gathering.
Were those medical supplies gathered from your house?
Yes.
Do you know if the defendant got any medical supplies from Walgreens or any other store or anything like that, or was it just all from your house?
I know there wasn't any from any store, but I'm unaware of anything that happened after we had got to the lake.
So I believe you described that the defendant took the gun into the kitchen, put it on the table. He was gathering some medical supplies. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
What happened after that?
We proceeded to get ready and then we went down to the lake.
Say we, who do you mean?
Me and Kyle.
Where did you go when you went down by the lake?
At first we had parked by a friend's house and then we walked to, I want to say, the back parking lot of Ruther.
And what did you do there?
We met up with our friend Nick and then we proceeded to go to the car source locations.
Not me, I don't think.
When you
I
say
wasn't
Nick, do you
there.
mean Nick Smith?
Yes.
Oh, whew.
When you say car source locations, we've heard some testimony about 3 different locations. Can you help us understand which one you're talking about?
The first one we went to was the one that would be closest to us right now. So further south.
I apologize. I was a little distracted there. Can you tell me again, which was the first one you went to?
The one that was further south.
63rd and Sheridan? Does that
Yes.
sound right? And when you say we went there, was that the defendant, you and Nick Smith?
Yes.
What happened then?
Then we met the owner once again, and he gave us a ride to the north.
Yeah, well,
Location.
Brooks was an asshole that ruined a
And
lot
dropped
of
us
things.
off.
Okay, I'm sorry. You say you met the owner once again. When was the first time that you met him?
Previously in the day, I want to say it was around morning time when we were cleaning up all the graffiti.
So maybe I've jumped around a little
This
bit,
kid's
so I
doing
want to
well.
make things clear. If I get up just one second.
Real quick, this is all relevant to the Kyle illegal possession charge,
Let's
not
start-
so much the
I
self-defense
apologize.
charges.
It's my fault. I kind of jumped in the middle of the day. So I want to start at the beginning of that day. That was
Oh my
Tuesday,
God.
August 25th, 2020, the day that all these things happened. So let me back up for a little bit so we can kind of go in chronological order. I think it's easier for everybody to follow. The night, Monday night into Tuesday, did you stay at your own home?
Yes.
Did the defendant stay there as well?
I do
No
not
worries, Pleb
recall.
Life.
Do you remember when the first time would have been that you would have seen him on Tuesday morning?
Oh,
I
actually,
don't know
I do mean to
specifically what
do
time, but
a,
it was
um,
before noon.
When you saw him
No,
was he at
Mook.
your house?
Nick
Yes.
isn't live.
What happened when you first saw him? What did the two of you do?
This is part of his
Me
streaming
and
trial.
my
I'm just
brother
going
Ray
over it.
decided to go down to the lake and kind of just look at how things were, and then from there on, we decided to help clean.
Where are we?
When you say you went down to the lake, do you mean the actual beach lakefront, or do you mean downtown?
Downtown.
Where did you go when you went downtown the first time?
We parked right next to the car source location that had already been burnt down, and then we walked across Sheridan to Luther.
I'm gonna, may I approach, Your Honor? I have a map here of the area, and I'm gonna try and prop it in such a way that we can all see it. I wish I had an easel, but I don't right now. Mr. Black, I'll be a human easel for a moment. This shows the area of downtown, beginning on the north at 58th Street and going down to the south at 63rd Street. Sorry, Karen. And the area along Sheridan Road there. Do you see that, Mr. Black?
Yes.
Okay. Now,
I'm going to ask you that, what happened to our easel, do we know?
Well, maybe
Back here?
upstairs.
What happened to the easel?
How do you not have an
Okay,
easel?
And then put it, because right now the defendant can't see it, and I'm required to ensure that he does, and also I can't see it either. Now, and then also, once we get that, then,
Philip Coggin says 75 yards is still blank range for most ARs.
You fair?
Brandon Blaze says the working girl trade is one of the oldest jobs on the planet next to farmer and cemetery work, so it should be legal. Just woke up.
is that okay?
So how's it going,
So
Rackets?
Yeah.
You can continue with examination on
It's
something
fine.
else,
It's
or you
right.
can wait. There we are.
Kyle looked a little bit pissed at his friend there, to me.
Put it back so that the defendant can see it.
Or up there.
Oh,
Maybe
Or
I would be
That's
too
actually what
if
we
my
use.
friend
Yeah,
was being put in
use
that situation.
So far, the prosecution's competent. Nothing great, but nothing bad.
Yeah, and guys, I know these parts are really boring, but in court you have to lay foundation for everything you're going to get to later. They have to find out how the gun got from point A to point B. They have to find out how he got the gun in the first place. They have to establish that the gun is somehow Kyle's or not Kyle's. That's kind of a weird
Okay, thank you, Judge.
gray area here.
This makes it a lot easier. Mr. Black, I put a little laser pointer right in front of you there. Could you use that and show us on this map? I'm going to focus in on the first time you say you came down with the defendants. And I think you said, was there anyone else with you the first time, or was it just the two of you?
No, it was me, him, and my brother.
Okay.
There's another, if you like. No, then you could,
Oh.
if you want.
Yeah.
Or you can use the one Sister Marcia gave me.
I don't want to be accused of using a dangerous weapon, so I'll use the laser.
Wow.
Guys,
I
this is
really
why
don't know what's
lawyers
going on
aren't
with the
funny,
damn
because
camera.
they're not. Did you hear these jokes? And they're all...
Could you please use that laser pointer and show us on this map? You said you parked near one of the car source locations when you first came down.
Yes.
Can you point out where that was?
About right. Say right here.
And for the record, you are pointing to an area that is, I believe, on 59th Street, just east of Sheridan Road. Is that correct?
Yes.
And on this map,
10
there's a
minutes later,
label
he
there of
pans
one of the
over.
car source locations at that intersection, at that corner. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay.
Gotta be
You
real
described
careful
one of the
not to
car source
overpan to the
locations
jury.
as one that had been affected by the events of the previous night. And I'm not sure what word you exactly used, but can you describe for us when you were at that particular car source location, which is on the northeast corner of 59th and Sheridan, what did you observe?
Every car was burnt to ash. There's a lot of garbage and graffiti everywhere.
Now, there's a structure on that property, an office of some sort. Did you observe that office as well?
Yes, it was burnt down.
Did you look inside?
No.
Is it fair to say that every car in that lot was burned to the chassis almost?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you indicated you parked near there and looked at that location. Is that correct?
Yes.
What did you do next?
From then we walked to, which is now Harborside.
And on that map, can you show us where that would be?
I don't know if it's on the map exactly, but it would be more south up there.
When you say south, you mean actually north?
South up there is
Yeah.
weird.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
So you're talking about the area near Ruther High School,
Yes,
which would be right across the square from where we're at right now.
yes.
And why was it that you walked in that direction?
We noticed there was people cleaning the graffiti, and that was my old school, so we decided to go help.
Did you help?
Yes.
And what did you do to help?
Scrub the walls.
Did the defendant help as well?
Yes.
And how much time did
Bloody hell.
square from where we're at right now?
Yes.
And why was it that you walked in that direction?
We noticed there was people cleaning the graffiti, and that was my old school, so we decided to go help.
Did you help?
Yes.
And what did you do to help?
Scrub the walls.
Did the defendant help as well?
Yes.
And
What the absolute hell is going on?
Yes.
which would be right across the square from where we're at right now?
Yes.
And why was it that you walked in that direction?
We noticed there was people cleaning the graffiti, and that was my old school, so we decided to go help.
Did you help?
Yes.
And what did you do to help?
Scrub the walls.
Did the defendant help as well?
Yes.
And how much time did you spend doing that?
I want to say 2 hours, about 2.5 hours.
Did you have any supplies on your own to use to clean, or did people already have some?
They had some. I personally left by myself to go get sandpaper, and then I came back to try it.
Oh, crap.
Clean graffiti off the wall.
Hang on, is my audio coming through? I can't tell.
Not very well.
Yeah, it should be. So Aunt JJ has just said there's been a
What
train
happened
derailment
after that?
25 miles from
Went back to the house and went home.
Ricada in
So
Raymond,
you got back to your
Minnesota.
car and drove back to your house,
Yes.
and your brother came along.
Yes.
What happened then?
From then, that's when we ended up getting the guns.
Now, we talked earlier about a time in which the defendant came
Nope, that doesn't
upstairs
work.
into the kitchen with his gun. He started to gather some medical supplies. Are we at that point in the chronology?
Yes.
Okay, good. Just want to make sure I've got
So
everything
we went
in
back
order.
to get our guns,
Then
but I don't know how he
let's
got
go
his.
forward from there. What happened after the defendant was gathering medical supplies? He had the gun in the kitchen. What happened then?
As soon as we were ready, we went down to the lake,
Camlink
and
looks
that's
like
when we
something, yeah.
parked at Nick Smith's house.
And I don't know if it is on that map or not. Is his house located somewhere in that area?
Yeah, it's not on the map, but it would be if the map was up more.
Okay. If the map was up
If the
more?
map were up more, yes.
So your friend Nick Smith lives somewhere near this area. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, behind Ruther.
And you went to his house. Is that right?
Yes.
Who came with you?
Well, guys,
Just me and
there's
Kyle.
something like...
Did you have your
Yeah,
guns?
Bob might as well send
Yes.
it through. There's something like
Do you have any
1,700
ammunition
derailments
for
a
your gun?
year.
Yes.
So it's like
You personally?
Yes.
Do you know
4
if
or
the
5 a
defendant-
day, I think we worked
Yes.
it out to. I think it's just that we're...
We've
Yeah,
had
it's just
some
that they're getting
discussions,
publicized.
at various points already in this case about a strap or some sort of device for retaining the gun. Did you have that type of item with you?
Yes.
And did the defendant?
Yes.
Do you know how those were, how you acquired those?
Yes, from Jelensky's.
When did you do that?
I want to say the middle of that day, in between us getting back from cleaning up graffiti and before we left.
So earlier you described coming down, looking at the burnt out car source location, going over to Harborside or Ruther and cleaning up some graffiti, and then leaving the downtown area. Is
Yes.
that right? Is that when you went to Jelensky's?
We did stop at the house first, and then I believe it was like an hour until we did go to Jelensky's.
When you say we, who all went to Jelensky's?
Just me and Kyle.
What was your purpose in going there?
To get a sling,
Why did you want to sling?
so we didn't have to hold it the entire time we were walking.
Do you
derailments equals plan to get us to look over here instead of over there, where the crime family dealings are being displayed for the American people, in your opinion? I think that's one of many things that's going on at the moment, I'll be perfectly honest. I think it's also failing infrastructure that hasn't been taken care of for however many decades. We've got the same problem here. Our like train lines haven't been maintained, and things like the Westgate Bridge and that sort of thing. They're finally getting around to putting in the tunnel in Melbourne, which, you know, about time. But I think it's convenient timing. But I think it's also just a number of things coming together as a perfect storm, shall we say?
Recall if you and the defendant both got the same kind of sling?
Yes, we did.
Who actually went in and purchased the sling?
Kyle.
Well, that's a good point.
And
man.
after that, leaving Jelinski.
I mean, over the last few days, they've definitely been involving them.
And that's when you acquired, or the defendant acquired the gun and the medical supplies?
Yes.
Okay. And then after that, you said you came back down to the lakefront. Is that
It's making
right?
this timeline
Yes.
real confusing.
Where did you go when you came
I
back?
swear Kyle's gotten the gun
We
like 4
went to
times
Nick
now.
Smith's, and then we met him at the Ruther parking lot. And
Name
from then
Smith,
on,
I'm
we walked to the
impressed that
car's
you know
first
so
location.
many landmark Australian cases.
Now,
I just
I
want to
wanna
double
stop
check.
you
Is there
for
a
a
reason
second
you're posting them?
because
Like, is there
You
anything
made
you
a
want to
mention
comment on?
earlier
Or?
of the owner of CarSource. Do you know that person's name?
I believe his name was Sam.
When, if at all, did you encounter him on that particular day?
We encountered him twice that day. The first time when we were cleaning graffiti on our way back to the car, when we were leaving, we stopped and talked to him. And then after we had met with Nick later that day, he had brought us to CarSource to meet with him again.
So let's talk about the first time. You described cleaning graffiti at Ruther, which is kind of at the north end of this map. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And then you encountered the Sam on your way back to your car, which I believe you said was parked
God damn.
at
Thank you,
58th
Bob.
and Sheridan by that first CarSource location.
Yes.
Where in that process did you physically meet Sam?
On the corner next to
That's right.
CarSource, not the one that had originally got burnt down, but the next one over across the street.
Can you please use your pointer to show us where that was?
Don't bother panning, cameraman. You're not going to make it.
Corner right there.
You're pointing to the southwest corner of the intersection of 59th and Sheridan. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, did you, at this particular moment when you were meeting with Sam that day, did you observe the condition of that particular CarSource location?
Yes.
Something to get you to focus on the
How did it
case.
appear to you?
Okay.
It
Fair enough.
wasn't entirely destroyed, but there were some cars that were damaged.
When you say damaged, what did the damage look like?
Missing the Kerrigan
Like
decision.
kicked in doors and hoods and shattered windshields.
Did there appear to be any fire damage?
No,
God, I love that movie.
What about the building? Did you make any observations of that?
it was just boarded up.
See, if
And
that
when
was
you
on
talked
Twitch,
to
I'd do a
Sam
watch
that
party of
first
that. 'Cause
time.
that's hilarious.
This first conversation. What did you talk about?
We basically just talked about the defamation that he had in his the one that had actually burnt down, and how much money he lost, and how deeply he would be in case all his other buildings did burn down.
And was there anything more that you talked about with him?
We did exchange phone numbers in case he needed any help.
Did you feel at that point like you wanted to help him?
I mean, my help was definitely there.
And isn't that
but
a
I didn't
scary
offer
thought?
any help at that point.
Do you know if the defendant did?
I'm not aware.
And when you say exchange phone numbers with Sam, did you personally give him your number?
Yes.
Did you know if the defendant did?
Yes.
And then you said, we're going to fast forward a little bit because we've covered some of the intervening time period. You said at some point you came
Yeah,
back
look,
down
maybe.
later. You
I
parked at Mike
don't
Smith's
know that
house,
Everyone in
and I think
America's
you
going to
said
get
you went
all of
to
the
the
humor,
Ruther
though.
parking lot.
Yes.
And then at some point you said you
But I
went
certainly
down
have no
to
issues
the
with
car
that.
source. Is that right?
Yes.
Which car source did you go to
You have
after
it?
you left
I
the
have
Ruther
fit it?
parking lot?
The one that would be
My
closest
friends
to
put
Ruther.
bomb onto your car, but you'll
Same
fucking
side as
skate.
Sheridan.
Is it that same one we were just talking about on the southwest corner of 59th?
Yes.
Now, do you recall approximately what time of day it was that you came back downtown?
Let's say around 5 p.m.
And you and the defendant both had your guns with you
Yes.
and those straps,
Yes.
and I believe you said you had ammo too.
Yes.
When you met with Nick Smith in the Ruther parking lot, was there anyone else there besides the three of you?
There was some other people that we didn't know that had also showed up.
And from there, you said you walked to the car source at 59th and Sheridan.
Yes.
Why did you go there?
How's the serenity?
We were kind of just following Nick. About halfway there, we found out that we were meeting the owner Sam again.
Did you actually meet
See if
the
I can
owner,
pull
Sam,
any of
again?
those off play
We met
first.
his
Hang on.
brother, so the other owner.
Where physically on that map, can you use the pointer to show us where you actually met with the brother?
There.
So you're pointing again to that same car source at 59th and Sheridan?
Yes,
Oh,
on the
good, Rose.
southwest corner?
yes.
Was, when you met with him, do you remember, were you in the building?
Is it?
Were you outside?
No way.
We were outside.
Do you remember what you talked about?
We just talked about pretty much how to get in if we needed to, and then Nick had brought up if there was any way to get on the roof, and if there was any keys we needed to get inside.
Why were you having this discussion with the brother at that time?
Pretty much just to know where to stand, to make sure that's a lot of us were safe and what we were allowed to do.
Oh yeah, the
if
full
we were allowed
movie's
to go
there, but
inside
whether
the
or not that's
building in case
copyright
something happened.
claimed is another thing.
So it sounds like there was some discussion of physically staying at that location.
Yes.
Why?
That's one of the locations we didn't want to end up burning down.
Was it your intention then to stay and protect that car source location?
Yes.
Was that something that the defendant was also planning to do, as far as you know?
Yes.
What about Nick Smith, him too?
Yes.
Now, when the three of you, the defendant and Nick Smith, meet with this brother at that car source at that time, was there anyone else involved in protecting that location at that time?
Just the people we had previously met with at Ruther. They weren't exactly in the conversation with who was going where at the time.
What happened after you met with the brother at that car source?
Me, Kyle, and Nick had got a ride from the brother to the,
Ugh,
I want to say,
that Wisconsin
south
grammar there.
location, and then he had dropped us off there.
Could you please use your laser pointer to show us on the map where the south location
Oh,
is that
careful!
you're
Someone
talking
might
about?
think that he's got a dangerous weapon if he's using a laser pointer.
And you're pointing to the car source location that is at the northwest corner of 63rd and Sheridan, is that right?
Yes.
And
Oh, come on. He seems to be very dicky this morning, and I don't know why. Looking forward to the two car dealer brothers testifying, some of the most obvious lying in the history of perjury. Lovely. Come on.
South
Grammar there.
location, and then he had dropped us off there.
could you please use your laser pointer to show us on the map where the south location is that you're talking about? And you're pointing to the car source location that is at the northwest corner of 63rd and Sheridan, is that right?
Yes.
And you said the brother gave you a ride in his car down there?
Yes.
When you got down there, did the brother stick around or did he leave?
He stayed for about 30 minutes and then he left.
Did you
DKMA,
meet
that
with
is
anyone else
actually in the
down
cupboard.
Yeah,
That's one of
when
the
a lot
projects
people
coming up.
that we didn't really know had came
got a bit of
from
backlog on
out of
that,
town
actually.
and other cities to come help.
Do you, as you sit here today, do you remember the names of any of those people?
Very few.
What was going to be the plan for that night?
The plan was to have a decent amount of us split up between the two locations and then kind of stay there to make sure nothing bad happened.
Which location were you going to go to?
The one closest to Ruther.
The one up at 59th?
Yes.
What about the defendant?
He was going with me.
So the two of you were going to be assigned to protect the 59th Street car source.
Yes.
Was there another group that was going to be assigned to guard the 63rd Street car source?
Yes.
No worries, Andrew.
Do you know who any of those people were?
No.
Were those
None of your business.
people
Good to see you.
there in person when you guys were making these plans?
Yes.
So as far as you could tell, everybody understood who was going to be at one location and who was going to be at the other?
Yes.
Just buying you
What
to
did
equal
you
more
do next?
prostitutes.
Then we walked to the car source location closest to Ruther.
Well, let's just say
Once you got there,
the
is
back
that
tray
where
of a
you
ute can be
personally
used for
stayed
many,
for the
many
rest of the
things,
night?
Yes.
including
And
laying some
again, you
cable.
had your gun,
Yes.
and the defendant had his as well.
Wait, no,
Yes.
not laying cable. What-
Tell us about what
That's
you did
dropping one.
when you were at 59th Street car source.
I had climbed the ladder and got on the roof of the building to kind of just watch out for people, and that's kind of where I stayed all night.
Why did you decide to go up on the roof?
I kind of didn't want to be in the mix of a lot of problems. I didn't want to, I didn't want to get hurt. I didn't want to cause any problems. Figured
it was
would
for
be a
his
lot
safety.
safer up on top
So what were you gonna do?
Why did you bring your gun?
in
that
case
night?
something bad did happen and I needed to protect myself.
Better to have it than not need it than need it, not have it.
What were you worried about happening?
Anything. Being shot at. Somebody coming up on the roof. I mean, there's a ladder in the back, so anybody could get
thank
up.
you for the 5 memberships, Rabbit. Very much
Anything,
appreciate
you
that.
know.
Congratulations to
So if
Andrew,
someone
Sue
climbed up
Magic,
on the
Duke
roof,
of 420,
Were you going to use
Matt
that
Stanford,
gun?
and Diane Tessier.
Not really. I mean, it depends what they were doing.
You talked about not wanting to be on
Huh?
the ground because of your concern about things happening on the ground. Did you feel that if you stayed on the ground, you would be in greater danger?
Yes.
Why was that?
Are you
People
fucking
could
kidding me?
easily get access to hurting me or coming up closer to me.
When you say people, what were you
Anyone.
worried about?
Anyone riding, anybody that was there for the wrong intentions.
So, what got it in your mind that night that you felt there would be people out on the street that would want to hurt you if you were down on the ground?
I had heard about the previous night and how it was, and I knew that there was a lot of people fighting each other and a lot of violence. So I felt it would be best that I went there if I was going to go there, making sure that I could protect myself if I needed to.
But you were also there to protect the car source location.
Yes.
How were you going to do that from up on the roof?
I'm helping anybody else that was there. I'm spotting people that were
Rabbit's
throwing
awesome.
things.
And then what? If you see somebody throwing something, you had a gun, were you planning on shooting them?
No. I mean, when somebody sees a weapon, they're not going to want to start any problems, obviously. If I see somebody with a weapon, I'm not going to want to initiate a problem.
Was it part of your thought process that night that by having the type of weapon you did, that it would deter others from attacking you?
That's fair to say.
Don't feel obligated, Andrew. If you don't like the content,
Were
you don't
there
have to. That's
others
fine.
in your
That's why I put
group at
the poll up
59th
if
Street
people wanted me to
Parsons
be doing this
besides
daily, or if
who were
on and
similarly
off sort
armed?
of thing.
Yes.
Because I don't know.
How many?
This is all new territory for
Everybody
me.
except for one person.
Just
And when you say everybody, how many people are we talking about?
RSD came out.
6 or
Doctor
7.
came out. Sorry.
So it's
Feel
fair
free
to
to
say
look.
that there were, other than you and the defendant, there were another 6 or 7 people that were all carrying AR-15 type weapons.
Yes.
AR-15 type weapons. Does he actually pull his head out of his ass at any point, or what?
When you were up on the
Actually, no.
roof
Don't tell me.
that
That's a
night,
spoiler.
what observations, if any, did you make about the crowd and what was going on
Yeah.
on the ground?
There's a lot of violence, a lot of screaming, a lot of people throwing things. You could definitely tell that people weren't just there for the reason they were. It wasn't a
Just
safe place
there
to be.
for the reason they were.
Yeah, that
Now-
makes sense.
I'm going to ask you a little
No
bit
worries,
about
Digger.
the
Really
time.
anxious
to
for
work out.
cross on this kid.
And I'll represent to you that at some point in the evening, there were crowds right out front of this courthouse, and then there were crowds that were pushed south on Sheridan. Do you remember anything like that?
Yes.
Can you tell us in your own words, when you first got to Car Source at 59th Street, was there a lot of people out in front of the building on the street?
No.
Did that change?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Later through on the
Oh
night,
yeah,
the
please
crowd
don't
got
forget
pushed
to
back
hit the
closer
like and
closer to
subscribe
us.
buttons if you haven't already, and
When
just
we say
double check if you're
pushed
still
back, who
subbed.
was
Would be
pushing
great.
them back?
The police.
And how were they doing that?
With the big trucks and a lot of rubber
We'll
bullets.
see if we can make it a full 8 hours then for you, Setter.
The crowd that was being pushed back, what was their behavior like when they passed?
Oh,
in
actually,
front
no,
of
we won't make it
your
8 hours.
location?
Might make 6.
Very violent. Very upset.
When you say violent, can you give us examples of the type of violence you saw?
Saying a lot of threats, throwing a lot of things. A lot of things along the lines of that.
And when you say they would say a lot of threats, who were those threats directed at?
Us, the police, sometimes even people in the crowd.
Next witnesses are
Do
who?
you have any idea why the people out on the street would make any threats to your group?
I have no idea.
Did you ever see
Wants them to say 'cause they had
anyone
guns.
actually injured as a result of any of this violence that you've talked about?
No.
Did you see anyone shoot at anyone else?
No.
Did you ever consider using your gun to shoot at anyone?
No.
Just happy to hear English.
Was there a time in
Were you
which
chased by a
you
pedophile?
and the other members of your group observe people on the lot to the north of that location, which is marked on that map as St. James Church. Was there a time when you saw that?
Yes.
Okay. And could you just use your laser pointer and point at that St. James Church for us, please? Okay, and that's on the north side of 59th, on the northwest corner of 59th and Sheridan. Is that right?
Yes.
Yes, 59th.
No, new business. I took yesterday
Now,
off.
on this map, which is a printout from a satellite, there's a structure there next to St. James Church. Was that structure standing on the night of August 25th, 2020?
No.
What was the condition of that lot?
A bunch of rubble and concrete blocks.
Now, I asked you about whether you saw folks on that lot, and I believe you said you did. Is that right?
Yes.
What did you observe about those people?
They were obviously hiding. It was pitch black outside. We couldn't see anything besides a lot of shadows hiding behind the rocks.
What action, if any, did you and the other members of your group take as a result of seeing those people hiding?
We all started yelling, telling them to stop hiding and to go away.
Did you take any physical action with your gun towards them?
We were ready in case they did have guns.
And when you say you were ready, what exactly did you do with your gun?
We had aimed them
You would point your gun at those people?
in the direction.
Did the defendant do that?
Oh,
I am unaware.
That's well
so
done.
other
You
people
didn't
felt
see the
threatened enough to
defendant point his
raise a
gun at
gun
those
and aim it.
people?
No, I was looking at the construction site.
And you said you saw people hiding and you didn't know whether they had guns or not?
Not until the very end.
What did you see in the very end?
As soon as they did come from hiding, they started running, and I noticed one of the people did have a gun.
What type of gun?
It looks like a similar weapon to the one me and Kyle had.
When you
So
say you
someone
saw
else
them
had an
running, where were they?
AR-style rifle,
running-
and other people felt enough of an
I
issue
want to say west
that they
towards the lake,
raised their weapons
across
towards
Sheridan.
other people.
And you said it was dark. You said you eventually saw them with a gun. When they were in that lot north of you, did you see anyone point a gun at you?
No.
Did you see anyone with a gun at that particular moment?
No.
Which doesn't help you, Binger, because all that shows is it was perfectly reasonable for them to react in the situation because they didn't know that he had a gun. They had a reasonable suspicion that they may have had a gun, and it turned out that they did have a gun. So that doesn't help you.
Did anyone fire any shots?
No.
And I believe you said earlier, during this entire evening, you stayed up on the roof the whole time.
Yes.
Did you ever get down and wander off that 59th Street lot to go anywhere else?
No.
We have heard in this case, after the fact, that there were some individuals out on the street that night whose
Wait,
names
what?
are Anthony Huber.
We haven't heard anything. This is the first witness.
Rosenbaum, Gaige Grosskreutz. I assume as you sit here today, you're familiar with those names.
Yes.
On that particular night, had you ever met any of those people before?
No.
Did you know any of their names?
No.
Have you since seen photographs of those people so you know what they look like?
Yes.
Thinking back to that night, did you see any of them?
No.
Do you have any memory of seeing Joseph Rosenbaum that night?
No.
Do you have any memory of seeing Anthony Huber that night?
No.
Do you have any memory of seeing Gaige Grosskreutz that night?
No.
Now,
Kyle
I
would have
asked
stayed
you a
with
little
him.
bit
He
about
wouldn't have
what
shot
you
these
observed
people.
of the crowd on the street in front of this location.
I'll just say it rather than type
Where
it.
was the
For
defendant?
those asking why the prosecutor is
crowd
asking
was
these questions, it appears to be
Um,
because everyone in the
Wrong
crowd
with
felt
like Aussie.
threatened, but only Kyle shot.
Was
Therefore,
there a
Kyle is
time in which
unreasonable.
the
That seems to be
defendant
where he's
was
going.
At 59th Street when there were protesters.
It's not the
out
best
in front of that
argument, but
location.
59.
bad facts.
Your car source location.
I want to say previously right before
Right before what?
they had got to us.
Okay. What, if anything, did you observe the defendant doing during that time?
I noticed that as soon as they did get to us, there was somebody that was hurt, and he went and helped them and brought them back into the building.
Nice.
And then as soon as they were all like bandaged up, he brought them out.
Do you know what sort of injury they had suffered?
I do not.
He
And
just
when you
say
say
Kyle
you saw
rendered
them,
first aid to
go into
someone?
the building,
Mhm.
did you actually see with your own eyes them enter the building?
Yes.
And the supplies that the defendant had in his medic bag or something, did those all come from your residence?
Yes.
Now, there came a time in which the defendant was involved in some shootings that night, and we know that. What I want to ask is, what do you remember about that time period that we now know was the time of the shootings?
I remember that one of us had received information that one of the car source dealerships was being vandalized or people were trying to burn it down. Kyle was not able to make it back to us, our location. So either
So
me or
from
Nick
what I
called
understand,
him
Dinger
and told
tried
him
to
about
charge
what was
him.
happening. And
forced him
then
to testify
the
that
last
way.
I saw of him was him running towards that direction. And then from then on, I just heard gunshots.
You don't remember if you
Now,
called him?
You said you heard some information about the 63rd Street car source. Where did that information come from?
I'm unaware of that.
And you said somebody received that information. Do you recall if that was you personally who received that information?
I don't exactly know if it was me or Nick.
And you said somebody contacted the defendant. Was that over the phone?
Yes,
Do you recall who that was?
I do not.
You've given a statement about this night already to the police. Is that right?
Yes.
Selling
And
drugs
you
out
and
of
I have
tent.
talked
Jesus,
previously
Andrew.
with your
Hope everything
attorney,
turned out okay.
Mr. Cotton, who's in the second row with the purple tie, about this situation, right?
Yes.
At no point did you mention to the police that you were the one who called the defendant. Is that correct?
Yes.
And at no point have you mentioned in our meetings that you were the one who called the defendant. Is that correct?
Yes.
You said you saw the defendant heading down and then you heard some gunshots. What is the next thing you remember about the defendant after that?
I didn't believe the gunshots were actually his until I got a phone call, and I answered it, and he just said, I shot somebody, and then hung up right away.
When did you see him next after that?
I want to say just a few minutes right after that.
Was that back at 59th Street?
Yeah, that was at the original location.
What observations, if any, did you make about the defendant when you saw him?
He was freaking out. He was really scared. He was pale, sweating a lot. You could tell he was just scared.
Did he say anything?
He wasn't really talking. He just said he had to do it. It was self-defense. People were trying to hurt him.
Nice.
Did he ever say to you that someone was trying to attack him with a
Nick
gun?
Naylor, it's in the
No.
banner
Did he
below.
ever say to you
It's
that
the,
someone was trying to attack him
Strike
with a
Free
knife?
No.
Ultimate Edition.
Did he ever say to you that anyone was trying to attack him with any sort of weapon?
No.
What happened after that?
After that, we kind of all tried to calm him down. There was some people yelling, but we kind of made the idea that he should turn himself in, but we couldn't do it in the one in Kenosha because there's people rioting at the front doors. So I took him home, and then we decided he should go turn himself in at the nearest police department.
When you say you took him home, did that mean you drove back down to Antioch?
Yes.
When you got down there, was anyone else at the defendant's residence?
No.
How long was it before anyone came back?
I want to say 5 to 10 minutes.
And who all came back at that point?
The rest of his family.
And that would be his mother and his two sisters?
Yes.
Was there any discussion at that time about what the defendant should do?
Leave. Get out of town.
To where?
One of their family's properties in either Michigan or West Virginia.
What was your reaction to that?
Said no, he should turn himself in.
Were you urging the defendant to not flee, but instead to go turn himself in?
Yes.
Did he follow your advice?
Yes.
Shook his head no and said yes. That's interesting. Or maybe I missed it.
A couple more things, Mr. Black. Do you know what the defendant's occupation was around the time of August of 2020?
A lifeguard at the Rexplex.
We've seen some videos. I'll represent to you that at various points on that evening, the defendant tells people that he is an EM.
Can you flee if you're not charged
Do you know
yet?
anything about that?
I know he has some training in that type of thing.
Yes, it just might evince
but
consciousness
that's
of guilt,
kind
but
of the most of my knowledge.
Do you know whether he had ever worked as a paramedic?
No.
Do you know whether he'd ever worked as an
No, you
EMT?
don't know?
No.
No, he didn't, or no, you don't know?
Now,
yeah, the question's a little
you
bit
have talked
ambiguous.
about the fact
During arrested
that
bail jumping.
there was an understanding between you and the
That
defendant
sucks.
that because he was 17 years old, he could not legally possess a firearm.
Do I read the
Is that
instructions
correct?
upside down?
Yes.
No.
The jury has been told, I'll represent to you, that there's a charge against the defendant in this case for possession of a weapon by someone under the age of 18. Has the person who provided the gun to the defendant, which was used to kill other people, are you facing criminal charges?
Yes.
In fact, have I not personally drafted a criminal complaint against you, charging you with 2 felony counts of providing that gun to the defendant, which were used to kill 2 separate people? Is that correct?
Yes.
And that is a case, a criminal case that I'm prosecuting that is still pending. Is that right?
Yes.
As a criminal defendant in that case, are you aware of the fact that you have a Fifth Amendment right to remain silent and not answer any questions about any of that?
Yes.
Have you decided
asked him this
today
earlier?
to come in front of this jury and tell us the truth about everything,
Yes.
despite your Fifth Amendment right?
Yes.
Have I made any promises to you about what might happen in your criminal case in exchange for your testimony today?
Yes.
You have an attorney here, Mr. Cotton, who is your attorney in that case. Is that right?
Yes.
You hadn't made any promises. Have you made any offers?
Ooh, good point. He worded that very specifically, thinking about it.
If you're giving this kind of testimony without a promise, you're an idiot.
Yeah. Since you just basically, yeah.
I mean, he's admitted to at least 1 felony so far.
Yeah.
Confer, see if there's anything else I wanted to cover. Just a couple more things, Mr. Black, that I've neglected to mention. You mentioned that you observed that the defendant was pale and sweaty. I think you said freaking out.
Palm
when he
sweaty,
came
mom
back
spaghetti.
from the shootings that night. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you see any injuries on him?
There was some red marks on his head, but besides that, no.
Did he say anything to you about any injuries that he suffered?
Just that his head hurt.
Finally, at one point in the evening, there's some indication on some videos that there might have been some folks behind the 59th Street car source, maybe throwing some rocks or something like that. Do you remember anything about that?
Yes.
What do you remember about that?
Out of nowhere, there was like people behind us in the neighborhood throwing rocks at us on top of the roof.
What, if anything, did you do about that?
Tried to dodge them.
You had a gun, correct?
Yes.
Did you think about using that to defend yourself?
No.
Why not?
So they're just rocks. I mean, they were throwing them from a distance, so I didn't really feel like I was in like great bodily harm or being hurt.
Do you remember if
To
the
be fair, that could
defendant
just be you being
Sounded
an
kind
idiot.
of
said or
coached
did
at this
anything
point.
in reaction to those folks?
No.
I have nothing further.
No,
Thank
he
you.
didn't, or no, I don't remember.
No, he didn't.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Cross-examine?
Okay. Prosecution was fine. Let's see what we got for cross.
This kid's testimony in general is baffling to me without a deal.
Yes, that too.
We need a bigger podium.
Gonna need a bigger podium. We're gonna need a bigger boat. Sorry.
Dominic, excuse me, Mr. Black, I apologize. You knew Kyle Rittenhouse through his sister, Mackenzie.
Yes.
And when you were 18, 19, you were dating Mackenzie.
Yes.
And you and Kyle were good friends.
Yes.
And you referred to each other as brothers.
Yes.
And you talked about Kyle taking the gun out of your father's basement without permission. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And so up until that point, according to your testimony, you knew nothing about Kyle taking the gun down to car source that night.
No, I was definitely aware of it. I kind of never really
Good way to
went
ask that.
into the inside my mind. I never really clicked that, like, hey, he shouldn't have that.
No, what I'm getting at is whether it clicked at that point or not, it's your testimony to these 20 people from Kenosha County that you didn't know about it until he brought it up from the basement on August 25th.
Oh, yes.
You agree with that statement?
Yes.
Okay. Then can you tell me why earlier in the date, you guys did go to Jelensky's, correct?
Yes.
You drove to Jelensky's.
Bought 2 slings.
Well, this was after he had brought the gun up.
That's not what your testimony was on direct examination.
I don't think
That's-
there was.
That's how it went.
Okay, so he brings the gun up. You go to Jelensky's and then go right downtown. That's what your testimony is on cross-examination,
Yes.
okay? Whose idea was to go to Jelensky's?
I don't recall.
But you said Kyle went into Jelensky's alone,
Yes.
and you don't know why he was going into Jelensky's?
I knew why he was going in there.
Okay, why?
To get a sling.
Okay, and then out of the goodness of his heart, he bought you one?
The plan was for both of us to get one.
Okay, so you knew he was going there to get slings, correct?
Yes.
You didn't tell him not to bring the gun, correct?
No.
Now, Kyle Rittenhouse's gun,
Does he get to touch it?
That's funny. Yeah. Look at this guy. Cannot wear suits.
is your gun, correct?
Legally, yes.
And this is an optic on the top of that gun, correct?
Yes.
Talking to the mic, dude.
This optic, does it shoot a laser beam out of it?
Not out of it. I mean, it projects one inside of it, yes.
Right, but if I were to point this gun, and obviously I can't do it here in a courtroom, but if I were to point this gun at you from here, there would be no red or green dot on your chest.
No.
This is the optic from Kyle Rittenhouse's gun. You need to see it?
No.
You agree that this is?
Yes.
This does not project a laser dot on you either, correct?
No.
These
So if someone
Damn
said
it, Hollywood, you
Kyle
lied to me.
Rittenhouse
no, it does not.
put a
Or
laser from his
correct.
weapon on their chest, that's impossible, correct?
Correct.
Now,
that must be something from a
Mr.
later
Binger asked
testimony
you
he's
about
trying
the
to head off.
charges that you currently have pending against you, correct?
Yes.
And those charges are a result of you providing the gun to my client.
Yes.
And each of those is punishable by 6 years in the Wisconsin State Prison, correct?
Yes.
And you're testifying here today, hoping that Mr. Binger will give you consideration on those charges and not send you to prison, correct?
Yes.
And you
Well,
just,
well, to be precise, Mr. Binger can't send him to prison. Mr. Binger can prosecute him, and a judge could send him to prison if he's found guilty.
Mr. Binger can make a recommendation of prison.
So, and yes,
Mr. Binger can make a recommendation of prison, correct?
Yes.
And you're hoping that by you testifying, he doesn't make a recommendation of prison, correct?
Yes.
Probation.
There's no really assuming what I get out of this.
There's haven't been any promises made. I'm asking you what you're hoping,
I'm hoping for whatever the best is I get. I don't know what it is.
okay? Your attorney, Mr. Cotton, he's met with you and Mr. Binger and the detectives?
Yes.
These are
When
good
did
questions.
When's the last time you guys met?
I want to say a few days before this date.
You didn't meet today?
Well, I mean, yeah, we did meet today.
When's the last time before today? Last week sometime?
Yeah.
Okay. You're aware that I asked your attorney if you'd be willing to meet with me, correct?
Oh,
No?
oh,
Oh. That's interesting.
He's looking for some sort of contradictory statement, I think.
On August 26th of 2020, you were,
It's mouthing an exhibit or something.
at the Antioch Police Department when Kyle turned himself in, correct?
Yes.
And you were interviewed in the early morning hours of August 26th by, I'm fine, Detective Antaramian.
Yes.
And he's the individual who's the second
Isn't it?
from closest to the jury, correct?
Yes.
You met with him for a little over an hour?
Yeah, it was well over an hour.
And that was when everything was fresh in your memory, correct?
Somewhat. I was very tired.
But it's
Yeah, it was
much nearer in time than it is today, correct?
Yes.
And you told him on that date, it was audio and videotape, what you remember, correct?
Ringer.
Yes.
We're gonna get some of that playback coming.
Get a little impeachment going on.
Do you remember talking to Detective Antaramian and telling him whose idea it was to go to Car Source to protect the property?
Yes.
Was it, I'm going to give you three choices, yours, Kyle's, or Nick Smith's?
Nick Smith's.
Uh-oh. Is he gonna just...
When you got to Car Source,
Does he not have it?
after you had stopped at Jelinski's, you meet with Nick Smith?
Yes.
And you knew that Nick had worked at Car Source?
Yeah.
And he introduced you guys to Sam and to his brother.
I wouldn't say introduced. We had met Sam previously that day, but his brother we had not met.
A lot of buildup in these questions. I'm waiting for a payoff.
Getting something marked as an exhibit. Gonna try and move the
Despite
whole
all
page?
the room that he has, it looks like he is just trying to
Sir,
weave his
showing
way
what's been
through a
marked as
crowded
exhibit.
area.
Defendants 30. Can you tell me what that is?
This is the second location we went to when Sam, I don't remember if it was Sam or his brother, had given us a ride, me, Kyle, and Nick, to the location that would be more north. And that's where we met up with a lot of people that we really didn't know.
Okay, that would be Car Source at 63rd and Sheridan.
The one right down here.
Right here.
Yes.
Sheridan and 63rd.
Okay.
Right? The far right of that photograph, who is that depicted in the photo?
The far right,
Far left, where I'm pointing, I'm sorry.
the co-owner of Car Source,
So is that Sam or is that his brother?
I believe that's his brother.
Okay. Where are you in this picture?
The far right,
The far right?
yes.
Who's standing next to you?
Kyle,
And what's in front of Kyle's feet?
first aid box,
Okay. That's a first aid box that is different from his first aid pack that he wears on his side, correct?
yes.
Where is Nick Smith in this photograph?
He is two people to the left of Kyle wearing the white hat.
Okay, so he's got a white hat with a
With a
cross
cross on
on it? Yes?
Yes,
Now, you know the owner, you know Nick, and you know Kyle. Everybody else in that photograph, had you ever seen them before that day?
no,
Did you have any plan of ever meeting up with those individuals to help protect Car Source?
no,
They just came along when you were at Car Source and offered their services to help, correct?
yes,
Does the name Ryan Balch mean anything to you?
yes, it's somewhat clear.
Okay. And who is Ryan Balch today to you?
I never really got to meet him a whole lot. He is one of the people that showed up randomly or unexpectedly.
And you talk about you wanting to be on the roof, correct?
Yes.
You told Nick Smith you wanted Kyle to be on the roof, correct?
Yes,
And Nick Smith said, no, we wanted Kyle on the ground
yes,
because he's a medic and he can provide services, correct?
yes,
You saw Kyle fix somebody's hand who had a big gash in it.
yes,
You saw him give aid to a woman who had been shot by a gas ball.
I'm unaware of that.
Okay. You saw Kyle going out with other individuals in that picture, Exhibit 30, and put out some fires, correct?
Yes.
And did you see anybody that evening starting any fires?
Plenty of people.
Plenty of people starting fires?
Yes.
Did you
I don't know,
see
'cause he's an
the
old timer, I
individuals who
suppose.
took the
Trying to keep the jury
trailer
entertained.
from the lot of rubble, put it out in the street, and started on fire?
I did not see that.
You didn't watch that?
No.
Weren't paying attention?
I don't know if I don't
Brian's
remember
doing a
or if I
video
missed
on
it.
the
Okay. What about the porta potty?
NVM.
Yes, I saw
oh,
that.
yep.
Okay.
Naturally.
Describe that.
Looking
Um,
forward to seeing
people
his
are-
opinion.
Tipping over a porta potty and
Yeah,
lighting
no
it on
worries.
fire.
Okay.
Gross.
And
Ugh.
you can't, as you sit here today, say who did that, but you know what happened.
Yes.
Okay. And you don't know what Mr. Rosenbaum did or didn't do because you weren't paying attention to him.
Yes.
You don't know whether Mr. Rosenbaum, let me ask it this way, simpler. You know of nothing that happened down at the 63rd Street. and
Probably
Sheridan
a
Road
perfect
car
strike
stores.
so far. I got a few to.
No.
Couldn't see it,
No.
even though you're on the roof.
Yep.
I got a
Now,
few that I'm partial to.
I'll answer it this way. Kyle's phone records have you calling him and sending him down to Car Source 3. You don't dispute that, do you?
I don't remember it.
Wait, I'm not, if his phone records say he got a phone call from Nick Smith, you don't dispute that,
Wait, what?
Not exactly, no.
okay? And
What do you mean, not exactly? If
the
the
whole
phone
idea
records
was to
are accurate,
send
they're accurate.
Kyle down to Car Source 3, the 63rd Street Car Source, because you guys had received a report that the people who were supposed to be protecting it had
Yeah,
left,
Indigo.
correct?
Yes.
And the property was being destroyed.
Yes.
You didn't know that Kyle
Antron, doing
had
well.
been
How you
separated
doing?
from Mr. Balch at that point.
I did not.
So you tell him to go down there and protect that property because the cars are being bashed in, correct?
Yes.
It was either you or Nick Smith.
Yes.
And from where you were, you could see Kyle going down in that direction.
Yes.
And it wasn't the second he goes down there, you hear shots. He goes out of your view. There's a fairly lengthy period of time. You hear a gunshot, and then you hear a series of more gunshots, correct?
Yes.
And you, from where you were, could not see what happened to Kyle at the second incident, correct?
Yes.
James?
Did
hello?
not see.
I did not see.
And eventually, Kyle comes back in to your vision, correct?
Yes.
What did you observe Kyle doing as he approached? Well, let me ask you this. Where was he first?
Where I first saw him was kind of against a tree line. It was more in front of the Ultimate gas station. And I saw him walking with his gun hanging down and he had his hands up. And then I watched him walk up to a police car and then step away.
Okay.
And then
Describe what he's doing as he's going up to that police car.
I can't hear anything, but I could tell he was yelling.
Okay.
I don't know what he was yelling.
Where
I
were
don't-
his hands?
In the air.
Okay. And you saw him walk up to the police car.
Yes.
You don't hear anything, but does Kyle stay and go up to the car? What's his next movement?
He walks up to the car and very quickly he like jumps back.
Okay, like somebody told him to get back?
Yeah.
Because he walked up there voluntarily, correct?
Yes.
And then he quickly steps back.
Yes.
And he then makes his way back to car source number 2, correct?
Yes.
And he goes to that location. You guys meet up outside. You come down the ladder.
Yes, I come down the ladder. By the time I had got inside the building, he was already sitting in there.
Okay.
So they had to open the doors for him and let him in.
Okay. And you described him on August 25th, the morning of the 26th, I apologize, to Detective Antaramian as sweating like a pig. Do you remember using those words?
Yes.
White as a ghost
Yes.
and hysterical.
Yes.
Told you he shot somebody.
Yes.
Told you he had to shoot somebody.
Yes.
It was self-defense.
Yes.
Hadn't met with a lawyer, correct?
Correct.
Hadn't talked with anybody about his story. He's telling you right that day what happened.
Yes.
And you don't want to take him to the Kenosha Police Department, correct?
Yes.
Why not?
Twilight, at this point,
impossible.
we're on cross-examination,
You
so
can't
no.
get to it.
They can
Correct.
be leading
Can't.
questions.
And if you guys walked
But
up
they
there
don't
with
have to
guns,
be.
you'd be targeted, correct?
Yeah.
And you agree to go home to Kyle's residence, and he'll turn himself into the police there.
Yes.
And he did turn himself into the police
Yes.
an hour and a half after you finally saw him at the car source, correct?
About that time, yes.
1:20 a.m. That's what the video shows. You don't dispute that.
No.
And you talk about discussions whether or not he should leave. That was his mother who was making those discussions, correct?
Yes.
Kyle wanted to turn himself in.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
And he did.
Yes, you did.
Very good.
And eventually you were asked to come down to the police department, correct?
Yes.
And when you were asked to come down to the police department, you brought the guns.
No. The police had met us there at the apartment, and then they took them.
Okay. And then you drive then down to the police department
Yes.
with Kyle's two sisters.
Yes. No. Yeah. Yeah, I believe so.
And shortly after you get there, that's when that first interview happens with you, correct?
Yes.
I did for a while
at
there,
that
Tom,
point, you
but
are
it got the
worried
better of
about
me, to be perfectly honest. There's only
fact
so many
that
times you can
you
hear about a
had
nurse
given
killing
Kyle the
babies
gun,
that
correct?
before it
Yes.
and
gets to you.
you talked
It was
to
also
your
really
girlfriend, his sister,
painful to
at the
like
police
not
department and
physically or anything.
asked
It was just
about
really
coming
annoying
up with
trying
a
to follow
story
the
to protect you
updates.
regarding the guns, correct?
I do not remember that.
If she said it happened, you wouldn't disagree, correct?
I would disagree.
Okay. And
That's interesting. That was a sneaky move.
Detective Antaranian asked you a
Uncomfortable,
question
I would
on the
disagree.
morning of the 26th. So when did you first see the gun? You. About when we were getting into the car, when we walked outside the house. Detective Antaranian. Okay. Did you talk to him about it at all? No. I had a lot of stuff on my mind. Do you remember that exchange?
Yes.
Nothing bad had happened at that point, correct?
Correct.
So what did you have on your mind that was interfering with you saying, hey, Kyle, don't take the gun?
Kind of scared to go down there, not knowing what to expect.
You wanted Kyle to have the gun, correct?
It wasn't really an opinion in my mind at all.
You wanted a gun.
Personally, for myself, yes.
You had no objection or voiced no objection to Kyle, your brother, having the gun, correct?
It wasn't a thought in my mind.
Well, he walks out of the house with an AR-15, and you don't say boo, correct?
I didn't say anything, correct?
And you had the ability to speak.
Yes.
If you wanted to object, you could have said something to Kyle, correct?
Yes, I could have.
And you
Oh,
didn't.
have a super chat coming in. Trial is how I found Nick and the rest of the law genre. Thanks for streaming it. I only saw Kyle testifying after, nothing before. Yeah, well, I mean, look, guys, the whole reason why I'm doing this is because I had never actually seen this trial myself, so I was interested to actually get into it. But thank you very much for the super chat. The other one that was there was Barb asking Tom Nash Music what the Lucy Letby case was about. That was about a midwife nurse who killed... Tom, you'll probably be able to... it's been a while since I looked. I think that there was 13 or 14 babies across a span of 3 years, killing them in various manners on the maternity ward. Taking multiple goes at killing certain individuals, some of them that will be permanently disabled as a result. And yeah, that one was... Like, that trial itself is ongoing, and it's set to last 6 months. Loads were charged with 10. Yeah, because the 10 murders, but one of the twins from one of the sets survived. But she was like injecting air bubbles, like extreme vitamin K shots. Yeah, it was nasty, and she's just twisted in the head, honestly. But anyway, I digress.
Because you wanted him to have the gun for protection.
Not that reason exactly.
You wanted a gun for protection.
Yes.
Not bad.
That's
Not
well
bad.
played by him.
Nice save.
bunch of new friends who aren't subs yet. I can help a little. Oh, don't stress, Jude, but I appreciate it. Yeah, it is too painful when it's babies because they're, and we're talking like
This is a
days.
statement
Oh,
that you
damn.
made to Detective
Jude, thank you.
Antaranian on the morning of the 26th.
In terms of the Leppy case, we're talking babies that were
But
literally
that's what I
days
knew
old
of it. Basically,
at different times
we
as
go
well.
down there and we walk up. And it's coincidental.
I think the oldest
we
was a
walk
couple
up
of
and
weeks.
there's Sam, and I'm like, "Oh, Sam, I just met you not long ago, or whatever." And he gives Nick
No, Bob, I don't think they're able to have
keys to the
cameras in there.
building and
Privacy
showed him
reasons.
where the ladder was. Correct?
Yes.
You guys had permission to be there.
Yes.
He wanted you to protect his property,
Yes.
and he wanted protection at the 59th Street address and the 63rd Street address.
Yes.
And once you found out there wasn't any protection at the 63rd Street address, you sent Kyle down there, correct?
Yes.
Nice. Shows why Kyle moved to locations. Very good.
He's also subtly had this kid admit to sending Kyle down there.
And
Not Nick Smith, but himself.
initially,
Twice.
Nick was acting like he was in control of everything, correct?
Yes.
And he was leading the people from the West Bend area who you didn't know, like he was even the owner of Car Source, correct?
Yes.
He wasn't, correct?
No.
On to my seemingly daily ritual of reading 1984 with this in the background. Love the streams, by the way. Cheers, Mexican Bear.
Do you remember telling Detective Antaranian the only person
There are people
I
on
saw
Twitter still
actually
saying that
help
Rittenhouse
people was
shot 3
Kyle?
black men.
Yes.
Because he was, correct?
Yes.
It just
He might not have
astounds me
been a
how many
trained
people are willing to
EMT, but
comment
he
on
was
something without
providing
knowing
first
about it.
aid.
It's part of the
Yes.
reason why I wanted to watch
And
this.
that big orange box in Exhibit 30 that I showed you, that was the stuff he brought from either his house or his employment, correct?
I'm not too sure where that came from, if I'm being honest.
Well, yes, you need to be honest.
Do you remember telling
The only person to help.
Detective Antaranian the only person I saw actually help people was Kyle?
Yes.
Because he was, correct?
Yes.
He might not have been a trained EMT, but he
Okay.
was providing first
Listen to
aid.
this again.
Yes.
Yeah, I
Video
thought I
just
saw
looped
this.
back.
I thought I saw the stream
Orange
blink out.
box in Exhibit
Yeah.
30 that I showed you. That was the stuff he brought from either his house or his employment, correct?
I'm not too sure where that came from, if I'm being honest.
Dude, stop saying that. You're supposed to be being honest anyway. You just say, I don't
Water
know.
bottle, and then poof. Detective Antaranian.
Yeah,
What
I missed it.
bottle hit you? You. No, it was actually, I was on the roof, but the wind was blowing towards me. So it was a bunch of just like a tear gas bomb, just a bunch of smoke in the air. It came towards me and my eyes started to burn. Do you remember that?
Yes.
So they were
How long do I think
throwing
I'll be
gas
building that
bombs
today?
at you on the roof.
Yes.
I'm
There
actually
were
getting
gas
very close to
bombs
the end.
on the ground.
Yes.
Now,
Something by the time this trial's over,
do
I'll
you
be building
remember
something else.
talking to Detective Antaramian about somebody
I
on the
genuinely thought this
roof
would take me a lot longer.
who was upsetting you because he was taking a laser pointer, not on a gun, but a laser pointer and pointing it at people?
Yes, I do remember.
Okay, that wasn't Kyle, correct? Because he was never on the roof.
Correct.
Now, who was that?
One of the people that came from out of town, he was about in mid-30s, I want to say mid-40s. He was on the...
Is he depicted in Exhibit 30? If you have to walk closer, go ahead.
I don't think I see him. No, I don't believe so.
Okay. But it was a laser pointer, and the individual would point to demonstrators, rioters, correct?
Yes.
That upset them
Yes.
because it was pointing them out,
Yes.
and it also upset them because they could have thought it was a weapon.
Yes.
And you told him to stop,
Yes.
and he just kept laughing about it.
Yes.
I'm shocked that people would be upset about having a laser dot on them in that kind of situation.
Detective Antaramian asking you on the 26th, okay, anyone have inaudible? Kyle, he disappears out of view. You.
Yeah. So the subtitles that are on there
somehow
were the
finds
ones that
out
were on
that
the
there's
extreme.
nobody
I haven't
there,
bothered turning them on mine
and there's
because
people trying to break cars. And he tells Kyle and the other
there's like
dude
2 sets of them.
that he was on the ground with to go over there. So did he tell him this in person or on the phone? Phone. Do you remember that?
It was on the phone.
But you're not sure who called.
Yes, I'm not sure.
Later on in that same interview, you speaking. He was actually on the roof at that point. Nick kept on going up and down, up and down. He called Kyle. Before he called Kyle, he told me, like, there's nobody there. They're trying to set cars on fire. I was like, oh, crap. Oh, crap. And he called Kyle, and he tells him, and then Kyle starts running, and he bolts for it. You remember telling the detective that?
Yes, no, I do.
And you
So
stated
now
you
Nick
saw him
called
run
Kyle.
from the gas station, correct?
Yes.
Could you see the fire extinguisher in his hands?
Yes.
Because you're only, if you're on the roof of the car source number 2, you're like 1 block from 60, not 1 block, less than a half a block from 60th and Sheridan Road, correct?
Yeah, that's pretty accurate.
You had a clear line of sight directly to the ultimate gas station.
Yes.
Detective Howard, to you on the 26th. What makes Ryan supposed to be with Kyle? Why do you say that? I wouldn't say supposed to, but they were with each other the entire night. Every time Kyle left, so did he. So they were always together.
Yes.
And when they're going out to provide medical attention to people, they're going out with the buddy system. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, that's fair.
And when Kyle would go out and put out fires that were going on, he would go with somebody else, the buddy system, correct?
Oh, this is
Yes.
good.
There was a time where he left with the female, Joanne Fiedler, with the white helmet, and went and put out a fire by the church. Do you remember that?
I believe so.
And you stated, so I figured they wanted to team up and go out and help people,
Yes.
telling the detective.
Ask why they went out in pairs. Establish that Kyle
This is
would get
Detective
scared when he's
Antaramian
alone.
questioning you on the 26th, asking you if you remember this. Okay, so then at some point, you guys, so I mean, I guess, and I'm not trying to make you look worse, but I want to make sure I'm factually accurate here. I mean, the fact that he buys the sling for his gun, it's likely he's going out to take it with him that night. Well, the intent was to buy a sling for me. You remember that exchange?
I do not.
But even Detective Antaramian questioned you about the sling and
What
the
I'm
timing,
learning, Jude, is
correct?
that life is very
Yes.
rarely ever fair. Unfortunately.
And how hard was it to attach those slings?
I don't really recall.
Do you remember the detectives wanting your telephone?
My phone?
Yeah.
No, I don't believe so.
Didn't they talk to you? And I'm reading from Detective Howard at that same interview. So we're just going to apply for a search warrant. But absolutely, as it's laid out in that form, you have the right to refuse. Dominic Black. Okay, so I'm not understanding as far as what I believe. I believe I'm going to be here for a while. Okay? And I have not talked to the authorities yet, so I don't know. Do you remember the discussion about that?
Yes, I do.
Okay? And they wanted to download your phone, correct?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
And eventually you said to him, fine, you can download my phone. I don't have anything to hide.
Yes.
It's a
Good move.
Now,
gigabytes and gigabytes of porn.
Terrible move, in my opinion, but
Yeah, it's a terrible move.
never make them get the warrant.
Yeah.
Always make them get the warrant.
And that
Always make them work for it.
interview regarding the incident regarding your phone, and I'm sorry if I misled you. That was the November 6th incident, correct?
Oh, yeah,
Yes.
sorry.
Okay.
Should have clarified,
And at that
Twilight.
point,
This
you
is
were
Dominic
already
Black.
under arrest.
Yes.
And the detective, both detectives interviewed you that night.
Yes.
And when you were in that interview, as it was wrapping up, they told you to have your lawyer, who was a different lawyer than Mr. Cotton at the time, reach out to Mr. Binger. He needed to talk to him about working something out.
Yes.
Okay. And from that day, they wanted you as a witness, correct?
I wouldn't necessarily say from that day, no.
Okay. Your trial on your charges was set back in September, correct?
I don't exactly recall.
Looking to his lawyer for a nod.
Not trying to trip you up on dates. Your trial on these charges, which Mr. Binger is prosecuting you for, was before today.
Yes.
Okay. About a month and a half ago.
Yes.
Okay. And
So now it's just
You-
come down to sentencing.
your lawyer and Mr. Binger walked into this courtroom and asked that the matter be set over until January of 2022,
Yes.
after
Yeah.
you testified here today, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So his sentence is contingent on what testimony he gives in this. There's been no promises, but it's, obviously, this kid isn't going to be isn't going to be giving this testimony unless he expects that he'll be
Hopefully
getting
the jury's listening to this.
Yeah.
His testimony in favor of the state is entirely suspect.
The annoying thing is that the attorney can't just come out and say that. Because of the way that Binger framed it, without having the kid commit perjury, it'd be quite difficult.
Before August 25th, 2020, that gun that Kyle Rittenhouse possessed on the night in question had never left the state of Wisconsin, correct?
Correct.
And you guys had the gun and you took it to Illinois so he could turn himself into the police.
Yes.
Okay. And you and Kyle did the taking off graffiti, correct?
Yes.
And that was in the late morning, right around lunchtime of the 25th, correct?
Correct.
And in that photograph is you, your stepfather, and
Look,
your
I can't say that I
girlfriend,
blame
Mackenzie,
him.
correct?
Which photograph?
The photograph of
Bifrons, it's...
this photograph right here.
My stepfather isn't in that picture.
He's not in that one?
No, it'd be my brother, and then Kyle and Mackenzie.
Okay.
Look
So-
at this photograph.
You are where?
It's not in that picture at all.
He's not.
Might have been when I left to go get like the sandpaper.
And
No.
Kyle's wearing-
Nick and Kurt are not
I'm pretty
live.
sure with his
As it says
hat
down the bottom.
backwards,
Nick and his guests are not live.
standing next to him.
I am live.
Mackenzie?
Okay, and you guys had spent the night before at your dad's house, correct?
I'm
Apologies
not
for
aware
the
of where he
confusion.
slept.
I just
don't
genuinely
really
believe that this
remember.
looks better than this.
Could have slept at your house,
He could have.
and Mackenzie slept at your house that night.
I'm not aware. I can't remember.
Do you remember watching live streams of the riots?
No, I do not.
Did your dad talk to you about the riots, and that's the reason he got the guns out?
He did previously that night, yes.
Do you remember him talking to you as you told the detectives that there was a plan to board up the windows if the rioters came?
Yes.
Okay, so all that was going on, you're aware of it.
Yes.
And when you guys are target shooting up north, there was nothing strange about that, correct?
No.
Kyle handled the gun appropriately,
Yes.
and he shot at those small little, you're saying clay pigeons,
Yes.
about 4 inches in diameter?
Yep.
You shot at the same things?
Yes.
Nothing out of the ordinary?
No.
I have nothing further, sir. Thank you.
Crap, I lost one of the things. J2. Nope, just colorblind. There it is. Oh, come on. At least we got right to the end of his testimony, I suppose. Before it did that.
Strange about that, correct?
No.
Kyle handled the gun appropriately,
Yes.
and he shot at those small little, you're saying clay pigeons,
Yes.
about 4 inches in diameter?
Yep.
You shot at the same things?
Yes.
Nothing out of the ordinary?
No.
I have nothing further, sir. Thank you.
It's true. It's very true.
It was a good cross.
Mm-hmm.
Good
Very
stuff
good
for Kyle.
cross.
Up where that left off there, sounds like there was a plan with your father to have the guns available, board up windows to protect the house that you live in. Is that right?
Yes.
Ned
You
Bean is going to do
decided
what he can to bury this
on
guy's
the 25th
testimony.
to leave home and go downtown to protect car source. Is that right?
This will be interesting.
Yes.
Why didn't you stay home? Protect your house.
The riots had been going on for a while. The house had been ready to be boarded up. All the guns have been out for, I want to say, ever since the riots started, and nothing happened. I felt that the house would be safe.
I can vouch for
The
this.
timing of all
Like a
this,
sleep and
if I
occasional
understand
drinking
you
does
correctly,
age us.
is on Tuesday
Also, running a law
afternoon,
firm does put plenty of
late
grey in your
afternoon,
beard.
4 o'clock or so about is when you and the defendant take the guns from your house and come downtown.
Yes.
Is that about right?
Yes.
You were somehow aware of stuff that had
Hey,
happened
Jonathan.
on Monday night and on Sunday night, right?
Yes.
That's part of the reason why you went downtown.
Yes.
But you decided at 4 o'clock on Tuesday afternoon there was no danger to your house that night?
I mean, I kind of figured, it's not just me that would be staying at the house. I have a lot of brothers that live there. It wasn't entirely my responsibility to make sure that the house was safe. I felt that it was safe. Nobody was going to harm the house. Nothing in the area had happened.
It was adequately defended, so he felt that he could go out and help others. There's nothing wrong with that.
On this particular evening, when you're at the car source at 59th and you're up on the roof, where was Nick Smith during that evening?
He was up and down. So he was on the ground. He was on the roof. He was inside the building.
Did he ever have a gun that night?
I believe so. To the best of my memory, I think he did.
Do you remember if he had it the whole evening or just a short period of time?
I don't remember.
Is it fair to say that Nick Smith stayed at that location physically the whole night?
Yes.
And you did too?
Yes.
You've been asked by me, you've been asked by Attorney Richards, several variations of the same question. And I don't know that I think we've done some.
Don't comment on the witness's answer.
Who told the defendant to go to 63rd Street Car Source?
I'm not 100% certain.
That's
Wasn't
not what your
that
testimony
you?
said.
No, it's been both him and Nick Smith
At
so
any
far.
point that evening, did you personally receive information from any other person that there were problems at the 63rd Street Car Source?
The only person I figured that out from was Nick Smith.
Do you know where he got that information?
I do not.
To your knowledge, did he physically ever go down to 63rd Street after you got to 59th? When you finally got all set up, did he ever leave later in the evening to go check and see what was happening at 63rd Street Car Source in person?
No.
You said at some point in the evening, someone up on the roof was using a laser pointer to aim at the crowd. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So we're talking about something like this, shining it on a person. Is that right?
Yes, but a lot bigger.
Okay. Was it your understanding that the people who had this pointed at him felt like that was a gun
Yes.
pointed at him? You were
Speculative.
telling us that it wasn't actually a gun, but the people on the ground thought it was.
Yes.
Speculative.
And you were upset
Yeah.
by that.
Yes.
Why?
Because you shouldn't be doing that. There's no reason for it. And it's drawing attention towards us.
No reason to be inflammatory in a situation where half the
Just
city
curious
goes
what the
flying.
Feel
relevance
that
of
it
this
wasn't
laser pointer from the
appropriate
roof
for
is.
anyone on the roof or on the ground to be pointing a gun at anyone?
Oh, fuck
I think
off.
the
No, I
reason it's rational.
really
I
feel
think
like that
someone
was
is testifying
necessary
that
at all.
Kyle did it. So we have to establish who else did it.
Stated my question. Let me
I
just
think.
make sure I'm clear
Here
on
we go.
that.
Hold on.
Would you agree with me that it was not appropriate for the members in your group to be pointing their guns at people?
No.
Yes.
You mentioned earlier, when I was asking you questions, that someone was throwing rocks. You said in response to Mr. Richards' questions that someone was throwing some sort of water bottle or gas bomb up on the roof. Is that right?
Yes.
When these folks were doing these
Being in your
things to
business.
you and the other members of your group,
Just saying.
did you point a gun at anyone?
No.
Did you fire at anyone?
No.
Why not?
Because there's no need to. I mean,
Did you feel that by these people throwing rocks at you or throwing a gas bomb at you, that you were in danger?
Pain, yes, but not danger. I knew it wasn't going to kill me.
So you felt like it wasn't
I did not
enough-
point my weapon at anybody because I did not feel that I was in fear of my life.
You were asked some questions about the discussions that you and I have had during the lead up to this case. Have I ever put any words in your mouth?
No.
What was the number one rule that I told you that I wanted from you when you testified?
Nothing but the truth.
Final question I have for you.
Sorry.
Those slings, you were asked about how hard those slings were to attach to your body. And I forget, what did you say about that?
I don't truly remember.
Once they were attached to your body, did they hold that gun sort of dangling in front of you?
Yes.
Could we show that photograph of them that is in the 30 that you just used? I'll that's okay. I'm going to show you, Mr. May I approach on it? I've got this photograph that you've already seen. It's exhibit number 30, and it's showing you and the other individuals at the 63rd Street car source. Is that right?
Yes.
Are you wearing the sling in that photograph?
Yes, it appears.
And is that sling holding that gun in the front portion of your body?
Yes.
Does the defendant have his sling on with his gun being held similar to you?
Yes.
Was that sling strong enough to hold the weight of that gun?
Yes.
He's trying to establish that with the
Was
sling
that
on,
strong-
Kyle
was that
couldn't
sling
be in
strong
fear of
enough
someone
so that if
taking
someone
his
tried
gun,
to pull that gun away,
which is
the gun
stupid.
would be held to your body?
Yes.
I have
Oh,
nothing
really?
further.
Can you redirect or recross rather?
I would move exhibit 30 into evidence.
Is there an objection?
No.
Received. You may step down, sir.
You're not an
let's
expert
take a
on
break.
sling tension strength.
Seriously,
are
why would
you?
you not recross some of that?
About 20 after. Please don't talk about the case during the break.
Okay, so we have a couple minutes to talk about it.
Yeah.
On the whole,
oh,
I thought both sides did very well.
yeah, they're doing fine getting their stuff out there. I think
Some of what Binger did was already dodgy. I was not impressed by the way that he phrased certain things. And it was very clear to me that he was trying to, as you'd expect, manipulate the way that certain things were said. Would you bet your life that a sling would prevent theft? Hell no. Isn't redirect supposed to cover things the defense brought up, not new info? Yes. Which, again, is why I'm surprised that they didn't do a recross on that, because I felt like Binger sort of brought some additional things in there and twisted a few things. Just clipped on plastic, I'm sure, not Kevlar. Could easily be cut or slip off if you try hard enough. Oh, there you go. Alright, so let's see what they've got to say.
the back and forth. To me, the most interesting part is the back and forth on the. That's Huber's dad back there. I just saw him. On the back and forth on the potential of not a plea agreement, but a plea inference or a deal inference at sentencing or for a plea. Binger tried to weasel his way. Well, we haven't made an agreement yet.
There's
But
no
then
promise.
what was interesting to me is that Richard says, well, did your lawyer, that I asked your lawyer if we could talk, right? And he's like, no, I didn't know that. It's like, oh, that's kind of interesting. That to me is, and I don't know if the jury sees it this way, but that to me says, okay, yeah, you got a lawyer who's not communicating with his client about these sort of conversations. The client may not be too privy to what the prosecutor's saying, but there could be some That was
That was a bit shit.
that was what I got out of it. But that to me was a very interesting portion of it.
Yeah, and there was that one where he's like, "Oh, really?" to some question. I thought, "Oh, we're going to impeach," and then that never happened.
Yeah, I was waiting for something to come of that, but maybe they checked it and he was right. I was thinking he was going to bring up that interview and have some contradictory statements from the early time, but that didn't ever seem to manifest.
Yeah. So both, I thought the prosecution made its case as well. I think they're on break for 10 or 20 minutes or something.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
before they
Prosecution
just pictured the seal. Sorry.
Yeah. The prosecution made its case well. They asked the questions that put them in the best possible light, which is what you would expect. The defense cross-examined wasn't quite as tight overall, but they weren't bad by any stretch. And prosecution
Not
and
live
cross
for
can
the
be a little
low
bit
IQ
more.
viewers. Well, I genuinely
by
thought that the
nature.
banner and the fact that my
But I thought
sticker
they
says
asked a
I'm
lot
live
of really
would be
good
sufficient.
questions. They showed Kyle's motivation for moving from place to place. I'm still confused on who
If we had a Nick in
asked
here, it'd be
Kyle to
even more
move,
confusing.
because I was
This is
pretty
true.
sure the witness said both me and not me.
Yep.
So
he
that was
did.
Hang on. Watched a black woman who did a video a few days ago about Kyle talking about how great it was that colleagues denied him an education. Yeah, that's some bullshit. As far as I'm concerned, that shouldn't be going on. So, someone asked if this was a gun den that I'm building. Yes, absolutely. The model is in the banner. It is the Strike Freedom metal grade. I'm just about done, which I'm rather happy about. Someone tries to take your weapon, you by default have to take that as a threat, sling or not. Abso-friggin-lutely. See, here's the thing. To me, someone walking up to me and trying to take my weapon is no different to them trying to walk up to me and take my wallet or my billfold or anything else. They're still trying to steal from me. As far as I'm concerned, I have reasonable expectation of being able to defend myself against that. In particular, if they're trying to take something that has the opportunity to then be used against me, I see that as putting me in imminent danger. So no, fuck that. I'm more than happy to turn the weapon on them. Two tried to take his gun. One used a skateboard on his head. The other one pointed a gun at his head. Yeah. Yes, this channel does not give legal, medical, or financial advice. I may occasionally give advice on gun and building. Entertainment purposes only. Yep. You should sue those colleagues. Abso-fucking-lutely. It's discrimination, frankly. I think Kyle said the college didn't want him there in person, but he takes online courses. Yeah, but he shouldn't need to. He shouldn't need to take online courses. If he wants to be there on campus, then he should have every right to. He was acquitted, irrespective of what people think of him. That's irrelevant. I think that taking the wallet versus weapon, I'd just give him the wallet. The gun I would shoot. Oh, no, I'm saying that what I was giving an example of is if someone's trying to take my wallet, I have every right to still defend myself. Not wanting him on campus could be for his protection too. True, but again, still not appropriate, in my opinion. My prize was a Labrista gunpla that I'm working on right now. Oh, no shit. Awesome. Nothing better than smashing together various genres and series of mechs into a plot that makes no sense. That is true. This channel only gives military tactical advice against emus and ruse. This is true. Alright.
Confusing.
The one thing I found interesting is in Kyle's favor from this witness, and it came out during direct examination, was how much he set up that reasonable people would be concerned for their safety just in this general environment, and that having a gun was there. I thought it was a little limp of him to say, oh, well, I brought my gun for protection, but I wouldn't use it even if I was. That was a weird thing, and I don't think jury's
bullshit.
buying that. That seems a little strange.
And I made this point midstream, and I think I made it earlier this stream, but I'll make it again. The reason the prosecutor is asking the questions they appear to be asking, it's like, why would they do that? It appears to be that they're trying to argue, like, we'll just take this guy, for example. It's like, you had smoke bombs thrown at you, you didn't feel the need to to fire back. You had rocks thrown at you. You didn't need to fire back. Okay, why ask that question? Well, because Kyle Rittenhouse had a bag from the hospital thrown at him. So the idea is because when gas bombs were being thrown at me, because when rocks were being thrown at me, because when other chaotic things were happening in the street, other acts of violence, other acts of things, like none of these people apparently concluded that their life was in danger. So since a similar thing happened, this is the prosecution's argument, it seems. Since a similar thing happened to Kyle Rittenhouse, it must therefore be objectively unreasonable for him to feel his life was in danger. Now, of course, the counter from the defense is, but the specific situation, though. So they're trying to extrapolate, because it's true in all these other situations, it must be true in this situation.
Right.
Seems to be where they're trying to go.
They're also
strategy.
At the end, he indicated that he's trying to get at the idea that Kyle pointing his gun at people, I'm guessing, was instigating. That Kyle is, that this guy, Dominic Black,
completely different
he didn't point his
scenarios.
gun at anybody, so therefore he wasn't attacked in the same way. I think that's going to be part of closing. Is that part of the reason that Kyle was attacked is because he was pointing guns at people, and even this Dominic Black guy, he thought that was people shouldn't.
Was he
be
pointing
doing that.
guns prior to like the incident of the first shot? Was he pointing guns earlier?
Don't know, but Binger asked the questions in a very muddy way to make it seem like that happened, and he used the laser pointer guy on the roof to make the inference that Kyle and others were pointing their guns. And it went back to a piece of Dominic Black's testimony early on that some people had pointed their guns when they felt threatened, and then the other people backed off. So not quite sure if Kyle was included in that. It all got lost in the gloss there, and it was really well done by Binger to ask those questions. And maybe Kyle was involved in that, and if he was, maybe that's why Richards didn't challenge it, or maybe he was just focused on other things. But it was an interesting way to draw. They ended the stream. What is with the seriously? What is with these places ending these streams on breaks?
And then we get it. It's a couple questions into the start.
I'm sorry.
It's like, wait, what happened now? Why is this guy talking? It's like,
Yeah, no worries, Val. I'll put up some photos of it. It's gonna look absolutely awesome once it's on its
I did really like the answer from the defense cross when they pointed out why Kyle wasn't on the roof, because the prosecutor asked during his questioning, "You went on the roof because it's the safe place to be."
Yeah, there's many things that Richards should have asked.
And then we got the answer from the defense attorney, because he was requested to stay
Did
down
anyone trust you? You go and did anyone strike in the head?
Medic.
Very obvious
That's
ones.
why he was.
The main one that I personally would have asked.
Good answer.
At any point during this night, did you personally feel in fear for your life? And if you had, would you have raised your weapon? Until viewers, Nick has different guests on each day, sometimes a bunch of people. It'll be okay. We like you enough to stick around. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, well, I mean, look, guys, as I said yesterday, all I'm asking is that you be respectful so it doesn't cause drama for me. That we all know that the guests cycle out, and we all know that there's certain guests coming up. So just be nice, okay? Just for my sake, so that doesn't cause me issues. That's all I'm asking. Now, oh no, the court actually does come back. Okay.
And I also liked the defense's lawyer save on the issue.
Oh yeah,
of
look,
whether or
none of
not
bites.
he was taking the
Technically
gun
not
for
supposed to
safety.
lie, but they can bend the hell
So
out
there
of
was
the
a
truth.
series of questions there. It's like, was he taking it for your safety? It's like, I don't know. It's like, but you took it for your safety. Yes.
Guess
so
in
you just
some
rest on
degree
that,
they're allowed to lie in
and
a
you
way the truth
let the
appears to be
implication
irrelevant,
flow.
and
you can pay
Right.
the
Which
picture
was
however
nice.
you
Which
wish.
was
It's
a nice
crazy.
move. Good
Yeah.
job.
Let me read a couple chats, and then I got to run to the bathroom before we get back to the thing. I did find.
It's okay. I'm gonna get a beer before we get back.
I'll
Sounds
skip
good.
over that because
Horowitz-
It is 125. I was off by a lot. Yeah, it's 125 calories per 12 ounces. It's actually one of the lower calorie beers you can buy. Cheers.
Cheers.
It's like 6 a.m. I'm not having a beer.
Oh, boy.
I got a Coke.
So I'm excited to see who's next. I don't have a witness list or an order list or anything. Wolvenar says your guest gave us a great audio clip of his bathroom break.
Well, let's be glad I skipped over that.
Reality is reality. Reality is real.
Didn't know that
Okay.
witnesses could lie to grand juries either. No, and especially when they're cops, they're not supposed to do that either.
Putting up the instruction for no particular reason.
Prosecution's
Slides from
shenanigans in most trials
Yeah, I
is
wonder
gross,
if they're.
honestly.
This is.
Yeah, I know Jeff would have a
This is
beer,
why I
but
hate having a news
I got a lot of
station
things I
do
gotta do
this.
today.
It's muted though.
Yeah.
Took me till Aussie paused the stream that Nick wasn't co-hosting. Shows how much I've been paying attention. Honestly, if Nick was here live, don't you think I'd have his name plastered everywhere? I don't think I've even got him and Kurt in the description today. Just Dawn, are you okay?
Right now I have the Washington Post thing up, so they're probably trying to fill time.
Oh look, Zeminski.
Fox 6 News Milwaukee
that didn't
has a stream.
age well.
Let's see how theirs is doing.
What are we looking at?
They're
now?
doing the same thing. Wait. Did they show the picture of Rosenbaum being held like a doll?
Okay.
Gosh, that's a great picture.
Not wrong, but I'm playing a game while listening in the background. No, fair enough, Matt. And for anyone else that's lurking, even if you just put a wave in the chat just so I can acknowledge you, I generally prefer to say hi to everybody if I get the chance. I've been pretty lax on that today, mainly because the camera fucked up.
Other one.
But
And
in general, guys,
someone is holding
hi,
back
how you doing?
Rosenbaum, but it looks like he's up in the air, and it looks like he's being held like some sort of toy. Oh, it's beautiful.
Saw where the prosecution learned it from in murder. Well,
There it is. Look at him on the left.
I want to make a live appearance before the rewatch is over. It will be reminded as much as possible.
Looks like Babe.
I'm gonna
You've
bring
reached a
my
new level,
Rosenbaum
Hayden.
with me
You have
wherever I
figured out how to
go.
grift the grift. Basically, I'm not gonna lie, guys. I thought this would be a much bigger grift, though. Like, I genuinely adore all 173 of you for being here. I was positive this would be more of a hit with people, honestly. But anyway, I suppose, you know, to each their own.
Oh my
Keeping you company while at your new job. Hope you're having a great day. I hope you are too. Thank you very much. Swan Lake Lady, good to see you.
So what else you got? What do you got going on for your stream later today?
Keyboard
I
malfunction.
have no idea yet. Last night I was
Telecaster
covering that
458,
America's
yeah.
Got Talent lawsuit.
$2
Stop having
10 cents
expectations.
gas.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Those were the halcyon
Okay, so this is a
days.
video of Kyle walking down the street. .5 hours behind. Find it funny what Bigger said about not wanting to be accused of using a dangerous weapon, considering
Ryan
what Bigger
Case.
does
No,
later.
I'm not dying for one of those right now.
I am at that business.
Okay.
Well, that's
My
a
boss
good
loves
picture
Hayden's
right there.
accent.
That
I
is
cast out the
quality.
streams in my office. Tech wizard.
You even
No.
say with
No
certainty
shit,
that was
Bifrons.
style?
Thank you so much.
If we can actually get the actual video,
I'll-
is there any video of this?
I've been trying to tone down the swearing,
There
but
is
I'll...
from Jack
what I can.
Kosobiak. Or here we go.
Yeah, look, generally what I do... Guys, generally what I live by is expect the least and then be pleasantly surprised. May have listened to Joe a little bit too much on that. Don't think people know you're replaying the trial yet. Once words gets out, you should have more viewers. That's what I think. So funny, Jeff has the same kind of situation with his ice cream stream. About 200 viewers, maybe another co-op stream. Yeah, look, I've been thinking about talking to Jeff as to what the next one would be, because I know that he's having a rough time of it with doing like you know, like we both give up a hell of a lot of sleep. I was surprised to see when he was live this morning. They'd only been going for about an hour. To be fair, Aussie, it's 2 p.m. in the US. Most people are at work right now. This is true. Makes me think that maybe I should be going later into the morning and starting a little bit later, frankly. Not grifting hard enough. People can't come if they don't know what's going on. True. Okay. Alright.
Okay, so there's McGinnis. I'm guessing Rittenhouse is in the white.
Okay, so this is the drone footage, apparently.
Okay, so then it changed.
Cheers, fun size.
Yeah,
Also, that's an adorable puppy.
I didn't get a lot out of that.
no, I don't think the jury will either.
D14 or 15.
I mean, the prosecution's going to spend a bunch of time explaining it.
Oh, I have no doubt, frame by frame. Here's where he turned around and is chasing him.
You know what's really interesting? So the best I can figure, that video was not available to the expert for the preparation of his expert report, right? John Black
shit.
didn't have that video because
They
his
showed
report
him.
was turned in before they
Oh shit.
mentioned
Oh
it.
my god. I am.
Wish I could say I was shocked by that, but I'm really not.
So that's an interesting idea. I wonder if they're going to ask him about it.
He fucking shot him! Get in there! He fucking shot him! He fucking shot him! He fucking shot him! Take screenshot.
Is it racist of me to say that I feel like that sounds like a German Shepherd yelling that he shot him? Good. Ice cream stream was fully done on J. Rubin Law, which saw the verdict about 2-3 days ago, so likely where the problem came from. Yeah. Do you think he shot him? Also have to say I'm degen enough. Always looking forward to memes drunken stream with 20 people. This is true. It's not racist if you're right. Well, apparently it is. No, pure truth. Typical German Shepherd. Okay, fair enough.
That dude shot him. That nigga just shot that dude! Cranium that boy! He just shot him, man!
Okay, so interestingly, the lady...
Hey, what are you doing? You shot somebody? Who shot? Who shot? Hey, stop him!
The lady who is screaming, he shot him, is Mrs. Zielinski, who is
I'll be damned.
Allegedly friends with Joseph Rosenbaum. Or I don't know about friends, but they had met up during the evening. And Kyle Zielinski is the Mr. Zielinski or whatever, is the guy who fired off into the air. So he fires into the air. I said Kyle. I don't think that's his name. He fires into the air. Rittenhouse turns around, plugs Rosenbaum just a bit after that, 2.5 seconds, I think Binger said. And then they're the ones yelling.
Ghetto's ghetto.
He
Doesn't
shot him,
matter
he
what
shot
color.
him, all that. So there's some interesting instigation questions there.
Well, I mean, look, after watching that traffic stop video, I think I can say that I'm not terribly surprised.
Yeah, Edward C., I know this is the defense outline 1 to 40.
But anyway.
We know what it's from. I just don't know why it's playing. That's the real
Ghetto
question.
crackhead,
Why
my
they-
bad.
I forget at some point. I asked some
Reganati, listening at work.
question,
Thank you very
chat
much for
crazy
letting me know.
because
I
was
appreciate
like,
that.
Why did you make that sentence?
Makes sense.
And
She's a pure instigator.
Defense lawyer said something. I was confused by why that specific statement or something. Oh well.
Yeah, it's hard to say because that's the thing. These things go on a long time, so it's hard to say exactly what is, or hard to remember everything that you see.
Someone asked about Guinness beef stew. That sounds promising.
Falixard makes an interesting point. He says the crowd behind where Kyle finally shoots Rosenbaum move away as one because of some stimuli before Kyle turns to shoot. Apparently they were afraid of harm. That stimuli is the first shot from Zielinski. Zielinski fires into the air and the people start moving right after that because there's a gunshot, and then more people move when the 4 gunshots follow.
Yeah, I also asked a question about why they took the guns out of the safe. I was wondering why they took Kyle's guns out of the safe, or Kyle's gun out of the safe, and someone said for self-defense. But Kyle wasn't planning on staying at the house, so it just was slightly confusing.
I think I think the clarification, which was not really done on testimony, but just by inference, would be that they took all of the guns out of the safe, which was in the garage, and moved them into the house, thinking they would be safer from people like trying to rob them or something like that.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense to me. If the purpose of moving them is to protect them from theft, it's better in the safe, even if it's in the garage. The safe is going to be, you can't break into that thing, and it's not going anywhere. So I would think leaving it in the safe would be better. If your motivation is to have them ready for self-defense purposes, I was unclear why they moved Kyle's gun. That was the question I was attempting to ask, at least.
You know what's kind of funny? Oh, I keep mixing up. I'm Zeminski. I keep mixing him up with Kyle Kalinske, who I think is one of
Never
the
going
Parkland
to
kids.
give up a rewatch of the Jodi Arias trial.
The Republican
Which
Party.
one's that,
Yes,
Linda?
you can break into a gun safe. It's
And
gonna
is
take a
anyone
lot of
doing
effort
that?
if it's any good? It's possible.
What was I?
Thank you to everyone watching over on Rumble as well, by the way.
What was I gonna say?
Sorry.
No, that's okay. I interrupted my own thought with the Kyle thing. Oh, yes,
there's none of it.
interestingly, no one's being prosecuted for it, but they had unsafe storage of firearms with a minor present. That minor ended up allegedly taking one of those guns and then going and using it to allegedly shoot 2 people to death and injure a third. That's negligent storage of a firearm on behalf of Dominic Black's stepdad or whatever. You can't just, guys, if you got a minor in the house, you cannot just leave a gun and ammunition in access, or you could be liable for whatever follows.
I love how we turn the chair around like a count or something.
And there's an issue. What's up?
Judge, the only issue is that we are intending to call witnesses this afternoon.
Hang on. Firstly, Rabbit, thank you very much for the 5 memberships that went to Pleb Life, Ginger with a Soul, American Steve, Pastor Flash, and Auntie P. Vladimir, what the fuck are you doing trial streams? Asshole. Now what the hell was this about? There was some sort of issue?
Has a criminal record. Intending to call witnesses this afternoon. Has a criminal record. That would be Corey Washington. I believe he'll be the witness after this next witness, who shall be relatively brief, so I thought we should bring it up now. Mr. Washington does have 3 adult criminal convictions. In 2008, CF 262, it's a 2008 case, criminal damage to property misdemeanor and disorderly conduct misdemeanor. And then in another 2008 case, CF 1409, he has possession of THC. I had disclosed to the defense that there is a juvenile arrest in 2004. I spoke with Mr. Washington, and he indicated that anything ever went to court for. It seems that it was an ordinance. So I do not believe there are any actual juvenile delinquencies. It's the state's position that given that these cases are 13 years old, given the nature of them, that they should not be counted as priors. I believe the defense feels otherwise.
Judge, I don't know if you have a 10-year rule on that. I don't know. I'm sorry?
No, because it's not been adopted in Wisconsin, which tells me it's not the rule here. And I actually,
Thank you, Glitterfoot.
my rule is that
Juvenile arrest is irrelevant unless it's murder or something should never be mentioned. No, absolutely not.
that if
Thank you,
there's
Sage
a
Francis.
lifetime history of lawlessness, I'm more likely to consider a more remote conviction. And of course, the nature of the offense enters into it. I will tell you that.
Guys, quiet.
I hear
Your Honor, it'd be very helpful if you spoke
It's a
again.
mile from his mic.
misdemeanors, not related to truthfulness. And another, was that also in 2008?
There's a possession of THC 2008,
Yeah, okay.
and then a disorderly conduct and criminal damage to property in 2008.
Yeah, I don't have a 10-year rule. On the other hand, I don't think I would consider those.
If I don't have a strong, I just wanted the court's final ruling on it.
Okay, well,
If you're not going to let him in, then you're not going to let him in.
yeah, I don't think so.
Very good.
Okay.
Yeah, those aren't really relevant to his testimony
I
here.
agree.
Ready to go?
Yes.
Yeah, those both the damaged property and the THC possession were in 2008.
Federal taxes should not be
That's,
taken out of overtime pay.
They're not character
Gonna die in
issues.
this all, goddammit.
Both
I
misdemeanors.
genuinely don't believe that taxes
From
should be taken out of
13 years
pay at
ago.
all. But yeah, fair enough.
There was a defense objection on that.
No.
I don't want to speak for them, but
16 years ago.
do something different. I need to do it now because this
Okay.
is the time.
This has been discussed and there are valid reasons for it, which I'm not going to take the time to go into right now.
No
There will
worries,
be
Bob. Jeez.
Photographs or motion or video of any kind during the testimony of the next.
Hey, Bobby, how you doing?
Oh.
Any question?
Oh, so this is a protected witness.
So no audio, no video?
Interesting.
It said no video of any kind.
Well, maybe we'll have to talk about something else.
They said it's going to be very short.
Yeah. The one of the reasons might be because it's a minor,
Yeah, that could be.
but it's not secret to anyone who's in the court. So it would be, you can look for news reports, but they don't want to broadcast it live. Presumably not their voice, not their image, because it might expose them in some way. So it's not secret to the jury. It's not secret to the people in the gallery. It's just not broadcast. So fair enough.
Yeah,
We'll talk about
we'll
something
see.
else. I don't think there's going to be subtitles either. If there were subtitles.
Further.
Yeah, these stupid white
These stupid white people. Here's Rosenbaum.
Yeah, they definitely need that trash can to put their garbage out.
Rosenbaum and Rittenhouse are right next to each other there.
Blocking the road.
Oh, is this the same
We're out by further.
Okay.
This is good.
Okay, a large crowd over here smashing the SUVs. I think.
So I think that's where this chasing is supposed to be before the incident. Rosenbaum is in front, Rittenhouse is behind.
See you, Mandy. Best of luck.
Hey!
Okay. So at least I finally understand what the prosecution was saying when they said that he was, it appears at least, that he was chasing Rosenbaum, because at, something like T minus 20 seconds or give or take, Rittenhouse is running, or Rosenbaum is running in that direction, and Rittenhouse is also running in that direction behind him. So obviously you could characterize that as chasing, although there's a million other explanations.
Yeah.
But the prosecution's allowed to argue any explanation that is reasonable from the evidence. So one of them was he's chasing him, so that's where he's going from. Great.
And the counter argument is obviously that he doesn't follow Rosenbaum past the cars. He approaches the Zeminskis, and Rosenbaum immediately comes around the cars and appears to confront them. And he's going to have to, the prosecution's going to have to rely on the vagary of there not being audio recordings of any potential exchange of words that may have happened there, which is, and he suggests that there's a confrontation. We actually don't even know if there's a confrontation. The first thing we hear is "get him," which was kind of interesting to like.
I'm not sure who we're getting.
Yeah, and we don't know who's saying it. We don't know who they're saying it about or to or anything like that. We don't know what proximity they are to the cell phone camera that's recording. So that is that's a very interesting piece of footage, it's really hard to discern what's going on. It's not going to be great for the jury, in my opinion, but.
Yeah, Profiteer in chat asked, how do they know that was his motivation? And as I was trying to say earlier, the prosecution is allowed to argue any inference that is reasonable from the evidence. So Rosenbaum is running a direction. Kyle Rittenhouse is running in the same direction behind him. So is it reasonable to argue that, or reasonable to infer that Rittenhouse is chasing? Yes. Are there 1,000 other explanations? Of course there are. But which one's the prosecution going to choose? The one that's most damning. So it is a potential extrapolation that is available. So it's a legally cognizable argument.
Yeah. Not
that doesn't
saying
mean it's
we
not
agree
bullshit, by
with
the way.
not saying we agree with the argument. But they get to make that. And remember, the defense just has to, well, doesn't have to. The defense has the luxury of providing any reasonable doubt.
Yeah.
So they can say,
which the chat is having no trouble thinking of. They just happen to be running in the same direction for no particular reason would be a valid argument too.
Right. And we saw from just a moment before that Rosenbaum and Kyle are next to each other at one point without apparently having a conflict or anything like that. No confrontation is occurring, and they're right next to each other. Then they move apart. One of the interesting ideas would be to suggest that Rosenbaum was trying to ambush Kyle Rittenhouse, and that's why he ducked between those cars and then came back immediately as he runs past, for example.
Right.
Yeah, so there's a million other reasons. We know we're not making the defense's or the prosecution's argument and saying it's correct. We're exploring how the prosecution got there at all, because up until now, for us,
up until there now, we're confused how we're getting there. But now we understand how they're getting there.
Right. So
and someone in chat pointed out that luring is a game of words. I'm like, yes, this is also why I was so critical of the defense for their opening, because the imagery might have been good. The words left a lot to be desired, in my humble opinion.
Yeah. The other interesting thing was how seems like the FBI guy is cycling through, different filters and lenses and viewing options available as he's going. Because at one point it switches to like a true color, but it's way too dark, to see. And it's just neat to see how those drones work and what they base a lot of this stuff on. I mean, they've got a drone.
Was it a drone? Because I assumed it was from a helicopter, but was it a drone?
I believe they said it was a drone.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Cool. I didn't really know drones could really do that. I guess I shouldn't be surprised, but I've never seen footage like that from a drone before. So first for me.
Come a long way.
Oh, dude, yeah.
Spy on you. They can.
Military and the high-end law enforcement drones are really, they're really impressive
these days.
Excellent.
You still wish they had a better camera than that. I mean, because he zoomed in and it didn't get better, and it didn't focus on what he wanted to focus on. That's why he zooms right back out. It was strange.
Now, the question that I think I know the answer to, but why they switch from different modes. I assume that's being done in real time.
That's what it looked like.
Other modes don't exist on video, so why the operators made those decisions, who knows? But there is no editing of it by the FBI, except maybe to label people, but otherwise
no editing. That's gonna
right?
age well.
I don't know, because there is a weird spot where it jumps, and they may have cut time. The only way to verify would be to check timestamps, and I wasn't paying that much attention. That takes a lot more. That takes a lot more attention than I'm able to give it on.
Well, they have an expert for that, so if that's the case, show a time jump. Yeah.
Right, but if anybody in the chat notices the time jump, if there is a time jump in the timestamp, because it is on the bottom, there is a running timestamp, and you can see what's going on there.
Cool.
Show the video again. I don't know how long this witness is going to take. I mean, I guess I could show it one more time.
It's supposed to be short.
Yeah, but short can mean a couple different things. Short can mean
really
short can mean 30 minutes.
I mean,
everything's in the eye of the beholder, right?
30, so
here, I'll show the whole thing one more time. It's 2 minutes long. There's no. It's interesting. It does say this version 3. Oh wait, no, this is edited video because they added the graphical effects to it.
Yeah, yeah.
Adam A., the person testifying now could be the Fed drone operator.
Further.
I don't know that they'd need to testify secretly, though. Finally, someone said it. These stupid white people.
Yeah, they definitely need that trash can to put their garbage out.
You see there, Kyle
He's blocking the road.
Kyle and Rosenbaum.
Now about further.
Because there's a lot to unpack here.
Okay, a large crowd over here smashing the SUVs. I think.
Like it cuts away right when it would be interesting.
Hang on. That to me looks like Rosenbaum's coming up behind him. And now they're chasing him. That's exactly what he did. He came out from behind this car, came around, and then they chased him. What the... Screw the bag.
There are, I think there are at some times. There do seem slight jumps in the seconds, if I'm looking correctly.
Man, I gotta say, if that video doesn't show self-defense,
yeah.
I mean, with those audio, Kyle saying friendly, 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 them saying get him, you ain't gonna do shit, get him, get him, get him.
Yeah, and the audio was like the audio at the very beginning. Also, what's the context for that? Is also unclear.
I mean, and you notice what's really interesting. So the prosecution does suggest that Kyle Rittenhouse was chasing Rosenbaum, but there's an important gap in the footage where you don't actually see that chase occur. Did you notice that? Like, we know that Rosenbaum makes a move this way, the Zeminskis make a move this way, and we see Kyle running, but we don't actually see the context of the chase prior to that. It's
well,
about
we definitely changed our perspective on the Fleur video from it being full screen to only a very small part of it. We can't even see timestamps anymore at some parts of it.
Yeah, I'm confused upon that. It looks like there should be more video than what's presented there. That and they as they've combined those two things, I mean, I think that if the defense doesn't have access to the full video, then something is amiss. But maybe the defense
if they don't have access to the full video, I would go crazy as the as the defense.
Right.
It's like,
but
I need the originals.
The video that was played by the defense was a snippet that did not include that cell
Just got
phone
notification that I'm
footage next to
alive.
it.
Excellent.
Right.
All
So clearly those
I'm
two
just gonna be
things are
applying stickers
different.
very
The
carefully here, so
Sobiak
I'm gonna
has
concentrate
posted
like 30
something
seconds.
that we have not seen in court. It included a portion of what we've seen in court, but he did not post the exact same thing. So I'm not sure what that is, who did those edits. I don't know. And that's an issue with that video. But yeah, the question is, does the defense have access to the full unedited FLIR video, at least surrounding the relevant time frame? So, the couple minutes that he would be involved there. Mm-hmm. That's the question. Mm-hmm. And we don't know these answers, unfortunately.
Oh, we're going to find out.
Nope.
Don't know about that much.
We don't. But they better have the originals, so otherwise if all they have is the compilation, that doesn't make any sense. because compilations necessarily make an editorial judgment about what should be shown where and what position and all the rest of it. So, yeah.
Right.
If they're going to try to make the argument that Rittenhouse and Rosenbaum had some sort of confrontation prior to the gas station,
You're going to need to show it.
then that video at least doesn't show it.
Yeah, and he said specifically that that video did show it. He said that that video would show that Kyle Rittenhouse had a confrontation with Joseph Rosenbaum at the car that Kyle Rittenhouse instigated, which to me, it doesn't show anything of the sort.
Yeah, I agree.
And if their argument is going to be, that would be a fun thing. If their argument is going to be that they had a confrontation prior to that, I mean, that kind of feeds into the reasonableness of the self-defense claim, in my opinion.
Right, I'm going to skip ahead to the next witness.
Because if they had a confrontation prior
I can
to
go
that,
back and listen to
then
the
this other
commentary whenever
Pretty
I like.
solid.
Yeah. And I mean, him having a less than stellar opening argument doesn't mean he's hurting Kyle necessarily. I mean, it could, I guess. I didn't think his opening argument hurt. It maybe could have helped more or been better, sure. Uh-oh.
Found Nick by accident while watching this trial. Clicked to the back button accidentally and then clicked his link. Greatest mistake of my life. Thank you for the super chat. That's awesome. It's always good when there's happy little accidents like that.
Meantime, we're going to bring another witness up so as not to waste the time.
Bruce, talking to the mic, dude. We've been over this.
I'm confused.
Me too. The audio's
like
really low on the feed.
Corey Washington?
Is a witness testifying remotely?
Okay, so this is Corey Washington.
Maybe. I can't turn the volume up, guys. I can try and find a different feed real quick.
Found Nick through Viva and Barnes.
Yeah, maybe
Okay.
the feed is bad.
Wish Nat was here so we could ask her. Well, guys, I mean, there's a slim chance that she's watching. So, 3 questions in the chat. But remember, given that she was involved in this,
Corey Washington.
I'd fully expect her not to be able to comment on a whole bunch of stuff.
K-O-E-R-R-I. Washington is
Both for ethical reasons and because she's probably not be comfortable. She did say that I can request it.
Okay.
I might be able to do a deep
Hold
dive
on.
further down the track. So if you've got any specific questions, maybe message me on Twitter.
This is louder, but it's got a stupid watermark.
Yes.
But we can actually hear it, so that's better.
Good afternoon.
How's it going?
Could you make sure you pull that microphone really close so we can hear you well?
Sure.
Could you state your name for the record and spell your first and last name?
Corey Washington. Corey spelled K-O-E-R-R-I. Washington is W-A-S-H-I-N-G-T-O-N.
What is your current employment?
I'm self-employed.
What kind of work do you do?
I'm social media influencer.
And would that include doing live streams on Facebook?
Yes.
Now, do you live here in Kenosha?
Yeah.
How long have you lived here?
My entire
Guys,
life.
how
I
many
was
subs
born
does
and
he
raised
have?
here.
And did you go to school here?
Yes.
Whereabouts?
Starting from elementary school.
Middle school and high school.
I went to Washington Middle School, Ruth there in ITA.
And you mentioned that you do some work on social media. Were you involved in doing some live streaming on the night of August 25th, 2020?
Yes.
Why were you out there doing that on that particular night?
There's a lot happening in the city.
What was your purpose in trying to document that?
Just create transparency.
What do you mean by that?
When things are going on, there's a bunch of opinions. You never know, what really might happen. So people like myself tend to go out and document situations just so there's a record of things. A lot of the time, especially, the media, there's sound bites and things that can be utilized. And in my opinion, people like myself make things better for everyone because it helps show at least another side of the full picture.
Now, Tell us what was going on
And
in
also result in
Kenosha
being a
around the
witness in
time
trial.
period of August 25th, 2020, in your own words.
There was a lot of protesting. There was a lot of property damage that ended up happening throughout the week. Some would say riots, civil unrest. Some would say uprising.
Would it be fair to say that that began after the shooting of Jacob Blake on Sunday night,
Yeah,
August 23rd?
It definitely began after the shooting of Jacob Blake.
When did you personally begin your process of live streaming or documenting what was going on?
The night the shooting of Jacob Blake took place.
Sunday night?
Yes, Sunday night.
Tell us about what you did.
Starting from the beginning.
On that particular night after the shooting, I assume you made some sort of decision, I need to be out there taking video?
I mean, it was a Sunday night. Typically, I try not to work on Sundays. I had just taken a lady friend of mine to dinner. We got back, received a phone call, received a message with a video, saw the video. They said, hey, probably going to need you to come document. And I was like, of course. So I just went out, went to the location where the shooting took place, kind of just watched and, documented as people kind of gathered onto the scene as things kind of progressed throughout the night.
Do you recall approximately how long you spent out there that night?
Several hours.
All in the area near where the shooting occurred?
No. So, I mean, the shooting occurred. There was, bedlam took place. The police ended up leaving. A march ensued. I followed the protesters to the courthouse here and the safety center and kind of just followed along wherever everything was kind of taking place.
Tell us in your own words what you observed about what was going on with the protests and things like that.
I mean, from that point,
let's start with that first evening, Sunday night. You said there was a march from the site of the shooting to this area. What did you observe?
So, well, when I arrived on the scene, there was a crowd already there. It wasn't too large of a crowd, but over a period of a few hours, the crowd began getting larger and larger and larger. You could start seeing license plates and people from out of town showing up on the scene. Once there was, I'd say, too many people, I guess, for the sheriff's department to handle in that location. They spoke with the gentleman. After they spoke with him, I guess they decided to leave. They came back to the police station. And then afterwards, the crowd was there and they're like, all right, let's head to the courthouse. So I just followed along the way.
By the time the crowd got to this area by the courthouse, can you give us an estimate of how many people were involved?
Few hundred people, maybe. It's hard to say. It was, by that time, it's incredibly dark outside. There was a heavy police presence. I believe by the time the protesters got to the location, there was already, I believe, police from neighboring counties and cities already here to help. So to me, I'm maybe 500 people. I'm not sure off top. There was definitely a lot of people over time, and it kind of seemed to just. There was already, I believe, police from neighboring counties and cities already here to help. So to me, I'm maybe 500 people. I'm not sure off top. There was definitely a lot of people over time, and it kind of seemed to just kind of keep growing as things progressed throughout the night.
Now, once the crowd got into this area by the courthouse, did they primarily stay here or did the action move elsewhere?
So as far as I could tell, initially things kind of remained outside of the safety center building. There was a lot of, sheriffs and police in riot gear kind of lined up. There were protesters kind of going back and forth with police officers, things of that nature. At a certain point, I don't know what happened. There was like tear gas deployed. People kind of started, spreading out. People were getting shot with rubber bullets. I had got shot and stuff like that too at the time of all of the disbursement. Took a few minutes to kind of, gather myself, got some attention, someone kind of patched me up or whatever, get out, out here to face Civic Center Park right out in front of the courthouse here. And that's when I kind of noticed things were, I guess you could say, out of control. Throughout the entire summer, there had been a lot of protests going on, activists kind of going out peacefully protesting.
Your name he was born with, or do you already changed that?
So I was out, documenting all of that. But the moment when I came out and we had the roads blocked off with the garbage trucks or whatever, kind of to, I guess, contain the crowd or whatnot. But when I came out, I noticed all of the garbage trucks were on fire. That was kind of the point where I was like, oh, all right, this is not like anything that's been going on all summer. So,
did you see other incidences of property damage after that?
Yeah.
What can you tell us about that?
There was a lot that was kind of going on. There was people, of course, the trucks were on fire. I filmed someone going into the back of a truck probably a few minutes after it had exploded from the gasoline catching fire, going to the back trying to find debris or something to, break windows or whatever it may be.
I'm sorry, what?
Captured someone throw, it seemed like a napalm or something onto the courthouse. That got extinguished. And then there was another point where, some masked individuals in black were trying to burn down the dinosaur museum. So for the most part, I try to not involve myself. The situation with the dinosaur museum, I involved myself in the situation just because, we don't have much stuff around here, and I'm a father, I have kids, I've grown up, I've gone to the dinosaur museum. So at that point, I kind of realized, I suppose it was not like, this is getting way too out of hand,
Yeah, buildings.
Not saying that I condone
people,
being,
and that's when you decided it was
being aggressive towards police or the courthouse or anything like that. But I could understand their grievances, I suppose, in the situation. But when it started leaking out to other stuff like the dinosaur museum and stuff like that, that's when I was like,
more to the point, he's got kids and he admits to it.
The dinosaurs didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with anything that was going on.
What did you do to involve yourself
Did
with the dinosaur museum?
I stepped up, I kind of shouted at the crowd, like, hey, like, what are you doing? Kind of slightly interrogated one of the people that I assumed was involved. He seemed pretty passionate about burning it down or whatever it may be.
What's your passion?
And from there,
burning down a dinosaur museum. That's my passion.
Kind of like, hey, yeah, he's kind of making a point or whatever. And then from there was kind of a dispute, and I kind of found a way to kind of get myself out of the situation because it seemed to be getting pretty heated. So
why don't you put yourself in a situation?
Did you observe any property damage that first night, Sunday night, in any other parts of Kenosha?
Hans was totally okay until
I think first of all, it lays sort of the context of the whole situation. But second of all, there's been a lot of allusion to the fact that the defendant was motivated to come down here in response to this. So I think it's important that we get evidence about what it was that was going on. You may continue.
So for the most part, of course, there was people that kind of trickled into other areas. But as far as I was able to see and document for the time that I was out there, which was quite a while, most people were kind of staying together in the same group, in the larger group. But of course, in a hot situation like that, of course, there's going to be people with their own motives and objectives that may go out and do other things as well. So
I guess my question was, did you personally witness property damage along, say, 22nd Avenue, for example, or 60th Street or any other parts of town?
So no, not that I recall. Of course, when the march was happening from the location of the shooting to the courthouse. I mean, there was,
calling it a
you know, traffic stoppages and things of that nature, but people weren't being violent with random pedestrians or anything like that. It was really just like a march to this area.
Okay.
And until we got over here, that's when actual damage started taking place.
Now, I believe you indicated that there were times during the summer where you were out recording people who were letting their voices be heard here in Kenosha. Is that fair to say?
Yep, multiple times a week.
Did you kind of get an idea of who kind of the main people were involved in those sorts of events?
Mhm.
Is that yes?
Yes, yes.
On this Sunday night,
Mhm.
after Jacob Blake was shot,
Right.
did there appear to be a different type of crowd to you?
Yes. So in my opinion, so initially, you know, the people that were on the scene are familiar faces. As things got more and more heated and more people started showing up, faces started to become more unfamiliar. I noticed at a certain point, well, I know for a fact the gentleman that talked to the sheriff before the sheriff's department and the police department ended up leaving was a gentleman, I believe, from Black Lives Matter, Milwaukee. But I had not seen him before. And I mean, if you review some of my footage, I recall saying several times, like, who is this guy? Why are they talking to this guy, to kind of figure out what's going on? Because at the end of the day, most of these people seem to just be people that are passionate about what happened, but not organized at all. So,
And when you were out on that Sunday night, were you live streaming on Facebook?
Yes.
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 Is it possible for folks to still go
Yes.
up and see that on your Facebook
Yep,
page?
everything. Yes, everything that I've ever
It's just
recorded,
plug
unless
channel,
it was taken down by Facebook, I haven't received any notice that anything has been pulled. It's all live on my Facebook.
So let's fast forward to the next night, Monday night,
Mhm.
the second night of protests and whatnot. Were you out live streaming that night?
Yes.
How would you characterize the events of Monday night as compared to Sunday night?
I would. So at nighttime, I would say it's worse because there was more people here. It seemed, in my opinion, it just seemed that it was, I guess, the best case scenario for something like this to happen, just with everything that was going on in the nation. There was a giant migration from the West headed to Washington. You know, the situation with George Floyd was hot in Minnesota, and people were kind of close to get here. I'm sure everyone knows there's plenty of people from Minnesota that ended up in Kenosha that night and the following nights. The next night, that Monday night, you know, there was protests and things throughout the day. As far as I recall and remember, during the day, everything was peaceful. You know, there was talks of, hey, like, we can't allow stuff like that went on before to go on again. But as, you know, nightfall comes, there's more mysterious people in the city. You don't really know, you know, everybody. And again, everybody has their own motives really in a situation like that. So you definitely could tell that there was plenty of people being, I suppose, opportunistic about the situation.
Some of the more noteworthy instances of property damage during all this, I don't know if you're familiar with them or not. The Car Source lot over on the east side of Sheridan.
Guy talks a lot.
Burned one of these nights. Are you personally familiar with that?
Yes.
Did you witness any of that? Is that a yes?
Yes. Yes.
What night was that? Do you recall?
I believe it was Monday night.
Oh,
There was also
damn. Car walked, but Blake didn't.
a lot of damage to the uptown area along 22nd Avenue.
Yes.
Did you witness any of that?
Yes.
Do you remember which night that was?
I believe that was Monday night as well.
And then I know the probation and parole office on 60th Street burned down. Do you remember if that was Monday night as well?
I believe it was. I'm sorry, I don't, you know, it's not something that I necessarily really wanted to go back and review several hours of, you know, with everything that kind of transpired. So I believe it was
This guy talks
more than likely that
more
Monday
than the
night. I
prosecutor
know
wants.
for sure when the parole office the parole office burned down. I was there. I saw people go into it. I heard people say it's.
I was there making sure that my own records were
and
destroyed.
Witnessed it on fire.
So witnessed it on fire.
Witnessed it on fire.
So let's go to the night of Tuesday night, August 25th, 2020, the night when the events of this case occurred. Were you out live streaming that night as well?
Yes, I was.
And how would you compare Tuesday night to the previous couple of nights?
I would say it was calmer, much calmer. The crowd was more contained. There was a march that happened. That kind of ended towards the end of the night, maybe around 6:30 or 7 or so. That ended at Civic Center Park. The conversation that was had at the end of the march was, "Hey, everybody, remain peaceful.
I have to watch it. Probably
go home after this. If if you're seriously about wanting change and wanting justice, to go home." After that was said, people dispersed. A lot of people did go home, but there was people that didn't go home. Of course.
Did you go home?
And those people that didn't go home, they kind of stayed there at Civic Center Park there until at a certain point they were kind of driven out of the park.
Were you there to witness the interactions between those people in Civic Center Park and the police at this particular scene?
Yes.
On that night?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that there were some fairly violent confrontations between the protesters and the police right outside of this courthouse that night? Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
Other than that, were you checking around the area to see whether there was property damage in other parts of the downtown area that night?
Yes, so I generally what I would do, I would always kind of survey the area to see what was kind of going on. I'd find the crowd, figure out where the crowd was, see what they're doing, kind of go in the general area around, a couple block radius or whatever it may be.
So when you were watching the crowd that Tuesday night, other than the demonstrations out in front of the courthouse, did you witness a lot of other arson, looting, property damage, that sort of thing on that particular night?
No, not on Tuesday night.
Now, there came a time in which you were recording your live stream along Sheridan Avenue. Is that right?
Yes, Sheridan Road, yeah.
And are you familiar with the Ultimate gas station?
Yes.
Okay. And that's at 60th and Sheridan, is that right?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that you spent some time that night recording some video?
Yes, yeah.
We're going to have play a portion of your live stream. Could we begin at 18 minutes, please? And this has been marked as exhibit number 11. And I hope so. Let me just make sure that the power's on and everything.
What do you think he's going for here? I think he's going for the idea that Kyle's an outsider along with these other outsiders causing violence.
I'm having a tough time getting a theory from this guy of what the theory of it is. Or from the prosecution's point of view.
Yeah.
I want to pause for 1 second before we continue. Mr. Washington, what we're seeing on that screen is that the live.
Just a quick reminder, people. Remember to hit the like button. Check whether or not you're still subscribed. If you're not subscribed, feel free to subscribe. After this, we'll be returning to some of our more regular content. And remember, guys, I am starting to do a little bit more on locals as well. So maybe just head over there, hit the follow button over there. You don't have to pay anything. It's purely just to see when I'm going live. I put out notifications on there, basically because, let's face it, YouTube and Rumble are both screwing creators over at the moment. Yeah.
Stream that you recorded on the night of August 25th?
Yes.
And do you recognize the location that's being shown in that video?
Yes, that's the at the Ultimate gas station facing west, kind of looking at the church. I believe it's a church right there.
All right, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. I meant to turn the power on, but it may not have kicked on. Oh, I get hit the
Boomers.
What?
Imagine a lawyer having tech issues. How embarrassing. Ridiculous. I've never even seen that in my life.
Thank you.
street. I ain't got the downstairs.
Riveting commentary.
Rumble's been having some issues that I've noticed in the last maybe week or so.
I'm going to pause one more second just to help everybody understand what we're looking at here. First of all, we just heard someone's voice. Was that your voice?
Yeah.
Okay.
Muffled because I had a mask on.
Sure, I
don't know what
understand.
sound.
Do you have that easel still? I'm just
You have a
gonna
mask on outside?
show us on this map so everybody's oriented. to where
It's a
we're
different
at.
time. It's a different
I've got a
time.
map here of the city, so I just want to have you point out where we're at so that everybody can put it into context.
Okay.
I saw he had about 1,200 subscribers, by the way, is what someone said. So his job is social media influencer.
Living the dream.
All right,
Get
Mr.
it, son.
Washington, I've got a map up of the downtown area of Kenosha. Can you please point out where the ultimate gas station is? Okay, and that is at the intersection of the southeast corner of 60th and Sheridan. Is that correct?
Crystal, thank you for becoming a member.
As
Appreciate that.
The video we were just watching, which disappeared for a second, but it's back.
Hold on.
I was just going to ask that question.
No. Southeast of 60th and Sheridan. At least when I went past it on my way here this morning, I thought that was the Methodist Church.
So, Judge, the southeast corner is Ultimate Gas. The southwest corner is First United. On this map, north is up.
Did you see 60th and Sheridan?
I did.
What am I doing wrong?
You're failing to consider that an intersection has 4 corners.
I agree, Your Honor, that the ultimate's southeast.
Huh?
I don't want to disagree with you, but the ultimate is the southeast corner.
Where the Methodists been going to church.
That's across the street, Judge.
All right, I'm going to accept the correction.
So, Mr. Washington, just so we understand, you had described in your video that at one point, and I think at this point as we look, is that video now pointed west?
Yes.
And on the map there, it indicates that the Methodist Church is across the street to the west of Ultimate Gas. Is that right?
Yep, right there.
Okay.
That's what I said, isn't it?
Of course, Your Honor, of course.
Nice. That's why I said yes, sure.
Oh, yeah, that dumb shit's about to be lit up.
You're chastised for backing him? Some people really do just have their heads up their asses.
There's the dumpster fire.
Hang on, just very quickly. So we're getting very damn close. This is the Strike Freedom ZGMF X20A. This is the Ultimate Metal Edition, so it's almost done. This is going to be the pride and joy of my collection, I think. Being very, very careful, very meticulous with it. So, but that was just answering Kyle. So, now let's get back.
Why you do that? Why you do that? Why you do
There's Rosenbaum.
Pause for a second here because we're going to be viewing someone that I want to talk a little bit about. I assume since the night of August 25th, 2020, you're aware of who Joseph Rosenbaum is. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And let me just put you back in the state of mind of that particular night. As of August 25th, 2020, did you know who he was?
No.
To your knowledge, had you ever encountered him before in your life?
No.
Okay. I don't know if you're familiar with this video or not, but for the benefit of the jury, do you know, are you able to recognize Mr. Rosenbaum in this video? He's not shown on the screen at this very moment because we paused a little bit. I didn't tell I didn't call timeout.
Oh.
It was a little, but let me just ask generally, are you able to recognize him if you see him on the screen?
Yeah, I would know what he looks like, yes.
And that's based on what you've learned since all this happened?
Yes.
Okay. And just, I don't think there'll be any dispute about this. I'll represent for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that Mr. Rosenbaum is wearing a red shirt. He's got some, I think they're jean shorts, aren't they? And
It did look like there was someone in a diaper.
Grown man unironically wearing jean shorts.
So he's kind of a shorter gentleman with nothing on his head, a red shirt. And you've got some video of him that we're going to see momentarily. So I wanted to let the jury know that. So as we're watching, you know what to look for. So go ahead. Thank you.
Probably not.
Oh, hang on. What? Active shooter at Joint Base Andrew? Oh, shit. What do we got? Fox 5 will do. Joint Base Andrew. Oh, hang on, I can share this. Joint Base Andrew, active shooter report prompts lockdown. Lockdown's in place at Joint Base Andrews, in Prince George County over reports of an active shooter near the base housing on Thursday. According to JBA's Facebook page, an armed individual was spotted around 2:50 p.m. near the base's housing area. Post is asking people to stay away from base housing. The suspect's described as a white man wearing a purple sweatshirt, black shorts, carrying an AR-15 style rifle with no orange tip. So there's that. And back into this.
This one is.
He's the shortest one there. That's how you
Yo, don't throw shit over here, bro.
Thanks for being here.
Bro. I'm not trying to fucking stop. Yeah, bro. Now people ready to fire on people, bro. We have people in position.
I'm so happy with that gun. He look like he want to shoot somebody.
The fuck? She's going. He looks like he want to shoot somebody.
What you're seeing on the screen there, with all the people and all the action on that screen, at any point during this particular incident that we're watching, did anyone fire a gun?
No.
Did you see anyone get physically injured in any way?
No.
Please continue.
This is his route.
You're too happy, motherfucker. You too happy. You too happy with a motherfucker here because it's
Oh yeah, sure. Hang on.
Fire.
Because that guy's not pointing a weapon at anybody, is he?
Oh, it's a fucking camera.
That's the fire.
I think. I didn't see the strap the first time around.
Objection, Your Honor. What the hell?
Looks like the cops are leaving now.
Hey!
had his gun dipped in Red
Looks like the cops are now
and he could have
leaving.
just asserted he had a medical
Yo,
instrument.
come on, bro. What are y'all doing, bro? Yo, bro. Come on, bro. This shit is fucking... Come on, bro. I'm just inferior. Damn, dude. I'm gonna shoot mine. If I bring mine now, we're gonna be shot.
That's black. If you talk about the guy that I thought had the camera,
As soon as they left,
sorry, the guy with the camera that I
things
thought
just
had a gun,
got heated.
it had nothing to do with it. I didn't notice the race of the guy. I genuinely thought he had a gun.
And a line of
Then I was like, wait,
fire
hang
at
on, no, it's a
all.
camera strap.
That's not gonna get
Need to be green cross, the red cross is very litigious.
It's a long ass video.
Yeah,
No, I'm good, man.
I don't understand what the point of this is.
Yeah, dude. Rocks.
Violent insurrection at the state
Definitely
capitol in
people
Tennessee.
throwing rocks. Be careful. Careful, because they're throwing rocks. Hey, how's it going?
How is any of this relevant?
Alright, hang on. Here we go again. Hundreds are protesting at the Tennessee Capitol for tighter gun controls after the Nashville shooting.
Despite more than 130 mass shootings this year, any change to our gun laws is still a tough sell on Capitol Hill. Yesterday, that led to multiple confrontations between Democrats who are urging action and Republicans who are not. New York Democrat Jamal Bowman and Kentucky Republican Thomas Massie clashed outside the House chamber.
They're freaking cowards. They're gutless. They're not here. I'm talking about gun violence. You know, there's never been... I'm talking about gun violence.
Exaggerating for effect. Well, oh my
Carry guns. You think more guns lead to more death?
Trans protester pushed past cops in a screeching re
Next
and
morning, here's Georgia Republican
well, the news isn't
Marjorie
reporting
Taylor
it as a
Greene and
trans
Florida
thing.
Democrat Jared Moskowitz. She wants to arm the teachers.
In this country.
So if you want to have a good talk about schools and protecting children, we need to talk about protecting our children the same way we protect our president, we protect our celebrities, we protect
Reclaiming
this
my
building.
time. Oh, there are 6 people that are dead in that school, including 3 children, because you guys got rid of the assault weapons ban. Because you guys made it easy for people who don't deserve to have weapons.
Tonight, just
Anyway.
days before
Oh, apparently Pope Francis has been hospitalised too. Oh, and here we're slipping into a regular episode of Law News and Laughter. Anyway, back to the trial.
I'm confused as well.
Says.
Like, there might be relevant video coming up. Oh, here's Kyle.
Got his weapon down, medical bag.
Which shows Kyle acting peacefully.
No, it's fine, Kyle.
Oh
Foxes
my
are about to go
God.
through
This is a
something
lot
this
of
country. Glad I have my
this
guns.
is a
I'm not
lot
going
of
quietly into the
setup for
sweet
what
night.
they're trying
Nor
to
should you.
ultimately show. I don't think you need this much setup.
No. So are you under the impression that they're trying to set up that Kyle's not, or that no one's being shot right now, despite it being quote unquote heated?
I don't know why they're setting this up. But yeah, we haven't gone to like the punchline.
This feels like 30 minutes.
So there's a bunch of people standing around. There's no immediate acts of violence among the crowd that's there. Kyle standing around not committing acts of violence. We've been seeing this for a little bit now. So okay, that's the
That was
situation.
close. Almost just ducked in. Oh god, that would have annoyed the hell out of me. The only thing that I can think is that they're trying to show that everything was peaceful and therefore there was no reason for Kyle to shoot. But this is completely irrelevant because we can see that everything's peaceful at the moment, and so is Kyle. So this is irrelevant to the circumstances around which he shot. Like, this is... I don't see this as being beneficial to either side, actually.
At the ground state. I get it. We got it a couple minutes ago. We can move on. We all collectively understand the baseline.
And this is a different location of the shooting.
Great, how long have you been here? For a bit. Hey, yo, they trying to circle the shit. They trying to circle the shit.
Who's circling you in?
I go to this gas station all the time, so hopefully it'll be fun.
Don't worry. People don't have life insurance, but buildings do have
I
life
gotta check at the
insurance.
ATM because across the street it's more expensive.
And we're walking, and we're walking, and we're walking. It's like, you know.
Indeed.
I was literally saying that, and this just got in my face. I'm like, bro, I was the one saying everyone calm down.
Everybody's just gonna have to agree.
For a moment.
Like, I figured he...
How long is this
Shooting it.
fucking video going for? Oh, wait a minute. They're actually showing something now? Or are they just pausing it because they're done with it?
Mr. Washington, in that excerpt we just watched, I saw a number of individuals that were armed. Did you see that as well?
Yes.
And what was your understanding of what their purpose was out there that evening? If you have one.
I mean, honestly, I didn't talk to everyone individually, so I mean, it's hard to really answer that.
Sure. It appeared to me that there were folks that had long rifles. Like
Objection
AR-15s.
testifying.
Are you familiar with those at all?
Yeah.
Did you see folks at the Ultimate gas station armed with that type of rifle?
Yes.
How many would you estimate you saw?
Four?
Consistently at like one time or throughout a period of time?
At one time, that were all there. One time.
Maybe like 2 24, maybe a little more, something like that.
Where were the
I'd say
other
between
20 of them?
15 to 25 people.
And in the videos we saw there, or the section we just saw, it appeared that there were people kind of getting in the face or getting aggressive with some of those folks that were armed. Did you see that?
Yes. So as far as I recall, there was a lot of discourse happening, heated discourse, but conversations being had.
Did you see that lead to any violence? Anybody punch one another, shoving each other, shooting at one another, anything along those lines?
No, maybe there may have been nudging or something, not that I recall seeing, but nothing that would make you stop and direct your attention to it.
And I believe in that section we just watched, I saw 2 separate instances of dumpsters being set on fire. Did you see those as well?
Yes.
I don't know if that was the same dumpster twice or.
I believe it may have been the same dumpster.
Okay. And other than that being a perfect metaphor for the year 2020, did you see any property damage as a result of the dumpster fires?
No, as far as I recall, the dumpster was lit on fire because the police pulled up in an MRAP, and it seemed like protesters were like shoving it towards the police. It didn't seem like they were trying to destroy buildings with it or blow up the gas station or anything like that. There was a lot of people there. I don't know if people would let
Just a
them do
peaceful arson.
And
It's
I want to
okay.
ask that specifically because you're standing right next to the gas pumps in the video. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you feel like that was an unsafe place based on the dumpster fire and anything like that?
No.
Did you see anyone ever push those anything on fire towards the gas pumps?
No.
Is that really why we're bringing this in for that?
I think it might be.
When you were doing your live stream,
All that for that?
were there folks watching that you were aware of?
Yes.
Were
How
you
many?
able to respond to them or communicate with them as the live stream was going on?
Yes.
Okay.
Throughout, I'm sorry to cut you off. That's why throughout like the live stream, I mentioned like going to the ultimate gas station to get cash out of the ATM. There's always viewers, some people from town, some people from out of town, some people with questions and stuff like that. There was a lot of, when we had protests for, I guess the big protest for George Floyd earlier in areas to see if people are spilling out somewhere, to see if, things are actually happening.
No, the audio was good. It was loud.
False rumors or whatever.
What the hell happened?
Your Honor, I do have an excerpt that I'm going to play.
They hate you, Nick.
It'll be about 12 or 13 minutes long. I don't know.
Oh my God.
Continue in the morning.
Will we end up breaking afterwards and without this witness being complete?
Yeah.
Well, I maybe know my direct at that point. I'm not sure.
Well, we have to have him back for custody. So let's break for the day.
Thank
And-
God.
Okay, please, overnight, read and watch or listen to any comment.
12, another 12 or 13 minute excerpt he's going to play.
Yeah.
And,
Was the sole point of that excerpt to stand for the proposition the dumpster was not pushed into the gas station? That's a lot to establish that.
I mean, it kind of seemed like it.
arrangements and I'm sorry, Mr. Washington. Thank you. And
I bet Kiori Washington has a whole bunch more subscribers after this.
We should invite him on for a collab.
Everybody leave
Yeah,
the
maybe
room right away, except for. Pardon me. Well, are they going to stay here? These people have. You people. All right, whatever you say. I'm going to turn it over to you. All right, thank you.
What do you mean, you people?
The jurors, the clerk wants to talk to them.
Clerk wants to talk to the jurors? Okay.
Or do you want them in here? Probably well, it's easier in here, but I don't know. How long is it going to take the media to scatter? Can I talk to you photographers for a minute?
Talking to the photographers in the courtroom?
Okay, let's, would you? Yeah, that's probably best. All right, you can go up to the jury room, please, and the clerk will deal with it.
Yeah, why you wouldn't have the jury leave through the approved place immediately and then have the media clear out just to avoid accidents is beyond me.
Police holding those pending the outcome of the trial? Okay. Or maybe you could just...
Did the stream mute? The audio's really, I know the audio dropped dramatically on me. It's not me. I can't change it. This thing's about over anyway. I can't boost the audio. StreamYard doesn't let you. Not on a shared screen.
Back before the days of volume booster, huh?
But I guess we're done, right?
I guess.
Shit. Alright, what are we? 7:26.
Someone is texting.
Thanks to the party.
On their
Now
phone.
I have friends.
in the
You're very
courtroom.
welcome, Crystal.
Man.
That's amazing to me. In here, you can only have a phone if you're an attorney.
Yeah.
Like that's it. And basically because we need to schedule. And that's about, or if you have notes on it or something. But if you even if you're sitting there with a phone out, I've seen bailiffs come up and just take phones from people in the court building.
The fact that they're able to turn their phones on in the courtroom, even though it's over, is a bit amazing.
Well, I mean, if that's the end of the day, I guess we will switch over to day 3. Get a couple hours in. It'll depend on what Bruce is going to do here, but...
I'm going to ask you guys...
Oh, sounds like I have a visitor too.
And of course,
Won't be a second, guys.
Can you not do any of these perp walk type things when witnesses come up? And you can take them on the stand.
No perp walks.
Wait till they're on the stand. Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah. Don't take it until they're on the stand. That's fair enough.
Yeah, well, just there's not much space there. I mean, this place looks a
Alright,
lot
guys,
bigger
I'm
than
going
it
to go
is
and get
from
the little one ready for
photography, but
daycare. I'll be
courtrooms aren't
back
huge.
in
And so if you're sitting
5
here
or 10
trying to get a
hopefully,
slow
and
pan
then we'll
back
switch over
and
to
the
day
guy's
3.
walking up, I mean, you're just in the way. Okay. I think that's evidence that we're done.
Yay.
All right, let me stop this.
Okay. So we can give our roundup for day 1, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah. So what do you think, man?
Well, I think I don't understand why this last witness is being called up to this point. And I don't understand why we saw so much video. It doesn't make sense why you have that much. If you're trying to show the dumpster moving through the frame, but you want to establish the initial state, which, you know, fair enough. How much video do you need to do that?
A minute?
If that, right? So, like, why do we go on forever to show nothing happening? It was very confusing to me. So that was weird. The defense, as for the first witness with the friend, I thought both sides did a good job. I think the defense made some good cross-examinations that answered some questions. Why was Kyle on the ground, not on the rooftop? Here's the answer. Why did Kyle move from this place to this place? Because he was told to. Why were some of these decisions made?
Yeah.
It's like, okay, so it answered some of those questions, which was very helpful. And the prosecution did their best to mitigate, but the defense, I think, had the better end. They had the better end of the exchange, I think, overall. As long as we have someone who can actually wrap it up all at the end to distill it. But yeah, and I remain of the opinion that the opening by the defense was pretty bad. So yeah, that's the kind of where I'm sitting. So I guess we'll give the day to the defense.
I think the defense does get the day. The opening was bad, but I'll maintain that the defense's case is strong enough to just in general at this point is strong enough to overcome the mitigated performance of Richards on opening argument. Because I mean, the fact that everybody was asking me how long the state's opening statement was, and I kept saying 15 minutes, legitimately believing it was about 15 minutes.
If you had asked me to guess, I would have said 20. So yeah, but it was
Yeah.
apparently 34.
Right.
And if you asked me to guess at the defense cases, I don't know what I'd say other than forever.
Methuselah.
Yeah, Methuselah.
It was eternal. It was really long. It felt a lot longer. So that alone should tell you, like, just on performance alone, the state performed really well on opening. The defense didn't perform very well on opening, but their case is really, really strong. They got a lot of stuff that they needed to get into there, and that's good. I think on examination and cross-examination, the defense is carrying the day on just what they're getting out of these witnesses. The state is doing an okay job of asking questions of the first witness. They're just not very big issues. The second witness, I can't even figure out where the state's going right now.
I don't know where this is going.
Yeah,
I don't know where this is going.
It was awful.
When Rittenhouse started running to the gas station, was he running from the other gas station? Was that where the running started?
I have no idea.
Yeah, because that could be the only other thing I'm wondering, because maybe we show. I was waiting for someone in the crowd to yell, there's whatever happening at the other gas station. I was waiting for that, and everyone starts running in that direction.
Yeah.
But that's not where that went. Apparently that went for the 2 seconds on screen where we saw the dumpster fire rolling through. All right.
Yeah. Now, we don't know what happened with the other witness. We don't know who that was. We don't know what their testimony was. We don't know anything about it. So that could change some things. I think the prosecution has to be getting frustrated with the judge at this point, though.
You think?
They're losing like every motion hearing and every objection except for there was one objection that was overruled, but like losing on the opening argument stuff, like why you're gonna let them display a bunch of unadmitted evidence without foundation like that. I mean, I think it's funny that it happened, but at the same time, I'm like, I don't know that the judge should do this unless they've stipulated to the admissibility prior. If it's in both, if it's something that the prosecutor is intending to bring at trial, then okay, you can bring that up, sure. But the stuff that they haven't stipulated to admissibility, just authenticity, and they're bringing it in there, and the prosecutor had a good argument, like, you're going to allow this, judge? Like, we don't do that. But the judge hit him back with your office has done this.
That was a nice clap back. That was the ultimate clap back. It's like, your office has done it, so you can do it. It may not be your practice, and it's not necessarily even wise. I don't know if it was a wise decision, if it could be done better with the video. So whether or not it's a good idea to bring it in or not. Yeah. But yeah.
Well, see, that's the other thing. His opening statement was what it was today. Without the video, would it have been worse? And that is actually a possibility, because maybe he's uncomfortable speaking without a visual aid.
No.
Someone in the chat mentioned that Richards did a lot better when there was an adversary, when there was someone to bounce off of. His questioning on cross was pretty good. Maybe without that, he needs something to refer to. I don't know. People speak in different ways. But if that's the case, he should have just had Sharif C do the opening statement, because that guy has very competently spoken throughout this trial, and he seems to be pretty good at it. But that being said, it is what it is. I do think the defense, from what we saw, I think the defense gets the better end of today. It doesn't really mean much. It's the first witness and the third witness that we saw on two relatively trivial issues. The ultimate stuff is going to be, I think at the end, they're going to have to just solidify. You heard a lot of testimony today from over the past 2 weeks over a whole lot of people about a whole lot of things. And what you really got to get down to is this 7-minute time period where Kyle Rittenhouse is involved in two altercations with 3 different people, and those people, or with 4 different people, and those people ended up being shot because he was afraid for his life. And that's what we got to focus on. Was Kyle Rittenhouse reasonably afraid for his life? Everything we've seen shows that Kyle Rittenhouse was subjectively afraid for his life. So you just have to determine if a normal person in that situation is afraid for their life. That's the question we're asking you today. If you're being chased by a guy who has said, I am going to kill you if I get you alone, who is throwing something at you, you hear gunfire relatively close by.
I still got another 2.5 hours.
You feel in fear for your life.
That I'd planned on.
The prosecution is essentially going for this, basically the equivalent of the mostly peaceful protest. That's basically where they're going.
You're very welcome, little grey squirrel.
99% of the time, the protest is peaceful.
I'm thinking this will probably be some evergreen content too. It's not like I'm ever going to take this down.
That's kind of where they're going.
All right. Well, I'll sit down and watch the commentary on that on my own in a bit, so you guys don't have to sit through it. I'm just going to stop sharing that for a second, which means I'll bring up those 2 there. For anyone that's interested, almost done. Just putting together the hands. Got the blade. He's carrying the gun. I'm very happy about how this is looking. So now switch over to day 3. Should be a playlist for this, I do believe. Yep. Wait, what's that? Fed at Rittenhouse trial, surprise guests, Good Logic and Robert Barnes. It's just under 3 hours. Okay, so that's fine. So what we'll do is we can watch that, provided it's because I'm interested to hear some of the things that Barnes has to say for himself. And then tomorrow we can get stuck into day 3, apparently. Let's get some context on this. I mean, if this is all just commentary. Oh, actually, maybe I'll do that as a separate one. I'll do that separately. We'll get stuck into day 3. Sorry, guys. All right. Joining Nick today is Legal Mindset. I love the old intro.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I'm your host, Nick Ricade of Ricade Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. And with me today is a person who has never been on the stream before, but I am really happy to have him, Legal Mindset. How's it going, man?
Good, man. Thanks for bringing me in. I came right off work here in Korea, straight to this chat, cancel my stream tomorrow so I can be here and run through this because this is going to be a hell of a lot of fun.
Yeah. This trial is shaping up to be very interesting. A lot at stake for it, and who knows? I'm excited to see what today brings.
So different. Yeah.
What's your
the soju bottle in the background?
I guess what's your read
on
what's been going on so far?
So I
can't talk because it's
I ended up watching. I watched you guys. I watched you guys break it down with Uncivil Law last night. I was there in the chat, and I definitely am on the same page as I think every lawyer who's seen it. If you're objective and you looked at those openings, prosecution on procedure, in terms of their presentation, looked better. We all agree that the law is on the side of Kyle here. This is the most clear case of self-defense I have ever seen in my entire career as a lawyer. This is just clear cut. But look, the defense attorney, he was bumbling. He was human sedative. It was not the best presentation. He was booming with the technology. I mean, everything, I would have given that 1 to 2 stars out of 5. And I think the prosecution did 4.5. Although the facts in the law is so bad that the prosecution actually made a good case for self-defense in just presenting the facts. Just presenting the facts. I mean, there's no way to put lipstick on that pig. It is still a turd. You're still kissing a pig. That's it. It does not look good on the facts and on the law.
Yeah, I agree. The prosecution looked really professional. The defense was kind of
just updating the
out there.
stuff
We'll say the defense is a little jumbled at places. It didn't look very organized, but at the same time, the facts are so far on Kyle's side, and the real risk for the prosecution here is that everything that they introduce, all of the facts, just happen to support this idea of self-defense, which that has made their job really, really complicated.
And I'll say one thing, Nick. I think you were on the point about opening the door for character. I think honestly, the prosecution was pushing it. I think there's no freaking way that they're going to. By the way, can I curse, Nick?
Yeah.
Okay. Just making sure.
I did not.
Look, hey,
that's
listen,
awesome. Well done, Jess.
I was like, I should drop an F-bomb here, but let me ask first. Let me be a gentleman, and get enthusiastic consent. So now that I've passed the Berkeley test, there's no fucking way. There's no fucking way that they don't get character coming in here. Them trying to say, oh, he was just there to support a friend, that was his only motivation. No way. Characters coming in that case, and it's probably gonna the whole shit show involving Rosenbaum and the medical bag. That shit's gonna go somewhere during cross, unless the defense royally fucks up. And I guess that's what we're gonna be paying attention to today here with the prosecution witnesses. This is gonna be all about cross and all about what they can get out on cross.
Yeah, that's gonna be the big thing. And I think the other thing that's gonna be a big factor is witness selection in general. There are some questionable witness choices that are out there for both sides, and the big ones for the state that are extremely questionable are the journalist McGinnis.
Yeah.
He is their key witness on what happened between Kyle Rittenhouse and Joseph Rosenbaum. He's the guy who they're going to have to use to introduce a lot of the footage of the Rosenbaum shooting. And at the same time, he's favorable to Kyle. He specifically says not only that, if I'm not mistaken, he says not only that Rosenbaum reached for the gun, but actually got a hand on the gun. And once that happens, you're in self-defense territory. I mean, you're in appeal self-defense territory. It's crazy how much it matters that you get a hand on a gun in a self-defense situation.
Yeah, that's going to totally diffuse the manlet defense. The manlet defense goes bye-bye. When you have the gun, it doesn't matter if you're 5'3" or 6'6" like I am. It's out the window, right? It's totally irrelevant.
Yeah, it's irrelevant, and it's, oh my God, you're 6'6" and in Korea?
Yes, 2 meters in the metric. You can convert that real easy.
So it doesn't matter, because once the other person's hand is on the gun, you're both armed in the situation. You're no longer an unarmed person. So getting McGinnis there and establishing that fact for the defense will be very big. For the prosecution, it's going to be a little bit of a problem. I am trying to find
Tom Nash Music. Thank you for the super chat. Few $1 dues for you, Aussie. Cheers for the stream. Cheers to Rabbit and your mods for the shout out earlier. Got to go play some tunes. No worries. Enjoy. Have a good day/night.
Yeah, I will say one other thing I was surprised by was, I mean, people are saying in the chat, but honestly, when I heard that hard R, I was like, all right, that's a bold choice, Cotton. Let's see how this one plays out. Because I haven't seen the jury, but like, I mean, I'm just saying it's a choice that nowadays in 2021, look, maybe 10 years ago, buddy, maybe 20 years ago, maybe you want to do that, but we're in 2021, the normies are going to norm. The hard R is out of favor. Even if they said it. I mean, look, people are out there, these woke motherfuckers, they're out there getting people fired for during diversity trainings saying that word as an example of what you can't say, and they get fired for it. I don't know if you heard about that one. I mean,
yes,
that's the clown world we live in. That's the fucking clown world we live in. That people trying to explain. Okay, well, you can't say it. Maybe you can say it with an A real quick if you're doing a rap lyric. If you're singing Eminem at company karaoke. But hard R, that's a no, and then you're fired for it.
Yeah, it's that was a strange one. Very very polarizing. And I don't know if you saw the video of that Lofty Pixels put out of the song.
Oh wait, no, I haven't seen the video from Lofty Pixels.
Okay, I played it last night and got a copyright claim, so
so let's not do that again. But I'll check it out.
I'm not gonna play it, but yeah, I'll get you the link. Yes, it is something of beauty.
Oh God.
Where are we here? Come on, Kyle Trial. You're supposed to start at 9. And literally not a single stream is up for this.
Well.
So did I miss something that they're just like, we're just gonna not do a trial today?
Day of rest.
Okay. Where are we? Yahoo Finance.
Were you surprised, Nick? Were you surprised at the speed of jury selection? That's something that I was kind of curious about because it seemed like I was almost expecting it to go a little longer on the individual attorney side. And I think we got some interesting stuff going on during jury selection. Nothing too insane, right? Obviously, you got your standard people trying to get out. Look, I'm not a trial attorney, but during my clerkship, I worked in a Miami-Dade courthouse, saw some crazy shit, Chinese drywall, meat markets, theft, all sorts of criminal crap.
Right.
A lot of fun white collar stuff. But I sat in on a lot of jury selections. People used every excuse in the book. From like my son was bitten by an iguana, to I don't know how to use public transportation. Everything, right?
How'd you get here today?
Exactly, because there's no fucking parking at the Miami-Dade courthouse. Nobody drives there. There's no parking garage, right? So, yeah, people would use all sorts of crazy excuses. We had pretty much standard excuses, but I do expect it to go longer for this trial because it's.
All right, we'll move forward a bit.
Grosskreutz pulled a handgun, but not self-defense.
No way. No, there's and none of that was self-defense. So what do you get? So, Ricky, this is one thing I want to ask because I know a lot of people shout this out and they drop. People say things without thinking about it. Malicious prosecution. People say, "Oh, it's malicious prosecution." I don't think they can get it. And we can say, "Look, it's wrong. Shouldn't have been charged." But I don't think you can get malicious prosecution.
You got 2 bodies. You know who shot them. It's going to be real hard to justify malicious prosecution.
Yep.
That's at the end of the day.
We don't like it, but
yeah. And you're right. They shouldn't be charged.
We're back in the appearances res.
All right, guys. Cheers. Let's kick this off.
Oh, you're starting that already.
Mm-hmm.
It's 9 a.m. for me. I have to wait until at least 10 a.m.
It's 11:15 p.m. I'm ready to rock, buddy. I got the mini bar right next to me, so I'm good to go.
Good job, Schrader. He's opening fan mail right now. Look at this. I love you, Bruce.
Are you serious?
He's just opening some little note. It's like
way to go. Hang in there, bud.
Yes, Buckalooks.
Yeah.
Remember, only 1% of judges are assassinated. Why the fuck did he bring that up? I was like, are you fucking kidding me right now? It hardly ever happens.
You'll probably be okay.
Yeah, most likely.
Oh yeah, he brought that up during the
He brought it up.
selection. Yeah, that was a phenomenal moment. He's like, only 1% of that'd be great if he would have said only 1% of judges get assassinated. I'm not quite sure if it's that low for jurors though.
In the Roman Empire. By the way, as the foremost Game of Thrones legal scholar, I was very offended that he did not like trial by combat. I think that is a superior method. We should just roll it back. That's all I'm saying.
Right. Okay. In trial by combat, should there be situations where the right to a champion is revoked?
Yes.
What situations?
I think you need to merit, right? It's like meriting a public defender, right? If you have the capability, I think that it should be revoked. You should only get it if you need it.
What if you
like
have
if
the
you're
capability?
If you're a child or a woman who's not Brienne of Tarth, other than that, it should be revoked.
Okay. So you're Rosenbaum, and the other person is the Mountain.
It doesn't matter. You could still win, and in GOT especially, you get the small snacky guys like an Oberyn type guy. He got in there and pokes him. I think even the small snacky guy can win.
There you go. All right. Let's see. While we wait on this, Base Shaman says, "Let the midday drinking begin." It's still beginning of day for me. I gotta warm up a bit.
How? By the way, I haven't stuck around. How long have these been going? Like total stream length? You're like cocking an eyebrow. I'm scared now.
8.5 to 9 hours.
Jesus Christ, I'm not sleeping. All right, good shit.
If you need to buzz out, it'll be okay. But
I'm good.
Let's see. President-elect Austin M says prosecution's video wasn't even halfway done after 30 minutes. Mark, spelled with 2 hard R's, Richards, needs to absolutely obliterate Binger and not High Corey. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Ryan Blue Thunder follows up with, "Don't let your love fall down on my umbrella."
All right, good morning,
I'll say,
everyone.
"Don't let your love fall on
We'll
down
continue
on
now
my
with
umbrella."
the state's presentation
dig
of its
it.
case and Mr. Muir.
All right. I hope they just keep this angle and we're looking at this lady's eyes all day.
That will be so intimate.
Oh, yesterday they did the like dramatic footage of the witness walking in. Judge said no more of that. He said, "Don't perp walk the witness."
Don't perp walk the witness.
Ooh, blue pocket square.
Continue with your
Fancy today.
morning. Where we left off yesterday was we were watching portions of your Facebook live stream from the night of August 25th,
Try and find a better feed of this.
I have the video now back up on the screen, and I am going to play a portion of the video that
I
begins
judge
at
everyone in the audience who's wearing a
45
mask, by the way.
and
Cock.com.
55-second mark. So if we could continue at that mark, please. Thank you.
Yeah, see that. Oh, they are gonna have the video today. Good. Never mind. I'll leave it here. I love the Windows bar at the bottom. Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
This video is gonna run like 13 to 15 minutes, he said.
Yeah.
Really done a bit boost.
Yellow Flash 2 says prosecutor has a
what's going on,
punchable face.
bro? Yeah.
A lot of these people have punchable faces. I'm not gonna lie.
Out here, yeah, I know, man. How you been, bro? You good out here? That's what's up, man.
Water and everything you spotted?
Yeah, no, I'm good. I got some stuff in the bag.
This is renowned social media influencer Corey Washington.
There. And Mr. Washington, we just saw an individual walk through the video carrying a skateboard. Did you see that person?
Could you replay it for me?
Yeah, could we rewind?
I
about
wasn't
10 seconds?
watching.
That wardrobe choice too. That's
Oh, that
It'll be
is
coming in from the left.
That suit is quite a statement.
You know, there are times
Yeah, what's going on, bro? Yeah.
I can't pull off that.
Yeah, bro. Out here, yeah, I know, man. How you been, bro? You good out here? That's what's up, man.
Water and everything you spotted?
Yeah, no, I'm good. I got some stuff in the bag.
He's right there.
There's an individual in the middle of the screen carrying a skateboard with blue jeans and a hoodie and a backpack. Do you see that individual?
Yes.
Do you have any idea who that is?
No.
Okay. I don't think there's going to be an objection. I'm going to represent that that's Anthony Huber.
No, Bing is
Just for the
talking right
jury's
now.
edification,
No objection,
that is
Your Honor.
The
Anthony
wannabe that
Huber.
can't wear a
I
suit
just
is the
wanna
one with
point
the
out
comb
that
over at the
for a
bottom
second,
left-hand side of the screen.
Mr. Huber has a skateboard. On that particular night, did you have a skateboard?
Yes.
Do you routinely ride around on a skateboard?
Yes.
So on that night, were you using that as kind
Are they certifying him as a
Round it out.
skateboarding expert? Please, God, tell me
Yes.
no.
I
Now,
hope
when
so.
you're filming this video, were you holding the skateboard or was it just on the ground?
At this point, I was more than likely holding it.
More than
Thank
likely.
you. Please continue.
Have you ever tried to decapitate a man with a skateboard?
Do you think someone would be in the fearful of their life if they were being hit with a skateboard?
All chanting comes to me as fuck Joe
Actually,
Biden
pause
now.
again,
So
because there's an individual, if we can back up about 10 seconds.
Oh my
There's an
God.
individual who comes walking into the screen again from the left. He's got shorts on, a t-shirt, a hat, and a backpack. Orange backpack.
Yeah, that's just sweet.
There's an individual there on the left-hand side of the screen with a dark shirt, lighter shorts, and an orange backpack. and a hat on. Do you see that individual?
Yes.
Do you know who that is?
No.
Okay. I'll represent with no dispute that is Gaige Grosskreutz. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
I needed a meme for my video. I appreciate it. Corey.
Source those memes, bro.
I would never go to a riot or protest because the chanting.
Is that a cop standing right there, though?
I would Rittenhouse everyone who's chanting.
Some sort, and then
I'm just curious. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. Of course not. Can't find anything on the witness. It's LinkedIn's the only thing that's popped up. Oh, damn it. What are we? 32.52.
Source those memes, bro.
Okay, actually, this gives me the opportunity. That's not it.
I would never go to a riot or
So you got cops
protest
there.
because the chanting.
It was. Or at least it's someone wearing a damn...
Never go to a riot or protest because the chanting.
Oh, maybe not. Anyway, doesn't matter.
That was close.
I would Rittenhouse everyone who's chanting.
of some sort, and then you clearly reacted to it. Can you tell the jury what that was, if you know?
I think it was a rock or something. So there was something.
Okay. It appears you're standing under kind of an awning over the gas pumps. Is that right?
Yes. Establish that other people have
throwing
rocks
things
thrown
that
at
sometimes
them?
would land on the roof, make sort of a loud bang noise, that sort of thing?
Yeah.
Okay. We also saw some individuals out in the road with a blue umbrella that they were kind of pushing towards the police. Did you see that?
Yes.
Did you at any point observe any reaction from the police to that?
No.
Okay. Thank you. Please continue.
It makes me want to scream. I hate
I'll keep it
chanting.
in mind, map. Hang on.
I know.
It's like the urban version of cicadas. This happens every summer.
Except for they should only emerge every 10 years, and even then.
Oh, no shit.
I don't know if we missed anything there. Can we just go back about 10
Jacob
seconds?
Chance oh, you
why? You fucking
That was
asshole.
there's a 10-second
right there. It's fine.
button.
Thank you.
That was close.
Shepherds are parking again.
Barnes' theory is that Binger is going to just drag this out and hope the jury tunes out literally everything.
Yes. Bore them to death.
Yeah.
And then if they can ratchet the social media and news up to 20, they might be able to pressure them in the interim.
Just give me a second, Munchkin.
I will say, if they're going to screw with the technology like this is going to be a 3-year trial.
Yes. Oh my gosh. Yeah, Binger deserves the cross for this. For playing this whole video like this.
The Iron Maiden or the Rack. I mean, at this point, I want some suffering.
Tina says, "Yeah, you really could beat the brakes off the prosecutor." Oh my gosh.
Oh, Jesus.
ISJ says, why no objection? There's nothing to object to here.
No. You don't want to do what the fucking prosecutor did and have a useless goddamn objection during opening and make so many objections that the jury hates you. That's another thing. You don't want to be the asshole who's slowing down the trial and making the jury wait.
Right. That objection during opening was
a massive phallus move.
Yep.
And
Or a
limp
small
because it was
phallus
limp.
move.
And no, yeah, it's limp, completely limp because it was overruled.
Well, while nothing's happening, Ryan Blue Thunder says, keep thoughts high in the sky. You're like a big kite. It's flying from people who want to keep you down in the crowd where they're always breaking out. Watch out for piranhas.
Blockade of some sort now that people turned around.
Here for lulls, says Marco Polo. Please just shoot me. Marco!
And just look at this crowd of winners, you know? This is really the people I want to associate with in life.
Man, I feel like these people have been standing here for 8 hours.
Yo. I heard Pizza Hut is on fire on Roosevelt. Yeah.
It's only a little arson.
People said it a few times in the chat. Yeah. Pizza Hut. People are saying Pizza Hut. Yeah, you too, man. I'm Roosevelt.
No, the one on Franklin's fine. You can go over there.
Reroute the stuff crust, people.
Hey, what's up, Mike? Sword and Scales in the chat says Pizza Hut is racist, yo.
100.
Why don't you pan the camera at the people yelling? They seem more interesting than the people not doing anything.
Yeah, what memes is he going to try to get out of this? Because I'm not seeing much meme ammo.
Well, that's why he's a social media influencer. One article labeled him as a self-described social media influencer.
So you're not even D-list. Got it.
That's cold.
Would probably be, I guess, 63rd. Yo, what's up, Kabilly? What's happening, bro?
Objection, Your Honor. Defense would just like to know if prosecution's going to get to a point with this video.
I wish that was a fucking objection.
They're stealing my screen.
It's like, speed the fuck up.
I said it's not okay.
All right, kitty's out of the house. Let's get to this. Hopefully I didn't miss anything actually important. Doubt it by the sounds of it.
Someone sent me a link with their stuff too, so I
Social
can
media
verify this.
influencer.
Who takes checks for their services?
So, I mean, it would be super frivolous to have to sue somebody for stealing content of an event that they could have just asked me for, and I would have won.
Represent to the jury that right in the middle of the screen there is Gaige Grosskreutz. No dispute about that. That is Gaige Grosskreutz there in the middle of the screen. All right, please continue.
Oh
I'm
my.
going to use it. So.
I think I just heard someone say we stand with Black Lives Matter, but we don't want them to burn our neighborhood down. I'm serious. That's
yeah, that sounded like
Made
it.
a reference to looks like a fire might have been put out. Can you tell us what you were talking about?
Yeah, so earlier in the evening, after everyone was stationed at the Ultimate gas station there at the corner of Sheridan and 60th, randomly there appeared to be a fire just a few, like, down the block.
Randomly?
Random fires.
So I skated
Big
down
problem.
there with a buddy of mine, and there was a few other people that came, I believe, with fire extinguishers. We went to just check it out to see if maybe people were, sneaking off to go burn buildings and were getting away from, the big crowd or whatnot. When we get there, it appeared that, as soon as we got there, maybe moments after we arrived, the police arrived on the scene. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but I believe there was like a tire fire set by like the owner of the shop or something there or something like that. I'm not too sure if that's exactly what it was. That's just what I heard happen. That's what it appeared to be. So,
Your Honor, may I approach and set up the easel? Thank you.
Does this witness actually know anything he's testifying to? Like, I'm pretty sure he has not testified to a fact as if it has happened in this trial.
No, and I was like, people might think, oh, why isn't he objected to hearsay? Because this guy doesn't know what the fuck he's
Washington, I have
talking
the
about. It's
map
not
up
even worth
again, and you've got the laser pointer in front of you. Could you, if you can point it out or not, I don't know, but you were describing some
Like
sort
Richard's
of fire
trying to see
at some
in the
location.
background?
Is that location shown on that map? Okay, so you're
This is
pointing
Trump's
at
fault. If they had Biden-level gas
a
prices
lot
back
that
then,
is
BLM
on
and
60th
Antifa wouldn't
Street
have been
on
able to
the
afford to
north
burn
side,
Kenosha down.
Which is at the far
Damn.
left side of that map. And if my
Sniper. Sorry.
Street identification is correct, I think that's 11th Avenue and 60th. Is that right?
you are correct.
Okay, so that would be on the northwest corner of 11th Avenue and 60th. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and is that a some sort of used car lot or something along those lines? Do you know?
Yeah, something of that nature.
Okay, and you said that at one point you observed a fire at that location,
Yes, it was a fairly large fire.
but it appeared to be tires that were on fire.
Yeah, something like that.
Okay, and then the police, when you were there on scene, somebody came and was responding to it?
Yeah, there was a fairly large response, I would say. I believe they were in the MRAP or the Bearcat, one of the two, and there was maybe a dozen officers with riot gear and stuff. They kind of pushed us back and told us to go, so we just turned around and went back by the Ultimate gas station.
And when you talk about an MRAP or a Bearcat, you're talking about one of those large armored vehicles that some law enforcement agencies use
Correct.
on this night. Okay, thank you. Can we please continue? Oh, wait, hold on. One more question. You mentioned that you were seeing some things,
figured
in
it
the
out.
comments about things going on.
What?
Can you help us
One
explain
second.
what you're talking about there?
Yeah, like I mentioned yesterday, I always kind of look to the chat to see if there's other things going on, to see if there's
Shout out to the chat.
if there's not a lot
Amen to
going
that.
on
Thank
in
you
an
for
area.
chat throwing
there's a
me
bunch of other
tips and
streamers,
tricks.
and I
Appreciate
get
it.
a tip or something. Typically, I'd go to another location to see what's going on
How much
over
do you
there.
make on tips on the
see if
average
there's,
show,
anything
Mr.
that needs to be
Washington?
covered or whatnot. So
there was some reference you made to a Pizza Hut on Roosevelt that was on fire.
correct.
Do you know anything more about that?
I believe that was just a false rumor.
Is it fair to say that on this particular night, and
We know that no
this time
Pizza Hut has
period, that there were
ever
a lot
actually
of
been fired.
rumors going around,
No.
true, some not, about what was going on in Kenosha?
Yes, yeah, there's plenty of disinformation going around, especially on the internet. So
It'll be the first time that's ever happened, right?
right.
All right, please continue.
He's a fucking dick finger.
Never follow just the tip, kid.
Okay, so he brought this guy because the defense won't know what to ask him on cross. And it'll make the defense look dumb because they'll be like, I don't even know what to ask this guy.
Well, they
Because
can just show that he doesn't know shit. I mean, that's all the defense would have to know. Like, hey, are you really sure of any of this? Like, what the fuck do you know? Like, who the fuck are you? Like, should we just call your chat as a witness? Exactly like somebody super chatted, you know? We just like have his chat phone in. They seem to be more competent than you because they know where shit's actually happening.
There is a individual in the middle of this photograph that is holding a long rifle.
Should
he's
use
got
the
a baseball
should say
cap
strap.
on. Do you see that individual?
Yes.
Do you have any idea who that is?
No.
Okay. I'm going to represent, I don't think there'll be any dispute about this, that is an individual by the name of Ryan Balch. Please continue.
Are we seriously just establishing who was there? Can't we stipulate to this? Ryan Blue Thunder says 17 hours left on Inglorious Rex. 221,000 is Shane's best ever, but we can make it better. Back it on Indiegogo.
I don't know.
Barange, I agree. We need that chick who said buildings don't have life, or our people don't have life insurance, but our buildings do. She would make a better.
Could you
witness.
rewind that 10 seconds, please?
No, just click the button.
There's going to be
Just click
someone
the-
who's going to be running
Fuck!
the defendant. Can we play that again?
Oh God.
I don't know.
Yeah, those gas prices are beautiful. That does make me.
Yeah, I guess that
Replay
was
one more
Kyle.
time and
That
try and
blur.
pause when the
Yes,
defendant's on the screen if
you're
possible.
watching. They used the button.
I don't know.
Oh, you missed it. You're not going
At
to
any
do
rate,
it.
Mr.
Not
Bro.
Windows video
We
player.
now know. Oh, perfect. We now know that is
The action
defendant, Kyle Rittenhouse running through the screen carrying a fire extinguisher. You would agree
Look at
with
this
me on that,
asshole.
correct?
Yes.
Okay. Let's continue the video for a few seconds, and then I'm going to have you pause again, please.
Please stop showing Kyle offering medical treatment and providing fire extinguisher services.
Check it out, right?
I believe I just heard you say in the video, Mr. Washington, something to the effect of, I don't know where he's going to, let's check it out, right?
Yes.
Sound roughly what you said?
Yes.
Were you referring to the defendant, Kyle Rittenhouse, at that time?
Yes.
Now, at the moment this video was taken, on the night of Tuesday, August 25th, did you have any idea who Kyle Rittenhouse was?
No.
Had you even taken note of him at all that night, up until this point?
Briefly, kind of. I took a mental note. Just so when I arrived on the scene, I kind of looked at the people that were there and kind of, I don't know, just took a note of the people that were around me, especially, you know, people that are armed to kind of gauge the crowd and, you know, the environment that I was in. I don't know, he just kind of looked young to me, and he had his gloves on and he was smoking cigarettes and stuff. So I don't know, I kind of was like, he's kind of seemed like an interesting figure. So I just took a mental note of that. It wasn't anything, I wouldn't say malicious. I just, you know, young person in a situation. Honestly, I would say it was mainly the gloves. I didn't know why he had the gloves on. It kind of stood out. So I was like, all right, let me just kind of remember that, I suppose. So when he ran by,
This is all bullshit.
I kind
by
of
the way.
looked to the side to kind of see if there's, I don't know, someone chasing him or what the situation.
Has this guy stated anything with confidence in his life?
See what's happening.
Sounds like a crock of shit to me.
So what was it that drew
No.
your attention to him at this point in the video?
You know, I'm not really
There
sure if
wasn't
he has.
much happening at the time. It was fairly calm. You know, you see most of the people are kind of just standing around and stuff like that by this point. So to see someone running, you know, I suppose it could have been anyone that ran by me. I would have been intrigued by it, but remembering kind of, you know, in my head. And he had a fire extinguisher as well. So maybe there's a fire or something happening. Maybe he's going to extinguish a fire or something like that. So again, I wasn't too aware of how close all of these people were that were, I don't know if they were working together. I don't know if everybody, like it was a group of people that were friends or if it was just miscellaneous people that were working together. So I figured maybe he had some sort of intel or communication with someone or
Yeah,
something.
I'll take a relevance objection at this point. I'll take anything to stop this like incoherent ramble.
Fair to say that when we continue the video,
Yeah.
it will show you going in the same direction as the defendant.
Yes.
Lopro
At
says,
any point
objection,
when
Your
you were
Honor.
observing the
Mr.
defendant,
Rittenhouse
when he
smoked
ran
pedos,
past you
wife
and-
beaters, not cigarettes.
Did you see anyone else with him?
No.
He was alone.
Not that I recall. And so
we don't have
heading in
the problem with
direction,
the
it
eggs
wasn't
as of yet, but
really
things
to
are getting
follow
very
the
expensive.
defendant, It was to see what was happening in that direction.
Okay. And just for the, so we can orient everything geographically, could you use your laser pointer and point out the ultimate gas station, please?
The ultimate gas
We
station.
established that's at the southeast corner.
Be one.
Right now,
That's
the
where
ultimate
you
gas
were
station would be the one
during
with $2
the portions
gas.
of the video we've been watching this
Or the
morning.
one that's not on fire.
I'm
Hey,
sorry, what?
And then when you followed the defendant, what direction did you go from there?
Headed
No, I didn't know
southbound.
So
this
you went
way.
directly south on Sheridan.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Please continue.
Oh, God. Wolfgang Deo says, will you at this moment support the LGBFJB community, Nick? If so, drink
it's
the whole milk.
2S LGBTQIA XYZ
No,
at this point.
this
bud.
is the
You
Let's Go
bigot.
Brandon F. Joe Biden community.
Oh, sorry. Yes, of
I
course.
only drink whole milk, by the way. Okay, this is the video that's going to sync up with the drone footage. This is where
There
he's
is
going to...
a figure on the other side of Sheridan Road there, which I believe would be the east side of, or yes, the west side of the road. Is that correct?
Yes.
West side of the road. That individual, you would agree with me, is the defendant, correct?
I honestly can't really see from here.
Don't
There's
agree
going
with
to be
him.
no
That's
dispute for
funnier.
the jury's purposes that that individual there, shown in the center of the screen on the far side of the road, is the defendant, Kyle
Okay.
Rittenhouse.
All right, I see now. It's
I'd
kind of
object at this
mixed in
point,
with
just
the-
to be
the
annoying.
trees there.
Yeah, agree.
Your Honor, he led the witness to the conclusion that's Kyle Rittenhouse.
I'm going to just use my pointer to try and illuminate that on the screen so that everybody can see it clearly.
Richards is so bored, he ran his phone out of batteries already and just got a charger.
Sure, why not? I've always wanted. Your Honor, may I approach that TV to do that?
Well, I can't see it.
While we wait, Charlie Heathcott says, can we call the chat as a witness? Wouldn't it be fun, like, if they did that?
I would love to see like chat logs entered into evidence. That'd be fun.
So this
Can
is...
you rewind 10 seconds, please?
Just click the button. Click the button, bigot! No!
No!
That's not 10 seconds. That's a... Why? You did it earlier. You did it right.
And she's inching it. She's edging the video at this point.
Video can't even take it.
And the only thing that's about to blow is my sanity.
It's in the banner, Riverdev, sorry. It's the ZGMF X20A Strike Freedom. It's a gun plot I'm making.
Northern Emmer says, no questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Just
Hopefully the
yet,
prosecution will bring someone relevant next.
Just trying to work out exactly where I have
I'm going
missed
to
reading
represent
two
to the jury.
pieces.
There's no dispute among the parties. There's an individual on the screen there that appears to be dressed in all black, but the back of his shirt has some white lettering on it. He's wearing a helmet, and that is Richie McGinnis. No dispute. I'll just use my sister. What's her name? Sister Marcianne. Sister Marcianne's pointer to point that out for everyone. This individual here is Richie McGinnis.
Is there a nun in court?
That's kind of sexy.
To each their own. Personally doesn't do it for me. J7, J8, J9, J10.
Again, just so everybody's clear, we are seeing the defendant here. I'm going to point him out again. This individual here.
It's the only person on the screen. Do you need to point him out? Like, really?
Oh
Do
my
you
God.
need to?
What are they doing? How are they controlling this? Is a gerbil like randomly turning a wheel that articulates the camera?
I think the only reason he's doing this is to establish the video. This video we saw attached to the drone footage
One more second.
yesterday.
Keep going. I'm sorry. Keep going. Keep going. I'll tell you.
Yeah, they definitely need it.
There's Rosenbaum, right in the middle. There's.
I'm going to represent to the jury, and there's no dispute from the defense that there's an individual in the center of the screen. He is not wearing his shirt. He's carrying a bag. He appears to have sort of long blue shorts on. That is Joseph Rosenbaum, and I'll use the pointer to point him out.
By the way, can we talk about how co-counsel for the prosecution cannot properly wear a suit? Like his suit wearing is an affront to humanity.
There's too many lawyers that are like that. It's like, Jesus, that should be a class. That you just get an F.
He had like the football collar guard under his suit yesterday. I was like, what are you doing? How are you sitting so Quasimodo'd?
Well.
I want to make sure the jury is able to know where we're at on the map here. So, Mr. Washington,
Almost to where the shooting
you have
took place.
traveled down on this
finally
video.
getting
We
there.
see you skateboarding
sorry, I
down
gotta speed
Sheridan
this up a
Road
little.
south from the Ultimate gas station at 60th and Sheridan. Is that correct?
Correct.
Where we're at in the video now, which is at timestamp 56:36, we're seeing some bright lights there on the screen. Do you see those?
Yes.
What is that location?
That's the car source.
And where is that located specifically? Do you know?
Sheridan and what is that, 63rd?
Okay. Could you please use your laser pointer to point out on the map where that car source is located?
Cheers, buddy.
So,
Cheers, brother.
In what we've just seen in that portion of the video, you have skateboarded from the Ultimate Gas at 60th and Sheridan, south down Sheridan Road, and now are approaching
morning.
the car source at 63rd and Sheridan on the northwest corner of that intersection. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Just want to make sure we're all understanding the geography. Please continue. I want to try and point out Mr. Rosenbaum again for the jury. Could you back up a couple seconds, please?
Oh, now you press it back. Thanks.
Keep going just a little bit, please. I'll I'm going to point out for the jury, no dispute on this, great guys.
Can you point out the Zeminskis that he's
Joseph
walking
Rosenbaum
next to,
is in this picture now.
or that he's about to run up to?
This is him right here.
He's in the back there. He's the guy carrying a bag, and he's got no shirt on. He's also the guy shouting, "Shoot me, N-word."
Not going to drop that hard R, Ricada?
I don't have the stones of Mark Richards. Blink, it's not the court that's not using the video player that can frame skip. It's the prosecution. And because lawyers are bad at tech.
Facts.
True.
Could we rewind 10 seconds, please?
Can I rewind my life until I'm not born?
Literally, the court should be able to operate better than a Pakistani dude on Fiverr I pay $10 to edit video properly and point stuff out. I mean, Jesus.
I would like to, just so the jury knows.
No way in hell am I pulling the hard R.
I'm going to ask the jurors to pay attention to the area in front of car source here, sort of, you'll see some figures running from right to left here on the screen. I just want to direct your attention to it so you know exactly where to look. Go ahead.
Like a true journalist, he missed all the action.
Oh, shit.
I'm going to represent to the jury. I don't think there's any dispute about this. We have just heard the shooting of Joseph Rosenbaum. And we'll go back and go over that in just a second. But Mr. Washington.
There was a third guy, which was not Mr. Rittenhouse.
Yes, thank you. I was like, I think there needs to be some commentary here.
Yeah.
Let me finish and I'll go back.
We'll get
Mr.
back to
Washington,
that.
After
After
you heard
Kyle
the
Rittenhouse
gunshots,
brutally murdered.
What did you do personally?
I skated away to find safety.
Okay. And then eventually returned to kind of check things out afterwards. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I kind of found like a position behind a retaining wall and tried to kind of film from behind the retaining wall.
Okay,
I only
enough.
care about
Can
retainer
we
walls.
rewind about
personally.
10 seconds, please?
5K or go the
Let's go
fuck
back
away.
10 more just to make sure. Okay, thank you. Can we play that again, please? There's no dispute. We're all on the same page here. I'm going to let the jury know that the gunshot you just heard was fired by a man by the name of Joshua Zeminski. And I'm sure you'll hear a lot more about him later. Let's keep playing.
So that was all stipulated to, right, Makeda?
Yeah, I guess.
I'll represent to the jury again without dispute that the 4 shots that were just heard are the 4 shots that the defendant, Kyle Rittenhouse, fired.
Are you going to
at
represent to
Joseph
the jury that the screaming "fuck you" was from Joseph Rosenbaum as he was chasing Kyle Rittenhouse? Because that's important.
There were several other shots that were just heard then, at least 3, maybe more. Those were not fired by the defendant, Kyle Rittenhouse. Please continue.
Oh, shit. You got shots fired, guys.
Richard
Yeah,
Morrison
shots
asked
fired.
what happened to the FBI drone footage. It's actually not admitted yet because the FBI testimony was so fucking bonkers that the judge said we're not going to do it right now.
I'm
By
going
the
to
way,
stop
if you-
you there, Mr. Washington. You've already explained what you did afterwards. I just have one final question for you. When you arrived at the 63rd Street car source, and we've seen the video that you recorded, this was a video that you recorded with your phone, correct?
Yes.
Obviously, in addition to that, you're using your own eyes to look at what's going on.
Yes.
No.
What I want to ask you is, did you see any fires at the 63rd Street car source when you were there personally?
Fires?
Yes.
No.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further.
He didn't see shit.
I guess
I'm
for the
surprised this
record,
guy can
just
see
to
where his own feet
button
are
this
every
all up,
morning.
I believe that was.
Oh,
Said
damn,
you
did
had
someone
nothing
give
further.
memberships? Thank
Liar.
you. Oh, shit, Crystal dropping the memberships. 10 of them, thank you.
I put eye
That
drops
was
in for
exhibit
this.
number 11, the video of the Corey Elijah live stream. I would move that into evidence.
Which one, I'm sorry?
It's number 11. Yep.
Objection? No. Received.
Okay. I identify as an ambulance and my pronouns are wee woo.
Oh, Sharif
No,
Steve's
thanks,
doing
Crystal.
cross.
Thank you very
Okay.
much.
That's interesting.
So can I ask you, Mr. Washington, on the night of the 25th, when this all happened, the video that you just showed us, did you receive a curfew ticket?
No.
No?
That's
Okay.
it.
Were you aware there was a curfew in place?
Yes.
Or you were out past curfew, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So you had described yourself as
That's a good opening
social
question.
media.
I like it.
Is that right?
And that's the fairest way to describe what I do, I suppose. Yes.
Okay. Do you travel around to video things like you videoed in Kenosha? Like, have you been to Portland and other places like that?
No, I've been to places in Wisconsin like Oshkosh and things like this, but I don't necessarily only film like political situations and stuff. I mean, I kind of document all different types of things. Like I was just at a Comic-Con and stuff like that.
Every old country buffet.
Oh, he was at a con. There you go.
I just want to make sure I have this right.
Probably a
Before
furry
we
con,
were-
by the way.
You said
Probably a
you
furry.
were taking a day off.
Yeah, it was Sunday, you know. I was just trying to relax.
And you get a call or a
So full of it.
notification that things are going on downtown.
Not downtown. That the shooting of Jacob Blake took place.
Okay. And at some point then, on the evening of the 23rd, you come down like to the courthouse area?
Corey Washington, I hope you're a viewer
Yes,
of this
after,
show
like
since you
I
go to
described,
Comic-Con.
following the protesters down to the downtown location, yes, area of the courthouse and the public safety building.
And you had, I'm going to show
We
you
are
a
officially
couple
on the home stretch,
photographs.
people. At least with the
You can tell me if
gun
you
club anyway.
recognize.
I like how citizen journalist as the most like obvious answer has been replaced with social media influencer. Like you're
When you're
literally just a guy-
unemployed and have your phone on.
Yeah. I'm a social media influencer now. No. Like you do go around and document things and then upload them. That's a citizen journalist and has been basically forever. Why don't you But now you got to say social media. It's like
I
But are
got a
you
DM
into
on Instagram. I'm an internet marketer.
The defense exhibits 31 and 32. Okay.
All right. Austin's paper.
We got to start with paper.
All right.
Can you take those and tell me if you recognize?
Yeah, this is a burning garbage truck. These are the old garbage trucks. Those that live in Kenosha, most people are from Kenosha that are here. We got new garbage trucks and things of that nature. We got new receptacles and pretty fancy or whatever. So they
receptacles.
use the old trucks to kind of make blockades around the courthouse. And so that's what D32. D31 here is a photo of, it looks, like a waste truck or something on fire.
And you had mentioned, I think, on your direct that you had observed vehicles like that burning on, was it the 23rd?
Yes.
Okay.
What you like here?
Judge, I don't have, our electronics isn't working properly, so I would move these two exhibits, and then if I can just, I'm going to have to show them to the jury with the first position.
Is there objection?
What night were these taken? The 23rd.
Sunday night?
Yes. Okay. Yes. So does you want me to hand them to him or just?
One at a time, so that you get it, you don't have to look at both of them. Just pass one on and look at the next. Yeah, and
Damn it,
then-
he doesn't quite line up. I'm annoyed. Oh, wrong one. Actually, that works. Nope. Doesn't line up. That
And I
sucks.
think that, tell me if this is right, you had mentioned that there had been a large kind of congregation of people out front of the courthouse and by the dinosaur museum.
Yes.
And there was people talking about damaging. Put them up, that'd be great.
Dinosaur Museum. Now you got my attention.
People were talking about damaging the dinosaur museum, and that kind of was a place that was close to your heart.
Yeah, I mean,
the hell was
place
that?
I would say it's more of a staple in the community more than a place in my heart. It's not like I frequently visit the dinosaur museum.
Okay. I was making a joke, but now this is way too real.
Those are the pictures that I had, 31 and 32 that I had showed you.
A mostly peaceful dumpster or a garbage truck fire.
Oh God.
Now, tell me if this is right. You had said that on the night of the 23rd, there started to be people that you saw downtown that you didn't really recognize.
Yes.
So you had, it sounds like you have some influence in the community and you're known in the community.
Alpha Fox Adams says Binger looks like
there
a
were people that you
semi-pro
were starting
speed
to
walker,
think
and
were
he
from out of
really
town.
does.
Yes, or at least people that were very suspicious looking.
Can you tell me why they were suspicious looking?
Attire mainly, kind of with their attire and actions, I suppose.
That would be a scaly, by the way.
I mentioned, I believe yesterday, seeing someone that was in the back of I believe it may have even
Notice
been
how Cross has to ask
truck that
open-ended
you showed
questions
in
because
the
this
back
guy
of the
didn't
truck,
say
finding debris
anything.
that, you know, I believe in the video. I may even have video. Maybe you have the video of me asking the person what they're doing while they're in the back of the truck. They're saying they're trying to find stuff to break stuff or whatever. So that was kind of one of the first moments, I suppose, were like a major red flag besides, you know, all the fires that were set.
I love this guy's like
Would it be fair
emotes.
to say that
They're great.
being there, that's a red flag to you?
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah.
I kind of want to hang out with this guy. I bet he's hilarious.
Have
You
him
know
on.
he's muted down for court.
So that's the 23rd. On the 24th, I think you said the 24th is worse than the 23rd. Is that right? In terms of damage to buildings and property?
I believe so. Again, I'm trying to be as transparent and fair to myself, I suppose. There was a lot that went on within like that week or two. I didn't get much sleep, and I'm trying to remember the best of my knowledge, but I haven't reviewed the video to study the video.
Shredding his own credibility.
My knowledge yet.
Were there people, if you remember, on the 23rd, were there people out protecting the businesses? Or
You
was
got
it
to follow
kind of
that up with how many hours did you sleep that night? You know, like you got to follow that up, I think.
How high were you, bro?
So there weren't people that you could, I suppose, identify that were protecting businesses. Possibly, I imagine there were once people noticed what was going on, but not that I could say that I verified.
This is the most shit show witness ever.
It's terrible.
No.
Fingers over here regretting his life choices.
And you had described the 24th at night becoming opportunistic. Is that fair?
That's what it seemed like.
Okay. And so one of the things that you had mentioned that had happened was you witnessed the Department of Corrections Probation and Parole Office being burned. If I can show you, is that
Sheep City says Washington avoid saying white kid with gun at BLM protest were suspicious. Everything else is vague info. Washington's paid off to be anti-white.
Yes.
I don't know about that.
I'm pretty sure.
Think
That's what it says on the building. Right?
Just
Right,
a
I'm-
weirdo.
I'm not trying to trick you, sir. I just
Okay.
Okay.
Mostly peaceful flashbangs.
Oh, it's so peaceful.
That building.
Oh, very
No,
peaceful.
burns to the
Most
ground.
peaceful.
Yeah.
It's all peaceful.
Yeah.
And did you see the car source? I think you mentioned that car source business, you noticed it that night as well burning.
Yes, I believe I think there's they have two locations, right?
Crap.
So there's a location.
It has been a while since I've done it, people. Just to clarify, I'm live. They're not. Love how Aussie is top and bottom great showmanship. Cheers. Yeah, it looked like an effing war zone. Thought his voice was commentary, not an actual witness. Sorry, just woke up and was confused for like 30 seconds there. Yeah, no. This guy might as well have might as well be one of the dumpsters that were lit on fire. Because this is turning quite bad. It's unreal how you can twist the truth. This is true.
Location
They have three.
closer to the Civic Center Park, and then there's one that's further south. I believe both of them are called the Car Source.
Okay, I'm going to show you Exhibit 34 for a minute.
Okay.
Only one of
Mr.
them
Washington,
is
have
the
you ever
car
been
source.
to the town that you live in?
Disorientating when I
Yes.
pause them.
And I said that's a picture of.
It's the joys of time travel via StreamYard.
Fair to you?
Yes.
Okay, so.
Childish Gambino. I'm dead.
That's 24, correct?
Oh,
Oh,
God.
what?
Well, the car source burned on the 24th.
Hang
Majority
on.
of the fires on the car source were the 24th. Yes?
If this was on the 24th, then yes, if that's when the timestamp from the video is from, I won't dispute that.
Did you see any fires at the car source on the 25th? Which was the
Tuesday?
Yeah, the day Mr. Binger asked you if you saw any fires down there. That was his last question, and you said no, right?
You're talking about on Tuesday,
He
the
doesn't
night
remember.
of the shooting. Did I
5
see any
minutes ago.
fires?
At car source.
No.
Okay. So if I told you that was the car source on the 24th, would you have any reason to dispute that?
No.
Okay. So I would move to 34, Judge.
Any objection?
No.
Yeah, I think you guys.
He moved
Is
to
that-
34.
The car source
The hell was that?
that we're talking
Yeah,
about.
I don't know what the fuck happened. I was just like, all right, I'll allow it.
Is the Stella? Yeah, so yeah, that's the one across from Ruth.
Okay. So my question to you is this: on the 24th, did you notice more or less people protecting?
You know what's sad? Most people in America haven't seen this shit.
Yeah.
Or the same?
They don't even know.
I would more possibly, just because people had a general idea of what
Maybe it
was
was
going
evidence
on.
number 34.
Okay. Were there more businesses
Exhibit?
boarded up?
On the
24th?
I mean, there were no businesses boarded up on the 23rd. So if there were any businesses boarded up on the 24th, then yes, even if it was one, I imagine.
So 24th, you believe there were more people that were out protecting their property that you noticed?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh.
Yes.
Were there more people out on the 25th?
Sword and
The night
Scale
of the
asks,
shooting
why
was
is Gary
24th?
Oldman prosecuting
Protecting
this
their
case?
businesses or just in general?
More people out protecting businesses on the 25th.
Yes. There's visibly more people.
All right. And tell me if this is right. On the 25th, more people out protecting businesses, less fires. Agreed? On the 25th.
Yes, if that's
Oh,
the
that's
only
good
comparison that
admission,
we're
I
gonna
guess.
make, yes.
Well, on the 24th, there were more fires
Yeah, right.
and some people out, right?
Right.
And then on the next day, the 25th, you said visibly more people out protecting property and far less fires
Yes, there was also less people as well, though.
on the 25th.
Yes.
Okay. And so you mentioned that Monday, the 24th, starts out peacefully in the day, and then it becomes opportunistic in all the property damage on the 24th, the night of the 24th.
Right. There was organized protests and things during the day. Anything that happened after nightfall was not an organized situation.
It was the purge.
Did it appear to you that people were out there having opportunities to just damage property if they could on the 24th?
Yeah, after nightfall, yes.
And
When
so
the
can I ask you
lights
on the 20,
Go down.
And the day is dark.
on the 25th, you're back out and you're videotaping or running your live stream once again. And can you bring up the video that Mr. Binger showed?
No! Please, no, Sharifsy, don't do it to me.
Stipulation that you press the 10-second button.
Oh, we got more new members. Oh, thank you, Rabbit.
So
That's
down
very sweet of
around
you.
Car Source, would you say there were visibly more people there to protect that business than the previous 2 days?
Down at the car source?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And
It may have been the owners or something. I'm not sure.
We got an all-star cast,
Just
Gary
there were
Oldman and Howie
more people
Mandel.
protecting their businesses, and I understand you're saying less people were out, but substantially less property damage as it relates to fires that night.
Yes.
So if I could just have you watch this for a second. This is the video, this is your live stream that Attorney Binger had you comment on, okay?
Okay.
Can we agree with the jury that that hat is stupid?
So there's, if I can ask you this, so you notice right here that there's a fire that has been started or is going, correct?
Yes, I see that. Yes.
See that? Okay. And can you just run it?
So right now it says it. Yeah, that dumpster is about to be lit up.
And it appears that people are going over there to put out maybe the fire that's going to be started in the dumpster.
Yeah, there was a lot of back and forth, I would say, where there was like things would happen, then they would get quashed, and then things would happen, and then people would come, and then they would resolve the issue. Yeah.
So you mean things would get lit on fire, people would put the fires out, the fire would get relit again.
Right, so put out or quell fires once they started.
Yes. Yeah, that's why there's people with fire extinguishers and stuff.
Did you see people with fire extinguishers on the 24th? Do you remember?
Possibly, but probably not.
I was too high. I'm sorry. I can't testify to this.
Multiple people had fire extinguishers on the 25th.
Yes.
So we should just play it.
Mr. Washington, are you entertained by your own footage?
So people at that point are putting out dumpster fires.
Yes, that's what it appears to be.
Were people getting angry when the fires were being put out? Were they voicing objections?
So, I
Yeah,
mean, there
play
is,
the next
I would
10
say
seconds of
yes,
video.
but there was pretty much objections to everything that everyone disagreed on. So I believe at one point in the video, you hear me say people just need to agree to disagree on all of this stuff because it's just going to.
Oh man, that just solves all the problems.
Wisdom.
But
If the world could only agree to disagree.
one of the things that made people angry that night were when fires were put out or quelled, right?
Possibly, yes, maybe. It's hard for me. You want me to explain for other people in a way, and I can't necessarily do
You've
that.
done
but
that
I imagine
all day.
Repeatedly, yes.
people upset.
Just in terms of what you saw and heard, though, some of the reactions were there were
Your
things like people
impression.
said, "Why'd you do that? Why'd you put that out?" Right? You heard that.
If it's played in the video, then I can hear it. Yes.
He has just nuked his own credibility. He Hiroshimaed his credibility repeatedly.
Yeah, like that guy said, "Why'd you do that on Friday?" Yeah.
Oh crap.
But the context of it, again, to be fair to everyone, I don't know the context in which he said that, but he did say that. Yes. Whoever it was.
He's
No one's
clearly
gonna like
talking
you.
about someone kicking his cat.
Yeah, but nobody's going to like you coming out of this. Stop hedging, you know? You're not going to win any friends on either side of the aisle here, bud.
Do you think it's indicated that they were upset by them restarting the fire? Show that bottle flying in, or whatever that was. Pause now.
So that gentleman right there, we agree, Joseph Rosenbaum?
Yes.
Did you see him becoming angry at that point, moving toward the other people at the ultimate gas station?
So to be fair, at that point, I was.
Oh my fucking God. Shot every time he says to be fair.
To be transparent, everything that I've ever seen of him that was kind of circulated on the internet, he seemed upset. So I'm not going to dispute that, but that's, again, outside influence.
It's not your
of my
fucking job
knowledge
to
of him.
dispute anything.
but it seems like it.
Can I ask you this? Did you, at this gas station, did you hear him scream, "Shoot me, shoot me"?
I've seen a video of him saying, "Shoot me," saying,
The N-word?
Yeah.
Will you say it in court here today, sir?
Just what word? What word again?
Maybe, probably.
What
I'm
N-word?
not sure.
No,
You have
nothing.
video of me being
Nice.
I don't recall, but I definitely saw a video of it. I'm not sure if it was mine or someone else's, but I've seen that.
I wish it was mine. I would have gotten the
This guy
likes.
doesn't even know if he was there.
Now, you had mentioned that you didn't believe that the dumpsters were being pushed toward the gas station. Is that right?
Yeah. And I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but to me, I felt like they were trying to push them towards the police.
How many witnesses
that's what I kind of
would you
felt,
want on the
and that's
stand
what it
saying
appeared
maybe
to
I'm
be to
wrong?
me. What that would
All
do.
of them, Nick.
Fair to say, though, that there are dumpsters being pushed. At least one of them is pushed kind of like where the driveway of the gas station is, right?
Yeah, they got them from like the gas station parking lot.
And it's reasonable. Well, let me ask you this: do you think it's reasonable that people put out fires that are near gas stations?
Yeah, I think that's reasonable.
Okay. And
I mean,
you had mentioned, or I'll ask you.
yeah, that's it's reasonable.
Okay. Now, Mr. Binger had asked you at this location, did you see anybody fire a gun? Did you hear anybody fire a gun at anybody? Do you remember that yesterday?
Right, during this scenario, like by the ultimate gas station, no, I don't recall hearing.
Did you see anyone, to be fair, at that gas station chase anybody else trying to attack them? Did you see that?
No, not that I recall.
Did you see anybody on the
Good.
ground?
Good question.
Another person trying to kick him in the face? See that?
Did I see another person try to kick someone in the face?
Yeah.
No. By the ultimate gas station, no.
Did you see anybody
This is
hit
good.
somebody in the face or the neck area with a skateboard at that location?
At the location by the ultimate gas station, no.
See anybody chasing anybody, pointing a gun at them? See any of that? At the ultimate gas station?
At the ultimate gas station, no.
Okay. And you had mentioned that people were throwing rocks, right?
Yeah, you can hear throughout the video. And I mean, throughout the entire, I'd say, several days of things that were going on, there was like the sound of rocks and things being thrown. Kind of was like quiet noise or whatever.
The LSD made it worse.
Now rocks can have different sizes and connotations and things like that.
Yes.
Did you see and have you seen they were actually taking
All rocks are uniform.
chunks of concrete,
Rock lives matter.
breaking them on the ground and
Yeah.
picking up chunks of concrete and throwing them?
Yes, I've seen that, yes.
Okay, so it was, and I'm not saying that you misrepresented anything. There's a difference between maybe a small rock and a chunk of concrete. Is that fair?
Yeah, you can hear throughout the video that there's a difference. You can tell by, the velocity of
I'm
or the
kind of a
sound
rock
of
sound
the
expert.
banging, that it's different size material that's being thrown.
24 minutes. So if I could just have you watch this, we're gonna go to 24 minutes on the tape.
Oh, stop with the tape. We don't need the tape at this point.
Back 10 seconds. Twice. Oh, you had.
Yeah, that's the defendant, correct?
It's the defendant, isn't it?
Does he, during this time that you saw him, does he appear to be agitated or irritated in any way to you?
Right there, it looks like he's just kind of standing, looking around.
Okay. If he would have been agitated or irritated or threatening in any way, would you have kind of followed him around probably or no? With the camera to see what he was doing?
Like if he was threatening.
Yeah,
I
if he
mean,
was acting, I'll ask it this way. If he was acting inappropriate, would you have videotaped?
if he was engaging with someone in an inappropriate way and it was in my radius and I caught it, then I would move to that direction. Yeah.
So is it fair to say there's nothing about his behavior at the Ultimate gas station that made you focus on him at all?
At this point, I'm just kind of standing around seeing what's going on because there's not much happening. So yeah, there's no.
So just play it, please.
There's nothing you can make into a meme or a video. There you go, done.
Agree that he's just walking around like everybody else.
Yeah.
Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, this line of questioning is good. It's establishing that when Kyle's not being chased, kicked, punched, shot at, he doesn't shoot anybody. It's amazing.
Yep. No, this is very good. This is
You
very
had-
good. Across the cross.
You were asked
Especially with nothing on direct.
how you got around that night, and you had mentioned
Makes him look
that you got
ridiculous.
around that night on a skateboard.
Did you hit anybody with a skateboard? Ask.
Do you know what the trucks of a skateboard are?
Yes.
What are they?
They're what you attach the wheels of your skateboard to that attaches them to the board itself.
So can I ask you this? If you were going to swing that skateboard
Mhm.
in an effort to create some velocity and hurt someone, how would you swing it?
If I was going to swing my skateboard to hurt someone, I mean, I suppose it depends on the situation. It's a plank of wood pretty much. So however you favor holding a plank of wood.
Could you grab it? Could you grab it by the trucks and swing it?
You could you could hold it and you could grab it by anything, really. Anything that's on it, you could hold it by. So yes.
But the trucks would let you swing it one-handed, right?
I mean, yes.
This is a weird
I
line of
suppose,
questioning.
but it
Yeah, he should
hold
just let it go. This guy's not a skateboarding expert.
depending on the size of your hands.
And you
Again,
should
I have
lead with these
fairly
anyway.
large hands. I hold my board with one hand.
You should have seen this guy doesn't know shit and he's not going to commit to an
If
answer.
you have
Should
smaller
have read him.
hands, that would probably be the way that you want to
I want to
hold it.
see the
If you were
person with
trying
hands
to
too
strike
small
someone,
to
I
grab the
suppose.
trucks of a skateboard.
I don't
You need shock hands for a skateboard, huh?
expert at striking people with my skateboard. I kind of just ride it like what it's meant for. So
I'm just asking your opinion on it, that's all.
okay.
Why?
Now,
Yeah, that's a good question. Why?
Should have just said,
Can you
would
go to
you ever hit
55,
someone with a skateboard? No. That'd be ridiculous, right? Yeah. Do you think if you hit someone with a skateboard, they'd probably be, hit you back or retaliate? Yes. That's how I would have handled that.
Do you think it could really hurt somebody if you hit them with a skateboard in the head?
Would you want to be hit in the head with a skateboard?
There. Good questions.
That's fine.
No.
Why are we in the footage again? Oh God. Okay.
We no longer have audio. Or is there just no audio?
No,
at this point?
it's low.
I just want to hear him say, bruh. There's Kyle off in the left, in the middle of frame.
As a Miami native, the bros make me comfortable.
So that's Mr. Rittenhouse walking right there, right?
Yes. That's yeah.
So
I mean,
he's
if
not-
you say he
in
is,
your opinion on this, he's not chasing anyone, is he?
No, it looks like he's headed in a direction.
Okay, and he's
aren't we all?
fair to say that when you observe him, he's walking like you or I would just be walking if we were going somewhere.
That's what it appears.
Holy shit.
So he, in your opinion, again, he doesn't appear to be hurried or he doesn't appear to be going after someone, correct?
At this moment, it doesn't appear to be that he's rushing any longer. No.
Oh, what?
Can you play it, please?
What?
well, because
And he's got the
this
fire
is the moment that the
extinguisher in
FBI is saying he's chasing.
It looked like
Rosenbaum.
he was still.
Gotcha. Yeah.
holding when he was holding a fire extinguisher before, so I imagine he did not swap it out for something else.
Okay. Can you just keep playing? Now, were those people right there started? Was there a fire going right there?
I'm not sure. Can you replay it?
Looks like they're lighting a fire to me. Can you catch the lady saying
Yeah, it
stupid
looks
white
like
people?
There's a little garbage fire there, yes.
So now, Mr. Rosenbaum, we agree that's Mr. Rosenbaum. Here. So now, Mr. Rosenbaum, here, can you see? I don't know if you saw, if you remember when I asked you about the ultimate gas station. No longer has a shirt on, correct?
That's what it looks like.
Sorry guys, I know I'm not giving a huge amount of commentary. Unfortunately, it's now gotten into the workday and I'm trying to get some stuff done. We've got another hour or so in me.
It could be around his.
Was that a growl?
Like neck area or something like that.
Agree, you can't see that person's face. Is that fair?
Over his general face hole.
Yeah, that's fair.
And the last part of this I want to show you, Mr. Washington, is the actual incident. Okay, that you captured.
Okay.
Bum, 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 bum.
Did you just Terminator music?
Yes, I just did that. It's the actual incident.
Did you hear? You heard a shot, correct?
Yes. Yes.
And then you hear somebody yell, "Fuck you."
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Then, and do you know who said that?
No. It sounds like a male.
Okay, a male voice yells that.
Yeah.
You hear that.
Mm.
And we've.
They're going to get that in with McInnes anyway.
Oh, yeah, they don't have to worry about this guy.
Who fired the first shot?
I heard about that. I'm not sure. I wouldn't be able to point him out, but I heard about that happening.
Okay.
Richards has this sit move down. He's always doing it. Drives me nuts.
Yeah, it's weird.
Ask you this, and I don't know.
It's not like the confident arm out thing. It's like this weird, like arm cock back.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mr. Rittenhouse, maybe because of his age, because of the gloves, things like that, right?
Yeah, I mean, I took a mental note of some of.
Oh, his mental notes.
That kind of stood out to me, in my opinion.
Little jumbled.
There's a lot of chatter on the internet.
It's definitely a mentat.
Like that. People are saying that people are going to like randomly kill people. Mainly, they said they were going to be targeting black people or something like that, which is, you can all see I'm a black man. So
shit! Oh, revelation! Objection!
I didn't necessarily feel like that
Objection,
was true.
speculative,
but
Your
you
Honor.
never know what may happen in situations that, clearly
We have not admitted Ancestry.com.
would be set on fire and all of that, so you never know what really might happen.
Objection, this
So
man is
I
not
took a mental
qualified
note of
as a
people that
melanin
kind
expert.
of stood out, like people that were acting erratic, like I suppose Mr. Rosenbaum, or people, the little things that stood out, like chain smoking with gloves on and stuff,
Objection, Your Honor. We established yesterday I'm the only person who's an expert on black people.
From
When I
all
said
the
the
moments
N-word.
that I was around that you can notice, yes.
Other than smoking with gloves on, anything that Kyle Rittenhouse
He is so worried about being canceled. You can tell.
that was in any way erratic, threatening, use any term you want. Use any term that you want to describe anything that was out of the ordinary about his behavior.
I would. The only thing I could say that was I don't. And maybe it's to be fair. Like this is just.
Oh my fucking god!
He just seemed like he
Anything
was
you could do
young
except
and,
give a
like, he
proper,
didn't know
straight
exactly
answer.
like what was going on, and because he was smoking so much, and he, again, if he didn't have the gloves on, maybe I wouldn't have noticed as much. But I just don't know why. Like in the situation,
How much did he
why you
smoke
would
that
have
night?
gloves on? Maybe there's
Not
some
as much as you did, bro.
reason or something that you may know, but to me, that's just what stood out to me.
Okay.
Not saying
Because
that
there were a
I
lot of fires that night, but the weed you were smoking certainly wasn't.
mow a bunch of people down or anything like that. I just was like, oh, that's interesting. Let me take a note of that. And when he ran by, I was like, oh, I went in my Rolodex in my head, like, oh, I remember this guy from before. is there anyone chasing him or anything? No. Maybe there's something happening down that way. So I just headed in that direction, not necessarily focusing on him per se, but focusing on possibly there's a situation in that direction.
So I don't know if you've answered the question, but the question was about his behavior. In terms of what he did, he didn't act erratic to you.
I mean,
Can I just
chain
ask-
smoking cigarettes is kind of a behavioral thing.
Okay.
He said other than the
So
smoking.
I mean, it's not like you don't necessarily have to engage with people to have mannerisms and things like that.
So the thing that stuck out to you, you described Rosenbaum as erratic, and if this is fair, and Rittenhouse as chain smoking. Yes?
I suppose you could say nervous, I guess, would be a fairer way to say it. He seemed
No, that's
nervous.
not a fair way.
That's less fair. That's way less fair. Just let the guy go, though. He's so not credible. It's like,
I don't know
get
why
this
he's
guy the
pushing
fuck
on
off the
this
stand.
anyway.
I suppose a lot of
Yeah.
people were nervous. Again, it's not a slight at him. It was just
He
a
just, to
mental
be fair,
note that I-
himself.
Okay. Thank you.
Because lots of people were nervous.
Sir, I don't have any other questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wait.
I have one more question, Judge. Sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
Why? Let's see what this is. This better be fucking worth it.
This guy is a useless witness.
Yeah. Why are you doing this? I was about to take a victory shot for getting this guy off the stand. Now you have delayed this for at least another 2 minutes.
Uncivil law says, "Oh my God, it ended." Uncivil, they still have redirect.
Nope. Sorry,
Finger can
Kurt.
still ruin our life.
Sorry, Kurt.
This question at this point had better be the.
Okay. You had said, Mr. Binger had asked you if you noticed any fires at the car source at 63rd and Sheridan that evening.
Yes, and I believe I said no, or I don't recall.
Okay.
Right.
So I'm going to show you this, and you can tell me if you recall this.
No, I do notice there was damage happening,
I didn't
like
ask you a
people
question.
smashing cars.
Just hold on a second, okay?
Yeah, stop talking.
Do you remember, now that's car source, right? You're aware of that?
Yes, that's car source.
Do you agree that's a fire inside that truck?
Yeah, that's what that looks like. Yeah.
What it looks like?
So there were fires at car source that day, right?
If this is that night and that's what's happening, then yes, that's what just happened. Yes.
Then all you're showing is that your testimony is unreliable
Is
because
this-
you testified that there were no
I don't
fires.
need to pose a question, but I
No.
was just wondering if this
No,
is
no.
right before the shooting happened.
Yeah.
Because if it
We'll, he asked the questions and you can answer them. And so, but would that change your answer?
the only reason I ask is
Would it change
because
your
if this
answer
is right before the
whether
shooting,
there was a fire or not?
I ran as soon as the shooting took place, so I wasn't like zero.
What? Yeah.
What was happening there?
This is why the question was
It was
useless,
just a-
because he's just fucking bumbling around.
Running for my safety, so.
All right, we're going to take a break at this time. Please don't
Thank
talk about
God.
the case during the break. Again, standard rules about not going on the internet unless anything, or transmit any message regarding your service on the jury. And
Was
I'm
that
going to say
Full of
about
shit.
15
That was
minutes.
Sorry.
Hold on,
Really
hold on.
weird.
You're full of
Cheers,
shit,
cheers
correct?
to that
Yep.
witness, because dear God, that
Right.
deserves one right now, because it was fucking Nick. That was brutal, man.
Just saying, I'll have one with you because we're almost to 1,500 likes. We're at 14,
Oh, nice. 1,500. That's pretty good.
We're at 1,485, so I assume we're gonna hit 1,500.
Come on, guys, smash that like button. Smash it as hard as he was smashing that bong that night, because
That
and probably
morning-
before this trial. Probably before this trial, honestly. Cheers, brother.
Cheers.
Damn it. All right, 144.09.
We're at 1485, so I
That's all
assume
right,
we're
we're
going to
only
hit
a few seconds in.
1500.
Come
by
on,
the
guys,
time
smash that like button. Smash it as hard as he was smashing that bong that night. Because
Damn straight, people.
probably
Smash that
before
like
this
button.
trial. Probably before this trial, honestly. Cheers, brother.
Cheers. Oh my gosh.
Wow.
That was, okay, so was it weird to you that they just had him testify about evidence that was not his, has no foundation, and wasn't admitted?
I'm starting to believe that, I didn't think about that till you brought it up. So I always appreciate, when I'm talking to you guys, the other lawyers, you guys make me think of things I haven't thought of. And the delay tactic, that fits in with that narrative, right? Because that was pure delay. That did nothing for the prosecution's case. Absolutely,
all credit goes to Barnes on that one.
Nothing.
Yeah, that there's nothing useful in that. There's nothing useful in that line of questioning for the prosecution. That's the crazy thing.
The defense did better. That cross was for a while, snip parts of it. I mean, he did whiff on certain parts, but parts of it he hit.
Yeah, no, I think the defense got about as much out of that witness as they could, considering, again, on direct exam, he didn't have anything to say at all. So there's nothing to challenge him on. That's what, if in the chat, if you notice, I asked Legal Mindset here, I was like, hey, have you noticed he's not using leading questions at all? Yep. Once you've got a good direct, or you have a clear indication of what this witness knows, use your cross-examination, your leading questions, to build the narrative that you want with a witness who's not favorable to you. If they don't give you anything and you don't even know why they're there, you're stuck asking the same open-ended questions that they would do on direct. The only difference is you probably haven't really interviewed this witness, in at least not to the level that the prosecution would have. You may have no idea what you're trying to grab out of him. That's where the skateboard stuff came in. And he's asking, like, if you're going to hit someone, swing a skateboard, and the guy's just thinking, I don't swing a skateboard at people. So, that's an easy out for him. But you need...
Yeah, it was funny because the prosecution almost had to lead. Now, it wasn't lead, but, they almost had to tell him what was and what wasn't, right? The prosecution had to offer more facts than the cross, right? They had to say, we're going to say this is this person. We're going to say this is this person, right? So they had to establish those basic facts because this guy wasn't sure of who the fuck he was, where the fuck he was, or what was going on around him. He was just literally a goddamn social media automaton holding a camera and skateboarding around.
Yeah, and he literally remembers nothing from that night. I mean, by his own testimony, he's like, well, if that's what I caught on video.
They interviewed an NPC. This was a non-player character, right?
Yeah,
100%, and not one that's like fun that you can interact with that has a storyline. No, this guy took an arrow to the knee, and that's it. Game over.
We did get one major revelation. He is black.
Oh my God!
He
the case is
testified
over.
to that.
It's a hate crime. Kyle Rittenhouse is a bigot. It's over. Case closed.
Don't you wish that courts were a little more memey so you could object? Just be like, objection, Your Honor. How could he possibly know that? Right? Like,
I wish that would be so fucking fun.
Yeah, it was a tortured testimony.
That's why, Nick, that's why I love doing this, because I'm thinking these things, and I'm glad a sick, degenerate motherfucker like you is thinking the same thing at the same time. Because when I'm watching this, I'm drinking alone thinking these things. So it's good we're like sharing these thoughts. It's really nice because, you want to say some things, sometimes the jokes that are embedded, just how much of a fucking joke this is. And, I'm not a trial attorney, but I did mock trial, right? And nothing goes like it does in mock trial, right? You don't get the clean cross where you end on the high note, right? Because I'm saying
the witness whose entire life is reduced to 2 pages and 9 paragraphs, like, play this character. It's like, so what about in my trial advocacy class when we did our trial stuff? It's like I made up shit the whole time. Because it's more fun to ruin their day, and that's how real life goes. Like, you can't reduce a witness to 2 paragraphs or 2 pages of preconceived text, and they're gonna come up and say stuff like no, I'm black, or oh, this guy was chain smoking. Like
no, I was the same way, man. I was the same way. I was like there, you know, it's like I was on mock travel at the same time I'm doing D&D and Vampire the Masquerade. I'm fucking role playing this all through, you know. And
Vampire the Masquerade. I didn't know
that was
you were.
Throwback. That was a
I didn't know
throwback,
you were a big titty goth girlfriend. That's amazing.
Oh, sometimes until I switched to the small titty Asians, but that's another story.
No, I was saying you were.
Oh, me. Yes, that was my player character. Yes, that was my player character. Yes. I maxed my stats in a certain assets, if you know what I mean.
Yes.
Okay,
yes,
something major
absolutely.
must have happened because apparently the next
so
like 5 or 10
long and
minutes
short
are like
recap
part of the
of
most
this witness,
replayed on this stream.
It's almost like they were trying to lay foundation for the video, which they could have done in 5 seconds. They did not need to do that, to drag that video out for 30 minutes, 40 minutes or whatever we watched of it. They could have just laid foundation for the video, played a couple timestamps, 20, 30-second clips. There was no real reason to. In fact, I think other than a delay tactic for the prosecution, it may have been more effective for the prosecution if they would have clipped out the downtime. Like that just went to show that nothing is happening for the majority of the evening. And that's
See you,
going to
Jane.
be
Have a
one
good
of the
day.
things that if I'm trying this case, which I'm not, that I'm going to focus on in closing is you guys have seen a lot of video out there of the events of the 25th, and you'll notice that most of the time nothing is happening with the defendant or anyone around him. No one's getting shot or kicked or punched. None of that's going on. And when that's not happening, no one's acting in self-defense. But the one time when someone actually does pose a threat, we actually have. So, you know, that you start to focus in on how aberrant this all was. This was not reasonable behavior by the people attacking your client. And then you bring up that your client had to react in a way different than everyone else because he was uniquely treated and targeted for whatever reason at that point in time. So I think all that extraneous video by Binger, I get the delay tactic, but I think it's a double-edged sword because, man, it shows that nothing was going on for the most part.
Yeah, and the fact is that, you know, most of the night Kyle was just there being a normal dude and doing normal stuff. Like he wasn't, you know, I'm sorry, you're not going to get acting erratically out of chain smoking.
No
I
shit.
mean, I saw that in a 7-Eleven outside of my high
hang on.
school every fucking day. Like that's you know, ridiculous. So you're not going to besmirch his character, you know, that way. Or the fact that he was wearing gloves, that's easily explained, right? So
I would have maybe followed up with how many cigarettes did you see Kyle Rittenhouse smoke that night?
Right. Have you ever smoked a cigarette?
Yeah.
Have you ever smoked in your anything, buddy?
Yeah. Have you smoked a cigarette? How about anything that would maybe resemble a cigarette? Has that ever happened?
Anything that perhaps looks like a Dutch.
You know, that'd be interesting. That would be an interesting thing because they could not introduce his possession of marijuana conviction, right?
But
if they said
he's testifying about smoking, he's talking about smoking. They could go down that line.
That would have been really funny if they would have said, "How do you know that's a cigarette? Do you have experience identifying cigarettes versus other?"
Oh,
types
it's
of
so much
materials?"
better with
Like,
everyone else.
Just go with it.
Yeah, no worries. Thanks, Corn Pope.
It
I'll
would have been
keep
a
an
dick
eye on it
move,
because it's.
but it would have been funny.
It's just
And
like
just staring at the state
AU
seal of
where
Utah
you
at
want
the
to like
moment,
go back
so.
and just troll the fuck out of these people. Just absolutely. I mean, because this guy's a throwaway witness, right?
Just
at
like
some
use a
point, you're
mechanical keyboard.
I would love it if a guy's
Lets me know
life
that,
wasn't
so
on the
it helps
line.
with my typing,
If this wasn't such an important case, if this wasn't such a critical case, yeah, maybe I'd fuck with him a little bit. Because I've seen that shit at the state level for lower level charges. I've seen people do the troll questions because you know the state prosecutors, the public defenders, they get bored. They have like 500 cases, so they occasionally want to throw in some troll shit, right? But you don't see that at this level.
Yeah, it's way too high profile. But when you get down to it, I'm pretty sure the only main purpose of this witness was to authenticate that video. Like that. That's it. There's that video. It coincides with the FBI FLIR footage that they want to get in. So I think that's why they brought him. That's the only reason he's on the stand. Binger, I guess, thought maybe he could use him to solid out bore the jury, get them out of the legal mindset, right? That they need to be in.
I'm loving it, baby. I'm loving it. I'm loving it. I'm loving it.
Get them
By the way,
out
if you haven't,
of that.
smash that like button. and
Oh
then
my
head
gosh,
over
I don't
and
have your
subscribe.
channel in the description. I meant to do
No,
it.
you
Let
had
me-
uncivil law, which I love, Kurt. I love you, Kurt. I need to go on your channel next week.
This
Kurt.
is
So
not
let's-
what I typed in.
How drunk were you, or tired? It's probably more like tired.
I was
honestly.
very tired. Legal mindset. Will be joining me for analysis and commentary.
All the lulls. By the way, I really want to know what con he's gone to up there. Because it's probably none of the fun ones because I haven't seen him there. So I think we're good.
Yeah, was it? Well, Gary Con is out in Wisconsin. You mentioned role playing. I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know. There's some furry cons out there. Some weird shit.
Midwest Fur Fest, I think, is Minneapolis.
There you go.
Horrifying. Yeah,
I've seen some shit. That's all I'm gonna say. I've seen some shit.
But yeah, so the whole purpose is to authenticate that video. I get that Binger might have been doing the delay tactic, but I think he would have been better served personally just authenticating the video, hitting a couple timestamps, and saying, this is the defendant when he's not has murderous intent or something, whatever you're doing, and then show what happens later on. The purpose of bringing all that in and trying to get this guy's, to be fair to everybody. Like, why are you being fair to anybody?
Why was this so?
I
repetitive?
know, but Nick, think about it from his standpoint. He is going to be pilloried.
Yeah,
I mean, this guy wants to get laid in the future. Like, he's going to have a lot of trouble.
All right, screw it. Twitter's going crazy over Trump's indictment. Well, you can kind of understand why. Oh, come on.
The purpose of bringing all that in and trying to get this guy's, to be fair to everybody. Like, why are you being fair to anybody?
But Nick, think about it from his standpoint. So back in the day, I was told, hey, it used to be a 6th grade level. Now we're talking to a 3rd grade level. Like, that's the level of the jury, is like 3rd grade level education. So go there.
No, please.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, so jury's coming back. We're going to be back from break in just a minute. Oh, this one's got closed captioning. Perfect. Perfect. That'll be great. Schrader's face is so memeable. He's like Mitch McConnell with a jawline.
But I actually like him. Like, he's the old judge that I like.
He's in Schrader's been talking about having harsh sentencing and stuff. Barnes talked about this a lot yesterday yesterday night on my late night show. Schrader he's harsh at sentencing. However, I think he's the kind of judge you want here because Schrader knows, and you kind of get some indications throughout the trial, he would normally be prosecuting the 2 deceased people in this case, or be seeing over the prosecution of the two deceased people who would be sentenced for, various acts of attempted murder or whatever. He's when you have a harsh sentencer, it's because they have some inflated sense of their own justice being enacted. And so I think here he sees what's going on. He's read the complaint. He's like, it kind of looks like I'm not trying
Concur.
to.
No,
Yeah.
concur. And it was clear during the motions in limine that he was like, when they were trying to BS about the fires and the arson and the police, he was like, yeah, but there was a lot of fires and arson and shit going on. I mean, this guy, I mean, I think he's based. I'll call it. I'm going to say it. He's based. This judge is based.
Yeah. Barnes described him as a Southern judge up in Wisconsin.
Interesting. Wonder how quickly they turn.
All right, who we got?
Mr. Washington, I just have
redirect.
a few follow-up questions to the things you testified about earlier.
Lauren
saw
Crowe
in the
actually
video
put a timer on their
that,
stream. Check this out. 14 minutes, 23 seconds.
Come from?
Or no, I'm not.
I believe the the parking lot of the Ultimate gas station. So there's like a commercial building right next to it, and there's like dumpsters that are typically stationed right there.
Okay, we're gonna stick on this one. Sorry.
Is it muted?
Did you ask me a question? I was just asking if I could set this up again. Is that okay? Thank you.
What the hell just happened? There we go.
It shouldn't be fucking redirect.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Why?
If you want to know about that delay thing we're talking about, they're resetting up the easel and taking forever on
Mr.
redirect.
Washington, do you have that laser pointer still? Okay. Could you point on this map to where you believe those dumpsters were
Can
originally
you
located?
point on the map?
before they were
Points
pulled
the
out
laser
street?
pointer at Rosenbaum.
Show me where he touched
Are
you.
Indicating the Ultimate gas station on the southeast corner of 60th and Sheridan. And you're pointing along what appears to be the south side of
There's
that
no
parking
sound.
lot.
Fucking hell.
No. The I think there was a delay, but okay.
So if someone wanted to start a fire in a dumpster and push it towards the gas station, they wouldn't need to pull the dumpster out into the road, would they?
No.
You indicated that you had a skateboard that night, correct?
Yes,
What's
correct.
happening?
Did you ever use it as a weapon?
Never.
In your video, it appears there are several other people that had skateboards as well. Is that right?
Yeah.
Did you see a lot of people using skateboards that night to
Yes.
get around?
Yes.
Did you see anyone else using it as a weapon?
No.
I get that
Is
the
it fair
sound
to
is
say
out of
that
sync.
folks
That's how
there
it
that
is.
night were primarily using their skateboards like 8-year-old kids do to skate around on?
Yep. Yes.
Oh God, that's horrifying. I'm pulling back up the other one. Sorry.
You were also asked
Look at
about
how fucking off the sound
Mr.
is.
This delay, this is fundamentally
clarify
disturbing. Yeah.
something because I think there was a little bit of confusion about your perception of Joseph Rosenbaum that night. So let me just ask you, okay? I think you've testified that since that night, you have seen other videos showing Mr. Rosenbaum at various times that night. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And
Yeah,
your
subs over dubs, by the way.
Your video, he is seen at various times, including at Ultimate Gas.
Yes.
Okay, sorry guys. I didn't. Whoops. Here we go.
Funimation.
It was the audio was so out of sync.
What I'd like to do is play the portion of the video that shows you leaving Ultimate Gas heading south on Sheridan Road. So I think that's about where we're at in this video. When we start it, if there's changes that need to be made, I'll let you know. So.
Lunchbox.
Oh, good. I'm glad that we're bringing this video back up.
It hasn't
I hope we
impressed
play
me.
Another 30 minutes of it.
Bing has been a bit sleazy. As
Keep
expected.
going one more second, please. Keep going, sorry.
One more second. This is.
I'm sorry, keep going one more second. It's hard to predict.
That's not a second.
We've already established that the individual that is shown up here is the defendant, Kyle Rittenhouse. And just off the screen to the right, we saw an individual who's been identified as Richie McGinnis. So I'm just reestablishing that for everybody. Can we continue forward now, please?
He's got Sister Marie's pointer too.
Why are we focused on this?
Because he's trying to
What
obfuscate
on redirect
stuff,
are we
obviously.
doing here? We got a trailer. Stupid white people. Thank you. They need to dump the garbage cans.
Yeah, they definitely need that.
We've already established also that this individual that I'm going to point to
You see him rub his face? I mean, even he's bored of this shit.
Is this just me, or does he remind anybody else of the guy out of Community?
Would you agree with me, Mr. Washington, that as you pass by the defendant and Joseph Rosenbaum heading south on Sheridan Road, that the sequence of individuals is Mr. Rosenbaum is further south ahead of the defendant, Mr. Rittenhouse.
Correct. Yes.
In this photograph, we see a house in the background. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, if you could take a look at the map that is on the easel there. Would you agree with me that in this video, the point of view is you are looking west across Sheridan Road?
Yes.
With the laser pointer, can you show us the block on the west side of Sheridan Road that has houses in it? That is the block between 61st and 62nd Street. Is that correct?
Yes.
So at this point in the video, would you agree with me that you are on the east side of Sheridan Road, heading south, somewhere in that block between 61st and 62nd Street?
Yes.
Final question I have for you is, you were asked about what Mr. Rosenbaum is wearing on his face, and I think you indicated that his face was obscured by the shirt. Is that right?
Yes.
Were you wearing a mask that night?
Yes. Yeah, you could tell by my voice. I was muffled the entire night. Yeah.
And this was in August of 2020 when there was a lot of COVID going around, correct?
Yes. Yeah.
Is it fair to say that a lot of people that night had face coverings?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
What the hell is the fucking point?
What? Oh, he was wearing a mask. Oh god. Oh,
It
well,
wasn't
he was
like a nefarious thing, I don't think. Okay.
He was.
We're
he didn't
we're
have the juice by then.
This is the 2000 drink chat. Keep me posted on this because I'll lose track.
Question?
I'm just trying not to plow through all this.
So, Mr. Washington, in that picture that you see there, you're not asserting that
Redirect.
Mr. Rosenbaum is using that as a COVID mask, are you? That he's wearing a shirt over his face as a COVID mask?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. I think that calls for speculation as well.
Oh my fuck!
What?
I don't know why he's put that he's wrapped his shirt around his face. Do you?
No.
Okay. And you were asked by Attorney Binger in terms of
Was your face wrapped in a fucking shirt?
the direction that people are heading.
Calls for the entirety of direct called for speculation.
Is further south.
Everything in direct was speculation.
Picture, right?
Yes.
Okay. You'd agree on that video. It doesn't appear that Mr. Rittenhouse is chasing Mr. Rosenbaum, does it?
No, it doesn't.
It appears they.
Objection calls for speculation. I would do it all the time if I was Binger.
South. Agreed?
Yes.
Okay.
At this point, he's done it once. Don't play with him. Go all the way.
Yeah.
I mean, you already know your witness is incredible, so.
Vivo says this guy just objected at call for speculation after speculating that they were all wearing masks because of COVID. Yeah, he literally testified. The attorney testified as to why everyone was wearing masks, but then objected to it doesn't look like a COVID mask, does it? Well, I don't know. I've seen a lot of COVID masks in my day.
Welcome to Clown World, Viva.
Judge, I'm approaching the witness with the court's permission. I'm going to ask if you just identify that picture. That's D36, is that right?
Yes, D36.
Okay, and can you just tell the jury what that appears?
This appears to be a picture of
a man in a diaper.
Toppled vehicle. No, that's not.
And just to verify with the court TV and with the AP reporter, or the AP photographer, if you could listen to me for just a minute. No, I mean, I know this goes without saying, but no pictures of the jury.
There we go. Got there eventually.
Thank you.
So we officially have a verdict.
So no objection to bringing in the audience if you want.
And they're just being briefed right now. Jody, are you okay?
Oh, yes, I'm fine.
Okay, okay. All right, I think we've got everyone in here that wants to come in. If you could be seated, and I'd like to just say a few things before we call the jury in. There is a verdict in the case. I think you've all been told that. Before the jury enters, I just want to say a few things that I say in every case. The court appreciates that this has been a long and difficult trial for the parties and their counsel, and that emotions may be running high. The court reminds everyone that there should be no outward reaction when the verdict is read, and that these proceedings are not over until the court has been adjourned. Most importantly, and regardless of the verdict, the jury has sacrificed more than 8 days of their time to serve, and they are entitled to be shown the same courtesy and respect that they have been shown throughout these proceedings. I want to remind the people that are all here that there are strict orders that are in place concerning the use of phones, cameras, recording devices, unless you've been approved, and there are only 2 people in here that have been approved for capturing anything by video, by audio, or by still, you should not use your cell phone or any other device that might capture those things. Thank you. Ready for the jury? And I have been impressed with how well everyone has been throughout this proceeding, so thank you all. For those that are arriving late, there's no use of any recording devices at all. Thank you. For the record, the jury is now in the courtroom and the parties are present with their attorneys. Would the foreperson that the jury has selected please stand and state your number?
Number 19.
Thank you. Has the jury reached a verdict?
We have.
Will you please hand it to the bailiff, and the bailiff will bring it to me? Thank you. You may be seated. Thank you. We'll now have the clerk read the verdict.
You can just read the question and then the answer.
Was Gwyneth Paltrow at fault? No. Was Gwyneth Paltrow's fault a cause of Terry Sanderson's harm? Oh, no, skip that.
There's just no response there.
Okay. Was Terry Sanderson at fault? Yes. Was Terry Sanderson's fault a cause Gwyneth Paltrow's? Did Terry Sanderson's fault cause Gwyneth Paltrow's harm? Yes. Comparative fault. What % of the fault do you assign to Terry Sanderson? 100%. Damages. What amount fairly compensates Gwyneth Paltrow for economic damages? $1.
She got the dollar.
Signed March 30th, 2023.
Thank you. So to juror number 19, the foreperson, is this your verdict?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And the attorneys have asked that I poll the jury, and so I need to ask each one of you if this is your verdict.
I think
This
the
is
clerk
not
might
an
have been a bit
unusual thing
nervous,
to
and
happen.
it sounded
It
like at least
happens
one of the
quite
questions
often.
didn't have an answer.
So number 16, is this your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Number 11, is this your verdict?
She won.
Yes, Your Honor.
Number 8,
$1
is this your
dollar
verdict?
plus lawyers'
Yes, Your Honor.
costs.
Number 2, is this your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
I've already covered number 19. Number 28, is this your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Number 29, is this your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
And number 32, is this your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. So to the attorneys, is there anything further before I discharge the jury?
Nothing for the plaintiff.
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let me just read you the last jury instruction. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this trial is finished. Thank you for your service. The American system of justice relies on your time and your sound judgment, and you have been generous with both. You served justice by your fair and impartial decision. I hope you found the experience rewarding. You may now talk about this case with anyone you like. You may be contacted by the press or by the lawyers. You do not have to talk to them or with anyone else, but you may. The choice is entirely yours. I turn now to the lawyers and to the press and ask them to honor your wishes if you say that you do not want to talk about the case. If you do decide to talk about the case, please respect the privacy of your fellow jurors. The confidences that they may have shared with you while deliberating are not yours to share with others. Again, thank you for your service. You may now retire. And if everybody else would please remain here, we've got some things to do.
All rise for the jury.
Gwyneth equals duck lips. Dirk.
May be seated. So I've got a few things I'm going to do with the parties, and then I'm going to ask everyone who's still in the courtroom at that point to remain seated while the parties leave. So anyone who wants to be outside when the parties leave, please do that now.
I don't know why, but I expected to see more like C-list celebrities in the background, just so they got camera.
So, Mr. Owens, I'm looking to you to prepare a judgment on the jury verdict.
Perfect.
Will you do that?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Sykes, is there anything further for the court before the court adjourns?
No, my client just wants to say thank you to Your Honor for the effort you made. Okay?
Thank you. Mr. Owens, is there anything further from the defense before the court adjourns?
No, thank you, Judge, and to all your staff and the bailiffs.
Let me just comment that I appreciate the professionalism that all the attorneys have shown and the parties, so thank you. This court is now adjourned. Thank you.
Let my client slip out before.
Yes, everyone remain seated while the parties leave.
I'm going to make a quick statement. Ms. Paltrow is not going to be making a statement today.
So you can make the statement outside.
What do you reckon he said to her?
Okay.
More to the point, what do you reckon she said to him? I mean, it didn't quite look like fuck you.
Right, we're now adjourned. Thank
Get wrecked. There you go, you fuck. Probably told him no hard feelings. Possibly. But alright, so there we go, people. We officially have a verdict in the Gwyneth Paltrow case. I mean, I didn't watch much of it, but it sounds like the doctor was not a particularly honest guy. So hopefully we get another trial from what she said to him. God, I hope not. Alright, so we'll head back over to Rittenhouse. We'll do another 13 minutes, and then I'm going to log off for the day. She said she wants it in cash. She could have just walked over and stood there and waited for the dollar, you know. I'm sure he had that on his person.
Would you say that's a bandana? Is that
I'm
fair?
surprised
Yeah,
they're not required to be masked.
No,
We are here.
So if I told you that we agree that that's Joseph Rosenbaum in that picture,
In court, you're required to be masked,
Rosenbaum at that point
Yep.
is wearing a
regardless of juice status.
over his face.
Yep.
Do you agree with that? Yep. Judge, I would move 36. No. So, Mr. Washington, so this is that's Mr. Rosenbaum right there, right?
Yes.
Okay. So some people were covering their faces for protection from COVID using those type of bandanas that night, right?
Yes.
Did you see anybody using their shirt to do the same thing?
Why is this fucking relevant?
Not sure. Maybe, maybe not. Probably
Maybe,
not.
maybe not.
I mean,
They're all just wearing
other,
their shirts, bro.
Other than Joseph Rosenbaum, I assume you're implying, right?
Just ask if they're all wearing their
No,
shirts
no,
on their
maybe,
bodies
yes.
rather than their
Not
face.
that I recall.
Okay. Mr. Washington, thank you for your time, sir.
Any question, Mr. You may step down, sir.
They were gonna wait. He would have let Binger redirect
Detective
again.
Martin Howard.
Stand, please. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony about to give in this matter be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Who's this guy? Oh, it's a cop.
Ooh.
Yeah, no, come on, you couldn't tell?
Well, I saw the badge.
Well, the color combinations give it away too.
That is not a good
Could you
suit
state your
to
name
me.
and spell your
I don't
last
like
name
that.
for the
I don't
record?
like that.
Martin
The gray
Howard,
with the maroon is
H-O-W-A-R-D.
weird.
It's bad.
Where are you currently employed?
The City of
Like-
Kenosha Police Department.
I'm not
How
a
long have you
fashion.
been so employed?
The
little over 10 years.
But
What is your current assignment?
Second shift detective,
How long have you been a detective with the Kenosha Police Department?
almost 3 years.
And prior to that, were you a patrol officer?
Yes,
On the night of August 25th, 2020, were you working as a detective for the Kenosha Police Department?
yes.
On that particular night, the night of this incident, what was your initial assignment on duty?
We had various duties. We conducted surveillance in unmarked squad cars, watching crowds and making reports on them in the radio. We also did things like go to gas stations and make sure all the pumps were shut off,
Why did you do that?
because we were receiving reports that there were people filling up gas containers at local gas stations, and to prevent further arson, we made sure that gas stations were not distributing gas.
Was there a certain time of day when you began that process?
Government gas regulations, SMDH.
Approximately 6 p.m. I know the curfew is at 8 p.m., so we were trying to make sure it was done before that.
When you were doing the activities you just described, were you operating in an unmarked squad car?
Yes.
Was anyone with you?
Yes.
Who was that?
Detective Antaramian?
And that's Detective Ben Antaramian, who's here at council table as well?
Yes.
I think Ben Antaramian
And
is
other than what you've just
the
previously described, what other duties did you have
son
that night
or
initially?
nephew of the mayor.
Another thing we did was
no nepotism at all.
interstate.
Cop
and
named
we had
Copium was on the stand in
detectives
this.
watching different exits, just to provide a little bit of forward information on influxes of crowds coming in and reporting that to command, so they could make better decisions.
Was that
Command,
one of the
make
things
better
you personally
decisions.
did?
Yes,
Do you remember approximately where it was that you went out there to check on the interstate?
I spent time at different exits on I-94.
Did
He
you
got
see
around.
anything unusual?
There were some cars coming.
And were they ones that you felt necessary to report on?
Yeah, there were several different times while this was going on that we would make a report of a larger group of cars coming in seemingly together.
Why did that concern you?
Well,
Help
if you
process
saw
and
an
why he
influx of
abandoned his
cars,
community.
With license plates removed, that was a telltale sign for us that they may not be coming to Kenosha to conduct regular business.
Was there a time that particular night in which any of the off ramps from the interstate into Kenosha were closed?
Yes,
Do you know approximately when that was?
I believe that started on Monday, the 24th,
And do you remember what time of day?
later on in the afternoon.
And was that something that was also in effect on Tuesday night?
Yes,
And you indicated the curfew was at 8 p.m. that night?
yes,
What part of Kenosha did that affect?
the city of Kenosha.
Look at those shoes.
What did that curfew
Adidas.
technically mean for citizens?
Better than Nikes.
It meant for everybody to stay home.
Not be out on the streets, driving
Yes.
around, going to the store.
Is this
walking
witness
around,
literally
things
to
like that?
establish the
What
curfew
about
charge?
if you wanted to stay on your own personal property?
Oh my God.
Is that
If that
allowed?
is all, then I am
What about
100% drinking the Alex
Yes.
Jones-esque delay theory. That is great.
So in addition to what you've already described, patrolling the exits, gas stations, doing a little bit of surveillance and things, were there any other responsibilities that you had that night before the events that we're going to talk about here started?
Yeah, there were several others. Another thing we would do is we were receiving a lot of reports, 911 calls of different things going on. A lot of these calls were unfounded, but we still, every 911 call we get, we still have to check it out and make sure that things are safe there. So we would respond to locations where incidents were reported to see if something was going on. And if something was going on, we would verify that and do what we could.
Is it fair to say that on this particular Tuesday night, you and most of the rest of the Kenosha Police Department was out there in full response to issues going on in our community?
It depended on the issue.
But it wouldn't be normal for you as a detective to go to gas stations or the interstate exits or things like that.
No, a typical day for me is I'm in the detective bureau conducting follow-up investigations, occasionally going out and talking to witnesses, gathering surveillance footage, that sort of thing. But mainly on a normal day, I'm in the detective bureau.
Now, did there come a time in that evening when your assignment changed?
Yes,
When approximately was that?
just before midnight.
And can you tell us more about that?
There was a report of a shooting in the area of 60th and 63rd in Sheridan. And at that time, we initially got a report that there were 4 homicide victims.
And
Mostly peaceful.
Were you personally received?
Yes.
Probably
And
because
as a
they planned
result
on
of that,
killing
did
Kyle.
Your assignments that evening changed?
Yes, at approximately 12:30, Detective Vance Raymond and I were assigned to investigate this case.
And since that time, 12:30 a.m. on August 26th, the
Yep.
following morning, have you and Detective Antaramian been the primary lead detectives on this case?
Yes.
And can you tell us a little bit about what you have done personally in the course
Can you
of
tell
that
us about your
investigation?
relationship with Detective Antaramian?
One of the main things I did was go over the internet and try to find as many videos as I could of this incident.
What? So you're the social media detective?
So
That doesn't count, bro.
do Twitter searches for Kenosha and
Oh my
find
God.
videos that contain the incident and save those. There were also Facebook live streams, like
Once again, things we can outsource to Pakistan for $20.
that and save that from Facebook. And,
Jesus Christ. This
there
is
were
our government
several
dollars
other
at work, by the
locations
way,
that
people.
videos were found. Some private citizens came forward
They
with
should have
video.
just gone
We
to like
gathered
4chan or Kiwi Farms that had aggregated all of the
Now, you
footage
said that about
immediately.
12:30
Oh yeah, the
morning,
locals were already
night of
we're already
August
all there.
20th, early morning. Oh, sir.
Apparently the lunch has been delivered early.
The
And
lunch.
some of it's warm, I think, so that I don't know if the jurors want to have warm or cool, soggy sandwiches. So let's
You want
break
a hot
little early for
sandwich
lunch
or a
and-
Oh, you gotta no soggy sandwiches, baby.
Case during the break. Let me ask that you return at about 10 after 12. Is that convenient? Oh man, that doesn't work with my.
Poop schedule.
Oh, say it, buddy. Say it.
That's a poop schedule face.
I'll have to change my plans.
Oh shit.
So please don't talk about the case. Read, watch, or listen to any account of the fact.
Oh god.
Okay.
Holy shit. Holy shit.
Oh my goodness. Well, thank you, caterer. By the way, the caterer is probably watching this stream. He's like, God, this is boring. Get the fucking sandwiches over there. We need a break from this cop. He is. Oh my.
Hey,
goodness.
motherfucker, eat fresh. Here's some Subway.
Oh.
Oh god.
Oh, this guy. So far, we've established that the cop would allegedly enforce curfew, although they didn't at all enforce curfew. I really want them to ask.
And by the way, that he is a social media expert, so he's totally going to be able to authenticate some more video, right? So we're going to get in some more video that's authenticated. He's like, yeah, I was looking at, I was
hope they
scrolling
challenge
through
him on
TikTok. Yeah.
I hope they challenge him on it. So, officer, are you familiar with the exhibits in this case, the video exhibits in this case? How many of those did you procure through your research? Right? Like, let's just go ahead and do it, right? Like, let's figure out what this guy's credentials are, and then
10 after 12.
let's just ask him, how did you authenticate that video? Do you know if that video was edited? How do you know that video was not edited?
Yep.
You don't know that, do you? You can't possibly know that video's not edited unless you uploaded it and recorded it, right?
Yep.
Like, let's go ahead and do that. Get rid of any of the unfavorable evidence. If the foundation of the evidence is, bro, I saw it on Twitter, so here it is. That's pretty questionable to me.
Yeah, that's no bueno. That's no bueno. I mean, is he literally going to be a guy who wasn't even there physically that night? I mean, that's.
Yes, we know that there were no police actually present during the events. The only thing would be that he said he was called to respond to potentially 4 homicides.
I mean, he could have been a responder. He could have been somebody who's on the perimeter. So.
Yeah, I think it'd be I don't think they're going to do it. I don't think they're going to they're going to quibble over the video that's in this case. Because again, you got to remember that in this case, the video shows Kyle to be acting in self-defense to most reasonable people.
So I think they've already stipulated to it probably. So they've already said, hey, look, this is something we're both going to let in because we both like it, and the defense and the prosecution has seen no problem entering into evidence and bringing up facts that are favorable to the defense. So, I mean, why stop in the opening? That's going to be a theme throughout the trial is the prosecution helping the defense. Now, look, they've got shit facts. And I like what Uncivil was saying about drawing the venom. You've got to draw the sting, right?
Yeah.
So they are trying to do it in a way, but it's just coming off awkward and clunky. And this is not a smooth start to the prosecution's witnesses.
The path to conviction for prosecution is entirely in their clean narrative in their opening statement and building enough foundation to lay a very clean narrative at close. And that is, if they can tell the jury a story, all right, and that story says that everything Kyle Rittenhouse did that night was not reasonable for a 17-year-old. He shouldn't have had a gun. He shouldn't have been in Kenosha. He shouldn't have been out with a bunch of rioters. He didn't need to put out fires. People were protecting their own property. He could have been on the roof with his friend. He could have, would have, should have. All of those things. What they want to do is build a narrative where the juror goes, if I were in Kenosha, I would have done all the things Kyle didn't do. Therefore, what he did do was unreasonable because they don't have the law on their side. They don't have the facts on their side. They have to build a story that belies the law and facts, but incorporates them enough to say, if you were there, you wouldn't have shot someone. And that's how they get a conviction. It's not on the law. It's not on the facts. It's all in the story. So to me, that's the state's narrative.
And that's part of the thing that I know. I think you've brought it up, which is, the subjective state of mind of Kyle Rittenhouse, but the objective reasonableness. And I know that objective reasonableness is a little bit fuzzy, right? Because reasonableness in and of itself is fuzzy, but it can still bring the standard. A normal person, if you were there, would you have done this, right? There's kind of there's bars to that, right? There's parameters to that. Maybe you're not going to go full Rosenbaum because that motherfucker was crazy, but a reasonable person standard.
Incel Army, I didn't post my channel on poll, so go take it up with the person who did. I don't care. They're very, very intent on telling me every 5 minutes that no one wants my channel posted on poll. Well, I didn't ask for it, so that's great. But to all the people from poll who are watching, welcome, have fun, make memes, tell jokes. That's what we do here. We talk law and tell jokes.
And look, if you don't like the commentary, just go watch it. Go watch on Long Crime Live and tune out. I mean, that's the whole point, right? I mean, if you want commentary, tune in for commentary, tune in for people who are going to be adding commentary that's going to have some value, going to have some entertainment. If you don't want that shit, just tune out and go raw, right? Do it raw.
Yeah,
now,
please.
You might catch something like misinformation, but hey, it is what it is.
Hey, what's up? We're going to do Zoom lessons. Okay. No, we'll be fine.
Okay. Cool.
I'm going to send you a message in a few minutes. Okay. Just letting you know. Okay. I don't want to say it over the... Awkward. I don't want to say it over the... It's nothing awkward.
I need to get tuning violins.
Yeah. No rush.
Oh, no.
Oh, now I got to turn the AC back on because it's about to get real toasty in this room. I just got my door closed. Viva wants on. Oh yeah, absolutely. You cool with that? I assume.
Yeah, no, I'm down. I'm down to clown with Viva anytime. I've got one Quebecois half brother. I'll take another.
Yeah, he is. Viva's welcome to join. Absolutely. Let's see. Viva, I sent you the link in StreamYard. Or in Twitter. We're in StreamYard.
All right. We're only like 2 hours into this, so we got ways to go.
2 hours and 40 minutes to be fair.
Yeah.
And Chad is going to keep me honest on I'm going to try and keep up. This is still the 2000. But yeah, I got to
Yeah.
I gotta send Lady Rackets, the wonderful Lady Rackets, a message that is going to help me get through the day.
Good. Bring a large Gatorade bottle.
No, it's food. Please bring me something to eat.
I honestly, I didn't even think about food. I was like, yeah, I guess I'll need to eat at one point. I'll just, if Viva tags in here, I'll be like, oh, I'm just gonna let him speak for a bit. Turn off the camera, go make some food. I think I can get some ramen done in 3 minutes, and that shit's actually good here. So.
Oh, dude, what's your? Oh, wait, you have ramyun or whatever there.
Yeah, they pronounce it weird. I'm like, it's ramen, you guys. I know you were colonized by the Japanese. You don't want to say it correctly, but yeah, I'm not going to say ramyun. It's ramen. Okay.
My favorite is the shoyu Nissin Reo ramen.
Yes. I'm familiar with that.
It's got a tare and an oil. Like this is almost like a real ramen. That is there. That's what I eat the most. It's expensive for ramen. It's like $1.89 a pack.
Yeah. Whoa, oh gosh, you're fancy, too fancy from over around these parts. We just simple folk over here, But yeah, no, it's great living. I mean, you can get great food for a lot cheaper here. My cost of living is way lower. So I mean, honestly, I'm loving it over here.
How long are you over there? Are you over there for good?
Not permanently, but for at least another 2-3 months, but potentially longer. So we'll see. I've got some NDA stuff, so I can't talk too much about it.
No, that's fine.
I will be over here for a while. Yeah.
When you get back to the States, whereabouts are you?
So I am normally in Miami, Florida. That's where I am. The basest city, the most red pill city in all of the United States. I will say that right now. I mean, look, that city is, the fact that, it went the furthest of any major metro area, into the right column during the last election tells you something. But look, it's just absolutely transformed. And the people there, the mayor, everybody, it's completely changed. People who saw what California was doing and were shutting down and wanted to move their businesses, they relocated to Miami. People who just wanted to live their lives, people who were sick of New York and the bullshit, they moved to Miami, right? And all the girls moved down there because we were open, we were partying, it was there. So it has been a very, very good place. It has been an excellent place. So I love it. Yeah, the base Cubans, the Venezuelans, and that's who I grew up with. That's where I'm from. So, that's sort of my background.
I've only been to Miami once. It's one of the few places where walking around a downtown area, I felt mildly unsafe at night. Because,
yes.
Downtown Chicago is actually downtown Chicago is one of the safer parts of Chicago, from what I understand, or from what my experience. Downtown Houston's the same way. You're pretty much okay. Downtown Miami, I felt a little weird.
So here's the thing. It's all transitional and it's all turning over. That's why Wynwood is a thing, the design district. It's all turning over. So yes, look, when I was a kid, you didn't go to some of the areas that are now some of the poshest areas downtown, right? Like Brickell, I would get shanked down there when I was a kid, but now it's totally fine. It's totally great. So these things are turning over. These things are absolutely changing. And I'm very bullish on Miami. Into the future, I think it's going to be a big thing. And Florida in general. I mean, look, if you look at who's the governor, you look at the policies. I mean, and that's not changing. People are seeing that and they're moving down there. So I'm very bullish on Florida.
Fire Red Podcast is now do downtown Minneapolis. I haven't even been to downtown Minneapolis in years, and I would not go back. Welcome to the show.
Oh,
good evening. Hold on 1 second.
Oh gosh, this is so embarrassing.
It's not a bathroom. That's just a closet. Ow.
Guys, Viva just came out of that closet. You got to give him a break.
It's okay. It's okay. We support you, Viva.
Okay, so interesting strategy here, gentlemen. What is the prosecution doing if not trying to bore the jury into a conviction? If they think if they convict, they'll end the trial faster?
They're certainly not trying to end the trial faster.
No.
They're trying to drag it out as much as possible. I think what they're trying to do is milk as much time out of every witness. They've got a thin excuse for a witness. Okay, we want to authenticate this video. We want to get this proposition out. Like this cop, one of the first questions he asked him is about the curfew. It's like, really? Or is the curfew matter in dispute? You almost wish they would just plead guilty. Like, here, we'll just pay out
really
the
don't know what to
$30
do in terms
curfew
of,
tag so we can get it off this issue
like,
at trial. It's not relevant to what's happening here.
yeah.
Everybody out there is violating curfew. Everybody's on equal ground. Why are we talking about this?
The prosecutor has admitted in the beginning they were out there rioting, they were out there committing arson, and now he's trying to suggest that they were wearing face masks for COVID protection and not to conceal their identity. It's
well, none of them are regulation face masks, right? A lot of them are neck gaiters and stuff. So we should really be critical of their face.
Well,
mask
hold on.
usage.
That was under Trump, so there were no rules until Joe came in and made some common sense here. You know, there were no rules. I know.
Yes, Commissar Biden has fixed us.
Yes,
for
yes.
this.
Trust the juice.
What I love, I mean, it's a joke, but I don't understand the purpose of the question. Were you using your skateboard as a weapon? No. Was anyone using their skateboard? Were the others using their skateboards as weapon? No. So you have one individual who was one of the only ones who got shot, using his skateboard as a weapon. That seems like a distinction enough to explain why Kyle Rittenhouse was the only one to have shot the only other one using his
second
skateboard
witness
as a
killed
weapon.
enough brains cells to sink a ship.
I'm thinking
Funny
like
the
the
black
defense.
anyway.
You got to wonder why the prosecution brought up, because it's not obviously apparent from the video that this guy's on a skateboard. I mean, I guess now that I know he's on a skateboard, it makes some sense because he's kind of smoothly scrolling by.
Yes.
But I don't know if he's on a skateboard or a scooter or if he's rollerblade. Like, who knows? Prosecution immediately asked about the skateboard, and it's like, wait a minute. So now you've opened up for some questions about a skateboard that otherwise aren't relevant to this guy's testimony in any way. Why did you do that? Why is that in there?
I really thought that either side was going to go deeper into the skateboard thing. I really kind of wanted it to go deeper down the skateboard route. It just failed. I mean, I know on Cross they tried, but I mean, it just absolutely failed.
Sharif's cross-exam questions on the skateboard were wrong, and he wasn't getting anywhere with those wrong questions, so I think he abandoned it. I think if he would have started getting some good answers out of this guy, but it's like they did a gamble approach on the questioning rather than just leading him through the thing. Would you ever hit someone with your skateboard? Should have been one of the first questions. Would you, no. Why wouldn't you hit someone with a skateboard? Well, because it could really hurt him. Oh, have you ever been hit with a skateboard? These are the types of questions that I think would have maybe elicited some more responses and interactions. But he's like, if you were to hit someone with your skateboard, would you grab it by the trucks? Like, you've stepped down the road like 30 steps, and this guy's just not going to give it to you, because why would he? I just wouldn't hit people with a skateboard. That's weird. Oh, okay. But then, yeah, I think he wasn't getting anywhere, so he just abandoned it.
No, I think what Steven Crowder has to do now is do a reenactment of what damage a skateboard can do to a pumpkin. Whether or not you can actually chop a tree down with a skateboard. But no, the idea, it's interesting. Like you say, the questions are hypothetical questions as opposed to actual questions. Have you ever hit someone in the head with a skateboard? Have you ever been hit in the head with a skateboard? How did it feel?
Right. Have you ever messed up a trick and hit yourself in the head with a skateboard? Like there's a lot of ways you can get hit in a skateboard with a skateboard that doesn't involve swinging it. Is your skateboard pliable, or is it really rigid? Could you
to be fair, what is the definition of pliable? Really? I mean, to be fair, I mean, everybody is pliable. Once again, that was the problem with that fucking witness, is everything to this guy had no objective reality, right? So,
Yeah.
I mean, that's the problem with this guy for direct, for cross, anywhere, was getting him to give a fucking concrete answer.
I actually learned something yesterday on Adam Krigler's show, which I went on right after my show. And he used to be an avid skateboarder, spent over a decade skateboarding quite a bit. And he said one of the issues with skateboards is people who are learning how to skateboard, they screw up a lot. So their skateboard will grind on the ground, like upside down. It'll actually create sharp edges around parts of the skateboard. And that's something that I had no idea. And that would be it would be interesting to have Huber's skateboard, but of course we don't, because apparently it never got turned over and no one did they not subpoena this thing? Where is it? Where is the skateboard that was involved in attempted murder and is a critical element of the self-defense claim?
Probably got tossed into one of the
Beaver, you're
burning trash cans at one stage. I suppose.
The prosecutor, whose name I forgot, I think he alluded to the fact. The defense attorney alluded to the fact that the girlfriend of Huber destroyed it. Which
is that Sharif C, the bald guy?
I think it was Phillips. It was Phillips in his intro statement said he would love to have it, but the girlfriend didn't keep it. My understanding or my impression was that
I remember that. Yeah, Richard.
He was suggesting the girlfriend destroyed it so they don't have it as evidence.
Yeah, I think he said refused to turn it over, but the implication is that it's gone, despite repeated requests or whatever. But yeah, so that's good. Hit her with an obstruction of justice charge. See if it's actually gone. See if she turns it over after that.
Unless there was an additional weapon placed on the skateboard, like razor blades on the deck or something, I don't think you need that skateboard in order to illustrate how dangerous it is to hit someone in the head with a skateboard. I was going to say, but
bring a watermelon into court and start hitting it with stuff.
But can you bring in? But here's the question though: can you bring in just any old skateboard? I mean, doesn't it have to be that skateboard? Because aren't they going to object if you're bringing in like some random skateboard rather than the skateboard? Because you're going to say, well, that's not the exact weight, that's not the exact construction, right? You know. So I mean, isn't that sort of an issue?
Yeah. Why does your skateboard have a 18-pound dumbbell strap to it? That's how they are, Your Honor. I don't know.
I would be thinking if you want to sabotage this, if you want to turn it into a weapon, duct tape razor blades onto the side of the deck. Maybe that would be an overt weapon. But I think it's relative judicial knowledge, common sense. I mean, you just need to Google videos of people getting hit in the heads with skateboards, and you'll get a few of them.
Yeah,
they're as bad as a baseball bat. It's no different.
Yeah, if you swing the skateboard sideways, if you're holding it by the truck, if you hit someone with one of those, the wheels are like a hard polymer. The trucks are made of metal. They have a significant weight to them. I don't want to get hit with a skateboard. But even if you get hit with the wooden part of it, I mean, this is a sealed and cured piece of wood, or several pieces of wood glued together. You wouldn't want to get hit with a piece of plywood either, because it hurts. Trust me.
and also, where are you getting hit? In the head, right? I mean, it doesn't take much to be hit in the head and feel that, right? I mean, the location where you're aiming matters.
Right. I do think that Richards went a little too far into the comedy area when he said that he was trying to separate Kyle's head from his shoulders with the skateboard. It's like, I need John Black's opinion on this. John Black said that he's pretty sure he could kill someone with a skateboard. So I need John Black's opinion on how you would decapitate someone.
There's no question you can kill someone with a skateboard easily. If you Google it, there were two videos that come up on YouTube. One was an apparently drunk individual who used the N-word, and then this guy says, say it again, and then smashes him in the face with the skateboard. The other one was a fight between two skateboarders and some dude. There was another one where a reporter got hit in the head by an errant skateboard that just flew off the ramp and hit him in the head. It's bad, and it's devastating. And that's if it just goes flat plank, not the side to wherever. You can crack someone's skull in a heartbeat with a skateboard. Anyhow, that seems obvious. This prosecuting attorney just seems to be making the argument that the environment was one that it was an objective, dangerous risk for anyone to venture in there. Does it therefore mean that anyone who ventures in there deserves what they get and is no longer entitled to self-defense?
And here's something, Viva, and I'm just going to say this because I said it once offhand, but I want to say it again. I think a lot of people who tune in, let's think the normie housewife, whatever, who, is tuning into this and watching this case and is seeing the video in the background, they may have never seen video of things burning, things on fire, things destroyed, because that video, that type of evidence has been censored. The mainstream media has been hiding that deliberately from everybody to push this mostly peaceful narrative, to push this narrative that, hey, oh, no, this was all about BLM. There was no property damage. Don't worry about it. But then you see that video with the lineup of cars all on fire, right? Oh, yeah. Totally mostly peaceful. No property damage. Don't worry about it, right? It's totally going to wake people up. It is going to red pill people. And that's a very interesting thing about this trial.
When even, go ahead, Viva. Sorry.
No, I was going to say, even the cop who just testified that they shut off the gas valves because people were getting gas for arson. And now the only argument where I can see them going with this is that, sort of what I said from the beginning, but it's not a good argument in law, is that Rittenhouse just should not have been there. Leave it to the police who were not there. But the second he shows up with a gun, he's putting himself in that situation. Does it therefore mean even if he possessed the firearm illegally, does it mean that he cannot use it for self-defense if it's legitimate? That's the question at law.
Yeah, and the answer to that is, for me at least, I'm not aware of any instance where illegal possession, temporary or permanent, of a firearm precludes you automatically from self-defense.
No.
And I can't see where in any self-defense analysis that, well, he shouldn't have had the gun, because the logical conclusion is if you're in objective and subjective fear for imminent death or severe bodily injury, the conclusion is, well, he shouldn't have had a gun illegally, so now he has to die. And that's maybe Richards or Sharifsi needs to include that sort of logical conclusion of, if your answer is, well, maybe he was in fear, however, he shouldn't have been there or he shouldn't have had that. The follow-up to that question is, so now he has to die because of a decision he made earlier without the knowledge of any of this other stuff. And if you can impress that upon people, like, well, you shouldn't have said that racial slur at the bar 6 hours ago, and then the guy followed you. Since you said that, you provoked him. Now you don't have self-defense, so now you have to die. Right? Like that's a ludicrous assertion to make under any self-defense analysis. And it's the same with, well, he possessed that gun illegally. Okay, so he has to die then?
Right. And it's
a
sort
death
of what
penalty?
I think it was. I forget now if it was in a stream with Barnes or if it was on Eric's channel a week ago. But the idea that apparently in law, even a gang member who possesses a firearm illegally can still use it in self-defense, and so that argument seems to be untenable as a pure matter of law. But Nick, I like your framing.
But what they're trying to do is they're trying to confuse the jury, right? They're trying to confuse the jury as to what the law is, what self-defense is, right? If they can muddle it enough, if the prosecution can literally confuse them enough, if they can just move the ball around enough, they might actually get them into a position where they might be susceptible to being tricked into a verdict, right?
Yeah,
Chris
it's
Schaefer's super chat there, the green one, Copenhagen or Cope. It says the point of saying they cut off the pumps is to show even if the dumpsters were pushed into the station that they'd be no risk and Kyle is dumb.
Yeah, but Kyle wouldn't have.
He wouldn't know
Kyle
that.
wouldn't have knowledge of that.
Right.
I think there might be something like that going on. It's the same with the strap, right? The strap argument that Binger's trying to make. I think he's trying. It's not really about what Kyle's doing. It's about what you can convince the jury. The sling for the gun. The idea of the sling is to hold the gun for you, so you don't have to sit there like this all day. And what the prosecution is trying to get at is like, well, once that sling is attached to you, somehow the gun can never be taken, which is not true for one thing, but for two. The sling is also an irrelevant question to self-defense. If someone is reaching for your gun, they're trying to take the gun from you, presumably to cause you harm. So therefore, you are justified in that mindset that you are now in danger. If someone is willing to grab a gun that is attached to you, you are in danger from that person, no matter if they can take the gun or not. Because all they need to do is get the gun out of the way, and then they can hit you with a rock. They can hit you with their fists. Rosenbaum can hit you with, well, never mind. Kyle was a minor after all.
Even if it's on a sling, you can maneuver it to shoot somebody, to shoot the actual weapon holder, even if it's on a sling, right? You can rotate it and shoot them with it, right? Or somebody else. And that's part of it, right? Is that the gun could be taken to shoot Kyle or somebody else.
Yep.
It's officially finished. I
but
can't
they're
even
just
get the
trying
whole
to
thing in
muddy
the
it up
damn
with the
screen.
jury. Oh,
because
he
the
shouldn't have been afraid
base is
of having his gun taken
huge.
because it's on a sling. Well, you shouldn't have been afraid of this dumpster because there's no gas at the gas station. The valves are shut off. Now, notice the police officer hasn't actually testified yet that the valves at that gas station were shut off.
Ah, good point.
Well,
And
to that, I would even say, on the one hand, yeah, the rebuttal will be, if that's the argument, Kyle would have no way of knowing that. But they are indirectly, or if not directly, basically saying, not only was this crowd violent, unpredictable, and containing lunatics, they were literally stealing gasoline as incendiary devices with which to cause massive damage, if not loss of life. So, I mean, it's a double-edged sword. I don't think they win either way.
And even if look, it's not going to blow up the gas station, people can still get harmed by a flame, by anything that's on fire, right? Anything that's on fire is inherently dangerous. Period. Full stop. It doesn't matter whether it's going to blow something up and make it so much more. It's going to be exponentially larger, but it's still inherently dangerous.
Right. Viva, what do you think about the seemingly likely prospect that Kyle's going to be called to testify by Richards?
So I have no criminal law practice. I have heard the arguments for and against, and I am thoroughly convinced by the argument against having him testify, because it was Barnes's insight, and I have no experience with it, so I could never have gotten it but through someone else. You bring someone up there, they're going to be the source through which to project their own emotions onto this individual, read into whatever he says what they want to read out of it. And you give them that blank canvas. Doesn't matter what he says. He's either going to yawn out of boredom and indifference to loss of life, or if he doesn't look emotional enough, he's a cold-hearted killer. If he's too emotional, he's erratic. So you don't give them that in the first place, and you make the prosecution prove its case, which I don't think they can possibly do. So my inclination, it couldn't be I don't know if it's the biggest mistake. Maybe it works out, maybe it doesn't, but it's a wild card that I don't think they need to play.
Yeah,
I don't think they're doing it. I mean, hands down. I mean, it's just the percentage chance of them needing to do it, especially once you're done with this, especially the way it's going so far. I don't see them needing to do it. Right? There's a very specific scenario in which you need to do it, and it doesn't seem like that's going to come up in this case.
Yeah, the only time you would need to do it is if you need your defendant to establish facts that no one else can establish, and they're importantly, Wisconsin, the way they do self-defense. Which is, I don't think it's the same in every state. They do it where the prosecution has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that it's not self-defense. Some states, I believe, you have to prove by a preponderance of the evidence that you did use self-defense. So that might change the calculus in some of those states. And I think those are in stand your ground pretrial motion hearings, actually, is where that happens usually. But this isn't that. So the prosecution has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Kyle didn't do something. They have the challenge of proving a negative.
I'll bring myself
Kyle
up on full
doesn't
screen
have
in a
to
minute because
give
I'm going to
facts to his state of mind, because the jury
depending whether or not
is
there's a
not. The jury is not allowed to assume his state of mind other than what the prosecution can prove. So you don't need him. You've got.
I could see the defense just being so thoroughly convinced by his innocence and that he's going to look like an innocent young kid who didn't want to do what he did. So what can you lose by putting him up there? He can't say anything that's going to hurt himself. Yeah. I can see the defense thinking that.
Yes.
But man, you could get some questions out there that are going to be like, why did you show up with a gun?
But you can't imply that. I mean, not in America. You can't imply that his lack of testifying, implies.
No, for sure. That's why I say, don't have him testify. You don't get the potential risk out of it. But they could just be so blinded by the fact that they think he's innocent and he's going to come off totally credible. But the prosecution can have a field day with a number of questions for which there would be no good answer, which wouldn't change anything on the substance, but could change something in the perception of the jury. I mean, I know what I would ask.
And the prior acts evidence that's been excluded. Of video footage of Kyle punching a female in the face. Now, sure, I think he's justified in assisting his sister in a fight. Because if my sibling were involved in a fight and I was there, I would probably step in. That's my sibling. That's what I would do. But
I've done it.
It's not a great look to be on video as a murder. As a murder defendant punching a woman in the face. It just looks bad. But if Kyle says anything along the lines of, this is not who I am. This is not how I act normally. This is, this was very rare. And he can be genuinely trying to defend himself. The moment he says something like, this is out of character for me, or this is something I wouldn't normally do, they get to go, oh, really? Well, here's this video footage of you sitting outside of CVS saying you wish you had your gun with your friends so you could shoot the people who were stealing from it, who you thought were stealing from it. You don't even know. So you actually do think that you can be a vigilante, don't you? You think you can enforce the laws of Kenosha. You don't think you need to be a police officer to do that. And the jury gets to hear all that when otherwise they wouldn't. Those are the real risks of doing this, is they get to introduce evidence about Kyle that should never see should never see the stand because it would be overtly prejudicial.
Yeah, no, 100% right. It's even in that video, I had seen the video. I wasn't convinced in the sense that it wasn't clearly identifiably him, but I guess that can be clarified if he gets up there and opens the line to that type of questioning.
Yeah, all they'd have to do is authenticate it by the person who was with him taking the video, right? Like they just have to bring that person to the stand. Did you take this video? Yes. Who's in the car with you? Kyle Rittenhouse. Thanks. Peace. Some super chats here. Pirate Skeleton says, why does it matter if this guy didn't see people using skateboards as weapons if there is literally a video of a guy attacking Kyle with a skateboard? As far as from the prosecution standpoint, it's not relevant at all. But from the defense standpoint, you really want to get on there that the only person who hit anybody with a skateboard was Anthony Huber, because he's the only person who was shot for hitting someone with a skateboard. If everybody's out there swinging skateboards around, bashing everybody, and nobody gets shot, that makes Kyle look a little bit worse. So I think that's the goal there. Ace of Spades says, hey, Nick, we love the commentary you put in. Question, could another way of saying legal mindset be thinking like a lawyer? Just like that, not late, not gay, legal. You should invite him for his commentary, maybe? No, I'm uninterested in Devin.
The Beagle would never come into the Lion's Den.
I would be
law books behind you real, Mr.
I would be. I think it's a green. I don't think it's green screen. I think it's a nice set, but I would be curious to hear his arguments as to why this is not a valid self-defense. And I cannot foresee any argument that is just simply not. He should not have shown up with a gun. He put himself in that situation, and therefore, notwithstanding the fact that in different circumstances this would be clear-cut self-defense, he basically either provoked or he is precluded from raising that privilege because he showed up looking to instigate it. That can be the only argument, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and again,
but here's the thing: you're not hearing people coming out and standing that argument that hard because they know it's shit legally, and they're going to take some pie on the face if this comes out with a Rittenhouse not guilty. That's why this is when I talked about this. I say you can't. People were looking at this as Chauvin Part 2. I'm like, no, it's totally different facts. Don't politicize it in that way. Make it a right-left issue. The law here is very, very clear on one side, so you can't just come out and pick right left, and it's going to look bad for anybody who takes up that position and then is proved wrong. Right? They're going to lose a lot of legal street cred. And
remember to help reality pill your normie friends who may have only seen this. Just take that analysis or take that analogy or whatever it was that I said earlier. Say, okay, so he should just die then. Just ask them that question. So he should just die, and they'll say, oh well. What it's like, okay, well, self-defense requires that he be reasonably, objectively in fear for his own life. So his option at this point is to defend himself or die. So what you're saying is if he brought a gun with him, he now has to die. That's his only option. That's the option that he has. And then let the wheels start turning in their minds. They may not agree with you initially, but get that in there, because that's left out of self-defense analysis so often, is that the alternative is that they die at the hands of their assailant.
Mm-hmm. Which is effectively what the prosecutor also opened the door to in the opening statements. This was a crowd that did not view Rittenhouse as an ally. He was the enemy, and he had ventured into enemy woods. And I mean, where do you go from there? It's like you say, Nick. There's only one alternative, and it's not a good one.
Right, and it's like the handgun wasn't directly pointed at his head. It was like 5% off from being aimed at his head. Right? It's like, okay, so at what point does it have to be like the bullet have to be leaving the chamber for him to be justified in self-defense? At what point do you draw the line where self-defense is okay? Right?
Right. And the analogy for what you were just saying, Viva, is he walked into hostile territory. It's like, okay, so then an African American who walks into a KKK rally should expect to be beaten and lynched and die then. And he should not be able to defend himself because he's in a place, well, maybe it just really wasn't reasonable for him to be there. And it's not reasonable. If you see a bunch of white hoods and a burning cross, you are African American, you should probably not go to that area. But if you do, you should also not be condemned to death. And that is how that you just
Well,
reductio ad absurdum their argument
Thanks,
into the
Grifter Wannabe. I
situation where
appreciate
someone goes to a place where they know they maybe shouldn't go for their own safety, but that doesn't mean they die. Hell, I was just talking to Legal Mindset. I walked around downtown Miami.
To bring it back up, to besmirch my hometown. I see how you roll. I see how you roll.
Look, I went to one of the best Japanese restaurants I've ever been to.
Was it Komodo?
I think so.
Oh, that shit is fire. That
All
is
I know,
really good.
It was just me and Lady Rackets. It was like a $300 bill because I had this Wagyu A5 Wagyu fried rice, which was
That's where all the sugar babies go, baby. That's number one.
yeah.
Well-
Oh God, it was good.
Yes.
But funny thing, Nick, incidentally, I forget if it was Sweden or Norway, and also in Canada, if you use an illegal weapon for self-defense, okay, fine, you will have self-defended yourself, but you're still going to get prosecuted on the illegal possession of a firearm, mace, taser, whatever it is. And it happened in Norway. It was one of the Scandinavian countries. I forget which. A woman got assaulted.
Viva, none of us would be yelling and screaming about this if those were the only charges, right? If it was just like, oh, illegal possession of a gun and out past curfew, this would not be, we wouldn't be streaming on this right now, right? This wouldn't be an issue. If the homicide charges were not there, we'd be saying, well, maybe this is unconstitutional. It'd be a throwaway. We maybe give 1 second to, but we're here for the homicide. Look, just because they may be able to dunk on the curfew doesn't mean they get a W here.
Right. Yeah. And again, if the argument is he's out past curfew, then you
Their
say,
own
okay,
witness.
so everybody there just has to die if someone attacks them because they're all out past curfew.
He was the only one that killed someone, and there was absolutely nothing unique about Rittenhouse's situation. When Rosenbaum went in the face of the other individuals carrying the weapons and was provoking them, they didn't view him as a threat, and they didn't respond
Because
accordingly.
he's short.
No, well, yeah, because he's only 5'3". Because he's only
Name that
5'3".
argument.
Dude, I'm 5'5.5". I can be look at this.
Really?
Look at this shirt. Keeping it real. That's how dangerous I am.
Yeah, but Viva, you make up for height with biceps.
Yeah, they're not.
And
bad.
when you're all lubed up in maple syrup, there's no way we're pinning you down. You're just gonna beat the shit out of us.
Well, I'll tell you what.
That's
My
it.
right bicep is a good. It, at this point, might be a half an inch bigger than my left because of the leftovers from bowling. But no, it's bowling. It's a bowling joke.
Slippery slope.
Yeah, no, let's not go down that path.
Oh no, but I mean, this is where it gets into argument, and I'm taking notes. If I'm Richards, like, yeah, when Rosenbaum got in the faces of the other guys with the guns, they didn't do anything. Yeah, because there was no firearm being shot in the air. He wasn't that close to him, and there wasn't a dude with a skateboard trying to hit him over the head to disable him to take their AR-15s. So thanks for distinguishing why it was not a threat, a mortal threat in one situation, and was in the other. So
and they weren't alone. They weren't alone at the time. There's the thing where Rosenbaum's in the face. There's 2 or 3 guys, all with AR-15s, sitting right there, and they're keeping calm as he's yelling at him. Sure.
And mind you, their witness, the prosecution's witness, brought up chain smoking, right, as abnormal, brought up the gloves, but didn't bring up the fact he had an AR-15 as abnormal or erratic behavior. And mind you, because many people had AR-15s that night, that was reasonable behavior that night. So once again, this is building the defense's case.
What's really funny is the facts established by that witness. And I made fun of the line yesterday, but now it turns out to be even funnier. Now that you mention that, is while there are like 4 or 5 people with AR-15s around the area that we've seen so far, because the only picture we've seen is those couple people standing around, like, Kyle and Dominic Black or whatever, Nicholas Smith, and then a couple other people. They're armed. But that's what, like 7 people total? And they asked this guy how many people he saw with AR-15s. He said 24. So
that's new. That's new to me. I did not know that. I mean, I thought Kyle was the only one there. So that's already establishing the need for the presence because of the absence of the police. It's
See, even you, Viva, a base motherfucker, and you still don't get the scope and what was going on that night. We are still getting a window into the insanity that was going on that night and just how reasonable Kyle's behavior was. This is building the defense's case. I mean, I say every single moment of the trial, we are building a stronger case for self-defense.
I just did not like the phrasing. I didn't mention it in the video yesterday. I didn't like the phrasing of Richards to say that they used the services whatever the car shop, the car place was called. They used the services of Rittenhouse. Because if I'm the prosecution, I'm going to say this kid's 17 years old. He's not an armed security force, nor should he be acting like one. So I don't like that phraseology. Maybe if anyone's listening, they can not repeat it.
Yeah. Viva, what do you think about this? The Fed testimony yesterday.
Okay.
Are you familiar with what?
Moving on to a different thing, guys. So we're now 6 hours 40 in. I've got to get to work and stuff. So I'm going to end it there, and we'll pick up at 3 hours 14:58 as of tomorrow. So for anyone that's interested, oh no, other side. There's the big boy there in the background. Look at the size of it compared to the other ones. So yeah, I'm going to end it there, and we can all reconvene tomorrow at probably close to 1 o'clock, so I can get some sleep. But as always, guys, stay healthy, wealthy, and wise. And remember, you are not a piece of shit. You do contribute to society. Even if all you do is hit that like button for me. And check whether or not you're still subscribed. That would be very much appreciated. As always, guys, I'm Aussie Overlaw'd, and I'll catch you on the flip side. Where's my music gone? No, don't want to loop it.
Fuck this shit, I'm out. Fuck this shit, I'm out. No thanks, don't mind me. I'ma just grab my stuff and leave. Excuse me, please. Fuck this shit, I'm out. Fuck this shit, I'm out. Alright then. I don't know what the fuck just happened, but I don't really care. I'ma get the fuck up out of here. Fuck this shit, I'm out.